Introducing Pubcoin. Pubcoin is the rewards program for pub sports contributors. Regular chat contributors share their play of the day, POD, in the YouTube chat, including the phrase POD in their message. At the end of the week, the amount of units earned are converted into Pubcoins. Pubcoin can be used as reward points for prizes, shop discounts, and contests.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's Mills here, Pub Sports Radio. Do you guys want to challenge the personalities here at Pub Sports Radio? Do you guys think you're better than them at entering in your MMA predictions and picks? Would you want to get paid for it? $100? Here's how you do it, man. You sign up right here at the link below. It's just this easy. PubSportsRadio.com. Enter your email. Pick your weekly picks. That's it. Oh, and you get bonus points if you can predict how they're going to win in what round. Every single week, a new winner's getting crowned. So every Saturday on Pub Sports Radio. So come on and check us out. You can win $100 just for signing up. Only thing you need to do is see if you can beat us here at Pub Sports Radio by entering your UFC predictions and picks weekly. Do it. I dare you. See you guys soon.
Your membership to Gold, you will be automatically entered in every horse race, every Wednesday and Friday. It is time to race horses. We are racing camels today.
Shout out to the Gold members. We're racing in San Antonio immediately here. And we're off. 2 minutes, 74 canals on this racetrack. It's wide. We're racing in San Antonio.
Pat Wally moving forwardly. Jeff Slaughter in the mix as well. And as is Randall Sheffield, who's put that beautiful nose out front.
But it's actually real grass here, Jimmy. Maybe Kentucky bluegrass. Oldie, no! There he goes. There he goes. Oldie in the lead now. K. Wolf falls back. The horses love it. Sometimes they stop and eat it on the way to the finish line. That's why your horses start so far in the back. Here. Oh, look at Nussflush Allen bursting out here. J-Dub in the mix. Rude Boy up here as well. Jimmy, take it away.
There's Oldie. Oldie is moving to the front. We are past the halfway mark in our 2 mile. And there's Ricky Levy.
Oh my goodness, he's in the mix here. Jimmy, take it home. This is our first dog race ever.
19 seconds left in the horse race here. It's Fernando Mendoza trying to find the wire. 14 seconds left. Can Fernando Mendoza take this home? Here comes Kenny Kencan. Kenny Kencan wants a piece of the pie. Put his schnoz up front. Ricky Bobby, 9 seconds left. Can Donut Silks make a run? Can Res Mall make a run to be $50?
You son of a bitch!
Here comes Tori Coker. Kenny Can Smoke and Mirrors. Director 97 home. That is the way. Here comes Jason Meyer, the Eldorado custodian. Billy Friedrich. Jones one. They're all coming down to the finish.
Coin! Fired! That's nowhere!
Oh no! Fanatical Jim!
From the Clark of Peter Low Shack, legendary sports handicapper, more dapper than a dawn. Father young phenom, known as Jimmy, who declared one day that the bag was here to stay. Information like a PSA, when we all PSR, Pub Sports Radio, bizarre. Is a man named Slaughter and he flipped the script. No competition in this they quit the trip. But we say we be pubbing, betting with the bag and you love it. We want a top 10, we above it.
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Happy Friday, December 5th to all of you. Thank you for watching Betting with the Bag right here on Pub Sports Radio. Man, this is a big, beautiful, incredible card. Got some cappers that are pumped up about this card. I am one of them. Steve G off a 4-0 night in NHL. I'd love to see it. My horrific roller coaster ride is reality. So I opened up 0-4 last night and then closed 4-0 to find some semblance of who I have been throughout my career. We cashed both of our college basketball bets quite easily. We cashed NBA, so went 3-0 on the hardwood. And I have attacked this NHL card. I love tomorrow's NHL card. Look, I'm going to fire away with everything that I have in NHL. So if things go badly, look, I'm putting everything on the line. I'm not going to be afraid of it. Shout out to all the cappers joining us. I'm pumped up. You should hear how pumped up our NBA capper. And again, the amount of work, and you guys know the amount of work that it's taking. I mean, with all these sports in this crucial time of year, I haven't got to records. I'm behind a little bit, about a week and a half behind on records for my guests. And it sucks because my two guests in NBA are destroying NBA here on our show. Wine Time Sports, Justin McKelvey hitting at such an elite level. And that it should be so important just for promotion of the show that I have their records done. So I feel terrible about that. But they're both pumped up. Wine Time has 6 bets on an NBA. McKelvey's got 7. These guys are ready to rock, man. It's a huge NBA card. We'll start with NHL, but a huge NBA card. Then we have 4 games in college basketball that we are discussing. I want to talk Gonzaga, Kentucky. I don't feel like the elite teams are my bread and butter. I look for situations. Now, you can still find them with elite teams. And so I came close to a spot. And I was like, why don't we talk it out? I have moved on 2 games. One, the line is moving against me, which, whatever. UC Davis line moved against us. Didn't stop us from getting the bag there. And one, the line was going with me pretty heavily and then kind of stopped. It's a little stagnant right now, which is fine. And then we're going to talk Notre Dame TCU. That's a Wine Time spot. Then we're going to get into all of the championship games for Friday. Sun Belt Conference USA, American, Mountain West with Wine Time. And then he wants to talk about 2 Saturday spots, the MAC Championship and the Big Ten Championship. So that is the situation right now. Great to see you guys. Kripke in the house at Xavier -2 is fire. I thought that there was an interesting situational play spot at first in that game. If we just don't have time to go through each and every game. I have gone through each and every game. That's the whole purpose of Jose taking over the second half of our live streams. Cashed with the Lions yesterday as well. Troy and I on the same side with conviction. Usually that works out pretty well. Don't want to take it for granted or get carried away, but that worked out quite well. It was quite easy. Use it in the contest too. It's crunch time in the Cappers contest in all pools. So used it in the contest too. But so did our leader, the Earl brothers. The Earl brothers in the lead right now, delivering the goods, man. 4 points up on me. I believe I've moved into the top 10 again. I was 11th, but I'm still, because he was on the lines, I'm still 4 points back of the leader. That's crunch time, man. This is when you got to step up as a capper at this time of year in these football pools. And don't forget, confidence pool. We're going to start promoting our big confidence pool here shortly. We're excited about that for the NFL playoffs. We'll get into that more in a little bit. And then let's attack. Thank you guys for joining us. Steve G off a 4-0 night. Love to see. The Xavier game. I'd love to talk about all these games. I don't know if the Battle of Cincinnati certainly doesn't feel like a true road environment, and I think that's sort of what got me off here of that spot. But I get it. Steve G, love seeing you go 4-0. We got Justin McKelvey stacks plays of the day, both in college basketball. Gonzaga, Kentucky over 159.5. Cincinnati, Xavier over 145.5. Let's get these all copied and pasted and ready to go here. 4-0 in non-ice related action last night. And I felt that, man. I remember we were talking about that late. I was like, look, you want to be on the other side of me in NHL, but that's it right now. That is it right now. You don't want to be on the other side of me in any other sport. Maybe Ugandan handball or something like that. Billy Friedrich Pig Milk play today is in Troy. JMU over 46.5. Pig Milk with a monster first season here with us. You see it in negative units right now. That will change. I love the transparency, and I know that that he will heat up. Let's get that set up so we can discuss it here. That is after our college basketball. Troy, and that's our first college football game. Sunbelt. All right, there we go. Shout out to Dizzy in the house, ready to get to work. The Goracle, Cervenia Zvezda Borg. Get this all copied and pasted. Ayo, D saturated in the house. By the way, oh, let's screw that up. Did I? Shit, I screwed that up. Okay. Sorry, give me a second here. The copying pasting. It's and I've broken through. I've broken through the insomnia, so I'm not. I mean, like I'm a bit of a mess, just from lack of sleep. But I am actually sleeping. I screwed this up though. Let me get Billy's back here again. Get this set up here right above our college football work. I did stacks twice. Every time I do anything twice, I know I fucked up. Okay, we got Pig Milk in the business. Thank you guys all for sharing your action with us. I'm pumped up, man. It's Friday. As my son Carter and R. Kelly would say, it's the freaking weekend, man. Okay, we got AOD saturated Tone Miggins. Tone Miggins, the MVP of our chat last night. Jahmyr Gibbs, 3 touchdowns plus 950 banger. Nothing new for our guy Tone. Res Mob in the house. MMA Mad Hatter currently in second in our cappers contest. He's a beast. Big Daddy Boom ready to get to work. Old E Adam Lassman. Great to see all of you guys here. Oldie saying Discord printing money. How about AM in the Discord popping that Penguins at plus 190 goes off at plus 135. There's AM in the house. Jose Perez ready to get to work. JPZ in the house. He's ready to talk college basketball. Ronnie Lofton, Xavier Oliver. Jomo, my man. It's great to see you, man. Slamming the Woodbine bet box. Love to see you. Crip Key, Shambria, Saturated. Great to see all of you guys. Kent Davies in the house. He bet the Sharks money line. I bet the Sharks first period plus a half. We're going to go into that here shortly. Irish King ready to get to work. Wine Time Sports. He's pumped up about this card, and I love it, man. And we got Johnny Blaze, man. My guy, Johnny Blaze, always putting in his best bets, including flank steak. Flank steak play of the day. Let's get that right under Goracle's action here. Thank you for sharing that with us, Johnny Blaze. Make sure what the hell's wrong with some? Maybe it is the lack of sleep here. I'd rather have lack of sleep than be in the throes of insomnia. Kent Davis' Capitals Ducks game has me bamboozled. It's very difficult. Look, I basically closed my eyes and pressed the button on the Ducks. And at first I had Ducks first period up, and I was like, why am I cutting it down to 20 minutes when I know that they've defied all ideas around exhaustion? They've defied it all. 3 games in 4 nights. Before the 3 games in 4 nights, they had the one day off where they flew across the continent. They had played the Islanders and flew across to LA. It's defied everything. I have to. Ducks coming off a 7-0 loss. Yeah, look, their goaltending is a mess. We'll get into all of this. But I had to. Ronnie Lofton says South Florida was nice. It was. Res Mob hitting a 4 ladder on Derek White points yesterday. I'd love to see it. AM saying cracking out a best bet on the board Saturday. I cannot wait. That's a beautiful Saturday card. We've got to attack. Kong's Clips in the house. Pacheco the guy out. Johnny Redbeard JRB ready to get to work. Oh, Ugandan handball, Justin. Ugandan handball. Now, look, everybody has a different, niche when it comes to handball. For me, it's African handball. AM East Texas, AM Connecticut over 139.5. Northwestern State, McNeese, and Samford VCU. So Samford VCU is one of the games we're talking about. I actually came somewhat close to Northwestern State, and then I let it go. Fernando Mendoza ready to get to work. Super true story. Look at this. We're ready to rock, man. I'm pumped up. Tone Miggins on Drake -0 and Kent Davies on ETSU. So I almost moved on ETSU. I I came very, very close to ETSU. Very close. I still kind of like them against South Alabama, but I didn't pull the trigger. And at this point, like, I do think it's helpful to talk about games that we almost pulled the trigger on. Maybe I should change that. But right now, we got a long show. And our show, the crux, is the NBA, where my two guests are crushing it. I'm also hitting over 60%. We got our guy, Robert Franklin, in the house. Jerry Beatty ready to get to work. Corky, great musician, Robert Kelly. Kong used to bet on prison handball. Man, that's not like regular handball, man. Respect to that, Kong, my man. Okay, I think we got everything locked and loaded. Oh, let's get Irish King's action. He's been crushing NHL and crushing everything. Our guy, Irish King. Let's get this all. We have Taint in the house. It is Xavier at -2.5. See, I felt it hard to really believe this was the first true road game. And I could be so wrong here, but I went over all the spots that I've been succeeding on in road games, and it's when you have to travel. But I could be so wrong with this because it is that first road game situation here. JPC liking that ETSU. It's the 5.5 that he's hesitant to lay. I agree. Jacqueline, it's wonderful to see you. Thank you for joining us. Joseph Gomez. Let's get to work. Let's get to work here right now and get into the National Hockey League. So let's roll. Jose is on double duty right now. He'll be rocking with us more so when he gets a chance to breathe. Also, if you see here this Memphis Grizzlies hat, I had it on. I had the Memphis Grizzlies hat on, and I took it off. I mean, I didn't think it was possible to have Ja Morant lower than Ja Rule. I didn't think it was ever I didn't think there was ever a Ja who I could think less of than Ja Rule. Ja Morant has done that. I may not wear the hat anymore. I may take it off the wall too. All right, let's get to work. Nasty Nate saying that he's finished watching the UFC weigh-ins. He's pumped up. Well, let's get to work in the National Hockey League here. We start at 7 p.m. Eastern. We have the Vegas Golden Knights, 12-6-8, 5-2-4 on the road at the New Jersey Devils, 16-10-1, 9-3-1 at home, Prudential Center in Newark, New Jersey. Carter Hart. Look, we don't need to get into that, but he is in the NHL. He had one game under his belt. He was okay. Oh, we got Kong's Smash Play of the Week, Terrence McKinney. Let's make sure we got that copied and pasted here. Let's get this locked in here. Thank you for sharing that with us. All right, let's roll. He's got one game under his belt. The goaltending from Vegas is being so horrible, and I'm not entirely sure what Carter Hart is going to, if he can change that, what Schmidt has been doing. Look at that. Jaden Daniels confirmed starting. Wow. Damn. I did not think that was going to happen. Let's see what's happening with the line. And we were talking about that. I mean, with the way Mariota's playing. Wow. And it hasn't done much. What's it done? It's done nothing. Maybe it just hasn't. Did they just report that? Maybe it'll start moving now. Wow. Oh, okay. Well, I didn't realize his real name was Ja. I have him higher than both Ja Rule and Ja Morant. Okay, so can you guys tell me if this line starts moving? Low-key said Mariota actually better against the blitz defense, like according to Kyle. Yeah, like when we were capping that game, and I don't mean to get off topic here, but there wasn't a huge concern. I guess that's it. There wasn't a huge. What if Jaden was in? And Jerry B saying he's still a fade first game back. Okay. Let's roll. let's roll. So here we go. Carter Hart, Jake Allen. Jake Allen's been good. He has been good. Yeah, Matty, I saying might benefit you that Daniels is in. Now, remember, we've seen Flores do lots of different things with the blitz. We've seen him stop blitzing if it's not working. We've seen him blitz only a few times in the game. And I do trust Flores. I think he's a great defensive coordinator. Kripke says easy Knights play. Now, I have been watching the Golden Knights. Now, look. God, every time I say look, I feel like I'm trying to sell you something or get a girl to sleep with me. Look. Look doesn't work if you're trying to get a girl to sleep with you. Look! My NHL record is absolute trash. So if you want to fade what I'm doing right now, you can fade it with confidence. It's embarrassing to have it up there. It's just the one thing that we can promise you here on the show is the transparency. It's cost me a shitload of money. It's cost me all the profits from NFL and NBA and NCAA basketball. So I'll say that. Wow, Washington -2 at Circa currently. That's a huge move. God damn it. That sucks. And I knew I was betting on a injury, but okay. Here we go. Let's start with just the essentials. Let's get into this line history here for this one. God damn it. I would much rather be sitting with a plus. God. Okay, I'm not going to let that bother me, but I can already feel sweat. It always happens when something goes against me in the market. I just start sweating. We have Vegas at -132. There was just a big move, a 12-cent move towards Vegas 14 minutes ago, -132. From a total standpoint here, we have a 6. It's -120 to the under. This opened up -115 to the under. It's now -120 to the under. We've had a 5-cent move towards the under. I watch these Vegas Golden Knights. Well, I listen to them while I'm working. I try not to watch them because I can't work. We have Vegas 23.5% power play, ranked 8th. And their penalty killing ranked 15th, 81.2%. And Mark Stone's been back for 4 games. New Jersey Devils, 6th ranked power play, 24.3%, and their 9th ranked penalty kill. Despite the injuries that they're dealing with, they've been handling everything fine. So Vegas comes in off their second straight win, 4-3 in a shootout over Chicago at home on Tuesday. That came on the heels of a 4-game losing streak where they looked bad. Their 2 wins, 4-3 over the Sharks and 4-3 in a shootout over Chicago. I'm watching these games. They're not playing well. Mark Stone's been back for 4 games. He hasn't changed that much. Their defense is healthy right now. They're only missing really Wild Bill Karlsson up front. They might Jeremy Lauzon is their leading penalty minutes. He's a tougher defenseman. They don't have him out there. He's out too. This is game 1 of a 5-game road trip. They're not playing good hockey. Now, I know you could say the exact same thing about the New Jersey Devils. They've lost all 3 games of this 4-game homestand. They've been outscored 13-6. They're coming off a 3-0 loss at home to Dallas on Wednesday. This is the first of a back-to-back. They play at Boston tomorrow night. They remain without defenseman Brett Pesce and center Jack Hughes, right wingers Evgeny Dadonov and Zach McEwen. Honestly, okay. I like it. I like everything that's happening here in the chat. Keep it up here. So with saying all this, I still, after listening to these Golden Knights hockey games where they're not playing very well, and the Devils have lost 3 straight, and they must win here. Those 3 straight losses, those are their only regulation losses at home. I think one was one was in overtime. But I want to back the Devils, but I've been doing this. I've been saying, look, it's the last game of a homestand. They're going to step up. It's been costing me a lot of money, and I'm not doing it here. So I am. So, you guys are also talking about that Jets game, which we're going to get into here. There's certain things that have worked for me, and, I'm going to stick to. I've got to leave this hockey game alone. I think these are 2 teams not playing well, and I don't trust either of them. It would be the Devils or nothing for me today, and I just don't want to back the Golden Knights from what I'm seeing from them. It's not like they were playing good on the road before they got home. And that 4-game losing streak was bad. And those 2 4-3 wins against, 2 of the worst teams in the National Hockey League, I mean, up and coming young teams, shows nothing to me. Now the Devils are losing, and not looking good doing it. I've got to move past it, unfortunately. Let's move on to that Buffalo Sabres Winnipeg Jets game. Buffalo Sabres 11-12-4, 2-7-2 on the road. Winnipeg Jets 13-12-1, 6-5-0 at home. Canada Life Center, Winnipeg, Manitoba. I've got Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen listed and Eric Comrie. Let me know if I'm right here for these spots here. Thank you for these records, Adam, my friend. So, Luukkonen, 4-3-1, 2.51 goals against average, 8.98 save percentage, no shutouts. Comrie, 5-5-1, 2.99 goals against average, 8.97 save percentage, no shutouts. Comrie's going to find it difficult being the number one guy. It's easier when there's no pressure on you because you got the Vezina Trophy winner playing in front of you. Buffalo power play 22nd in the National Hockey League, 17.3%. Their penalty killing is second best, 87%. Lightning have usurped them for the leaderboard in the penalty killing ranks. Winnipeg power play 21.8%, ranked 12th. Their penalty killing 83%, ranked 7th. Thank you, Coin, my friend. So a line history-wise here in this one, we have a 6.5. It's minus 112 to the under. I mean, it's just a crazy, absolutely nuts. And I guess it's, you look at the goaltending. These two teams, you would never in their wildest dreams have a 6.5. The Jets at home against the Sabres. I mean, it's an insane number. Not only that, the over 6.5 opened up at plus 102 and it's now minus 104. I mean, that's just an insane number to me. Insane. And I think that I've got to look a little bit deeper at it right now because it just makes no sense to me. We've had a move towards the Buffalo Sabres. They've gone from plus 130 to plus 113. Obviously here the Jets are playing really bad hockey and the Sabres hockey has improved. And the Sabres are coming off a bad loss to the Flyers. We'll get into that for a second. I just want to look at some of these recent games here for this because the 6.5 is just, I mean, it's just now, and I see it moving to the over, which is we have. When do the Sabres go over 6.5 goals? They did last game. So you know what? None of these teams do. Again, when the total makes no sense, it's hard to want to, say it's wrong, because they were. Look, the Sabres were going over nonstop earlier in the year, nonstop. I mean, look, if you go into November, from November 8th, 9 goals, November 12th, 7 goals, November 13th, 9 goals, November 15th, 9 goals, November 17th, 6 goals, November 19th, 8 goals, November 21st, 12 goals. Since then, 5 goals, 6 goals, 5 goals, 5 goals, 6 goals, 7 goals. I don't see how this is a 6.5. Let's just go through Winnipeg here quickly. It's just and moving towards the over as well. Let's just go through this very, very quickly here. I know the NBA is our focus, and it's going to take a lot of time to get through 13 games here, but let's just go through. Now, these teams played, of course, which is a crux of my piece here in a second, but so we have – oh, God, sorry, it's taking too long. Okay, here we go. So why would the Jets be at a 6.5? I mean, they just don't play this. If we started November 23rd, 3 goals, 7 goals, 6 goals, 7 goals, 6 goals, 5 goals. It just doesn't make sense. And they don't like each other. Peanut saying Greenway's back in for Buffalo. I don't know if that – I don't even know if that helps them. I mean, it gives them toughness. We talk about the familiarity breeds contempt in sports, and these teams just played each other. So look, there's an angle that's been working, and we saw Bobano attack it yesterday, and it's fading teams off of a long road trip. But all of my career, when a team has a terrible road trip and they come home, I back them in game one. I've done it all of my life. And so at first I was like, well, I can't back the Winnipeg Jets because they're coming back off of a long road trip, and we just saw what the Senators did. But the Senators were a bit of a different story. They got a couple wins. They got one big win. They got Tkachuk back. They're feeling better about themselves. The Jets are not feeling better about themselves at all, and they have Rebenga in mind. So instead of letting a bias from what happened yesterday when the Senators did not menace, I mean, they made it 3-2 at one point, I bet the Jets. I bet the Jets, and you could say this, I'm dealing with a vividness bias of the Jets being a good hockey team. That's completely fair and legitimate. The Sabres had their 2-game winning streak snapped in a 5-2 loss at Philadelphia on Wednesday. On Monday, they destroyed the Jets 5-1 at home. This is game 2 of a 6-game road trip. They're getting healthier. They're only missing Kesselring, Danforth, and Kulik right now. The Jets come home after an ugly 1-3-1 5-game road trip. It culminated in a 3-2 shootout loss at Montreal on Wednesday, and they're finally getting healthier. Now, Hellebuck out, of course, and Hayden Fleury. Those are the only two people who are out. Coin saying T. Higgins is a go Sunday. Thank you for that. Important. So with all of this being said, and Peanut saying Jets first game back home off a long road trip makes me want Sabres. Look, I get that. But it's always so I'm 46 and I'm having the worst hockey season that I've ever had before. And it's early and I can fix it. But all my life, it hasn't been about the length of the road trip. It's been what happened on that road trip. The Jets just got destroyed on this road trip. And so okay, yes, it's been a long road trip. So that's a negative. What are the positives? Well, they got destroyed on the road trip and they just got their shit pushed in from these Sabres. Sabres just took them out 5-1, beat them badly. Those two things for the Jets make me want to back them. And if there's one negative and two positives, I have to go forward with it. AM said the loss versus the Canadians after a players' meeting where Comrie stood on his head to lose in the shootout. They looked crushed and demoralized after the game. Definitely, he says, definitely interested to see if Jets come out angry or locker room turmoil starts to boil over. This is a veteran group, and with Lowry as your captain, they can figure this out. Drewski says the under 6.5. I agree with that. But why the hell is it a 6.5 to begin with? I mean, I didn't think that the Islanders Avalanche total made sense. And how many goals were scored there? 12? But I agree with you, Drewski. NMB on Josh Norris over 1.5 shots. As long as Norris is healthy, the Sabres are a different team. The trade for Cousins is still a poor trade. Let's move on to the next spot on the board. San Jose Sharks at Dallas Stars. American Airlines Center in Dallas, Texas. Irish King says, should strip Lowry of the seat. Good God. I'm a Lowry fan. I like him. But look, we are all every feeling that you have about any hockey player and any team is completely legitimate. No one can tell you, oh, you're wrong about how you feel about Adam Lowry. Now, I love Lowry. I think he's a beast and a great captain, but your thoughts are as valid as mine. We have Needles listed, Alex Nedeljkovic, who is bad. Now, Yaroslav Axe about me just looked horrible as well. So maybe Needles has a chance to come in and play well. I've got Needles and Ottinger listed. Ottinger coming off his first really great performance of the year with an opportunity to get his starting job back, which we know it's his. It's not going to be Casey DeSmith's. San Jose power play 19.2%, currently ranked 15th. Penalty killing is 11th at 81.1%. Their special teams are pretty good. Dallas power play at 31.5%. That's ranked 3rd in the National Hockey League. Their penalty killing 17th at 80.9%. Let's get into the line history here for our next spot on the board. A big move towards the San Jose Sharks. It's come back. It's come back now 7 cents, but this opened up at plus 256 and now they're 235, got down to 228. So the Stars were minus 300, got down to minus 265. They're back to minus 273. And look, they're playing very good hockey, the Dallas Stars. They're handling injuries, and we're going to go over their injury report. We have a 6. It's minus 113 to the over. Opened up minus 115 to the over. Basically, we've had no movement on the 6 at all. And here we have an injury report that shows the kind of team I guess Dallas is, because they're handling all of this very well. Seguin is now out for the year. They have Duchesne, who's been out for the year, but he comes back at some point in the next week or two, they think. Nils Lundqvist and Thomas Harley. We know how important Harley became as a defenseman. Adam Ernie out as well, and Liam Bichelle, another defenseman, out. And they've been handling it very, very well. And, you have the 3rd-ranked power play. You have Robertson on fire. But the Stars coming off their 5th win in 6 games, 3-0 victory at the Devils. This is their 3rd game in 4 nights. Yes, they didn't have to travel when they played New Jersey and the Islanders. I think it was the Islanders or the Rain. I'm tripping now. But that's a lot. You have 2 games back-to-back in New York, and then you fly back and you play again immediately. 3rd game in 4 nights. It's not easy. Drewski says Stars smash, and maybe they do. But San Jose coming off a 7-1 loss at home versus the Capitals. They were beaten from the time that puck dropped. And this is an unacceptable performance for a team that's playing much better. I am on San Jose first period plus a half, which was a bet that I was crushing early in the year in lines just like this. So I'm right back to it. And Peanut saying those two D-men are dated day now. He expects them back next game, but not tonight. And Mel says she will be waiting for a first goal from the Sharks and hammering the Stars live. Kripke says Stars -1.5, not overthinking this one. Completely valid here. And Mel saying a 2-0 Sharks lead would be a dream scenario here. Rich and Van City is San Jose first a period goal at -130. Let's roll on. I'm on the Sharks first period plus half. It was expensive. It was -132. It was -135. My local -132 on offshore. Let's roll on. 9 p.m. Eastern, Utah Mammoth 13-12-3, 6-9-2 on the road to the Vancouver Canucks, 10-14-3, 3-7-1 at home. We're at Rogers Arena in Vancouver, BC. We have an issue here. Who will be in goal for the Utah Mammoth? As soon as I can, yes, I know. But look, after a long, terrible road trip, I back teams at home my whole entire career. So yes, we watched the fade of the team back after the long road trip work very well last night, and I get it. And that almost made me not bet it. But then I still, look, I'm going to fire away and deal with these consequences. So here, is it Vejmelka? Because it could be Vanacek. And honestly, at first I was like, well, because this is the first of a back-to-back. They play at Calgary tomorrow night. And honestly, Calgary's the tougher hockey team probably to play right now with the injuries that the Canucks have. With Vejmelka, at first, I was just going to say, look, if it's Vejmelka, I'll bet the Mammoth. If it's Vanacek, I won't. And then I realized, no, I have to fade the Canucks. The Canucks are playing with a ton of character and a ton of heart. They have lost 6 of 7 games. Their lineup is atrocious. It's just very, very weak. Obviously, the injuries are part of it. They're also coming off playing a very good hockey team and playing them very tough. That 3-1 loss versus Colorado in Colorado. And, I was curious, what you thought of this spot because, they're missing Kerfoot. They're missing Olimada and Yusuf Valimaki. Olimada more important on the defensive line. But I was curious what you thought because they had a 4-game losing streak here. And they get off the schneid with that 7-0 victory at Anaheim. This is a long road trip. They have a 6-game road trip. That was game 4 of the road trip. And now they head up to Vancouver and they feel better about themselves. And they know they must win. Look, they played 17 road games. They've only won 6 in regulation. And Mel says, Canucks are passing me. Canucks at this price. Quinn bounced back after being shamed over his Avs game. So, look, I understand what you guys are saying, what you guys are feeling. It's also a funny spot because, I want the Minnesota Wild badly and against Vancouver tomorrow night. So it's almost as if, but I feel like I have to fade the Canucks in every possibility and every opportunity. Let's just go over what's going on with their injury report right now. Connor Garland is a very important member of this forward group, and he is out. They're hoping he could play Saturday. I don't know if he'll be able to. Then Niels Hoglander, he's been out for a while. Evander Kane is day-to-day with a forearm injury. Pierre-Olivier Joseph is sick. Of course, Thatcher Demko out. Derek Forbort out. They've been playing without Brisebois on defense all year. They are being playing without Teddy Bluger and Philip Hedl at center for a long time and gotten more used to it. I think, and AM says if the Canucks lose, they might overtake the Kraken as best bet on the board. Well, you being on the other side of me has been very advantageous for you. So I'm going to be on the Wild tomorrow night against the Canucks. Mr. Big Head says Canucks. Barry Smith, what up, my man? Look, you guys are watching a Canucks team play with heart and play with character. And they've still lost 6 of 7. And you guys can back the Canucks because of how good they looked against the best team in the National Hockey League. And however you guys want to play this. And if you're on the other side of me, it's a great place to be. But I'm going to bet the Utah Mammoth. I just want to know whether it's Vejmelka or Vanacek because I'll get a better line if it's Vanacek. And so that's all. I've talked it out. I don't need anything more to it here. Let's go through this line movement here because we didn't. We have a 6.5 here. It's minus 118 to the under. I imagine goals will be scored, but it's not moving. This line's not moving at all. And then from a money line standpoint here, we have a Utah down to minus 123. It's a 2-cent move towards Vancouver. I don't know if I've ever bet a team that's off of a 7-0 win ever in my life. But I have a script, and it's to fade the Canucks. And situationally, I haven't in certain spots. But at this price, I just don't see how I don't continue to fade the Canucks. They want to be on the road. You know the stress they're under in Vancouver right now? So there you go. I haven't moved on it yet, but I will. Let's talk about our final spot on the board. Washington Capitals, Anaheim Ducks. We're going to get into NBA right after this. We got Wine Time ready to rock. Justin McKelvey joining us, three-headed monster. Both of our guys have just incredible records, and it pains me that I'm not up to date with them. Honda Center in Anaheim, California, where the Ducks are 9-4-0. Now, obviously, we know what the Ducks' problem is. It's Lucas Dostal is out. I don't think there's much of a difference between Ville Husso and Peter Mrazek at this point. I don't think there's much of a difference. Justin McKelvey on the over 6.5 here. Oh, I know, Barry. I know. I've never bet a team off a 7-0 win ever. Now, this is a team that just lost 4 straight, and it's on game 5 of a 6-game road trip. But look, I get it, Barry. I understand everything. Look, I actually watch every Canucks game. I know what I'm looking at. And I have to fade them over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And that's not the reason why my record's trash. Drewski says Caps money line, and I get it. And this was a this was a sickening feeling to bet this. Kripke, Caps money line, Caps regulation. Obviously, everyone is going to be on the Capitals here in this spot, and deservedly so. The Capitals are playing phenomenal. At this point, we have 84% of the tickets and 94% of the cash on the Washington Capitals. 84% of tickets, 94% of the cash. That's a lot of money on the Capitals, and I get it. I completely understand it. The Capitals have won 6 straight games. They've won 9 of 10. They're coming off annihilating the Sharks 7-1. I don't want to get into specifics. I can ask if we can start getting into specifics, but a friend of ours, a good friend of ours, brother owns a bar, a real nice bar in LA, high-end bar, and the Kings rent it out. Well, he just shuts it down when he gets the call that the Kings are going to come through, and the Capitals came through. Ovechkin drinking heavy. It didn't matter. Ovechkin can do whatever he wants. He's a Russian tank. Russian tanks do what they want. It didn't affect them. They beat the Islanders. They fly across the continent and beat the Kings. They go out for drinks, booze it up, fly to San Jose, get rid of the hangover. Right? These are elite athletes. Doesn't take much. And then they annihilate the Sharks 7-1. They have beaten these two California teams 10-2. The Ducks are coming off a 7-0 embarrassment. And yes, you could say, well, it's because of their goaltending. That would all be fair. I think getting that plus, I don't, the plus 3 minus 150 is expensive. I would have probably waited and see if maybe you get a little bit better vig, but I think you're in a great spot, bro, Button. I think you're in a great spot. Kent Davies says it's moved towards Washington. Yes, it's moved very slightly towards Washington. So this line came out at 12:34 p.m. It took 9 hours for there to be a move towards Washington. This had moved towards the Ducks. Now there's been a 5-cent move towards Washington with 94% of cash on them. Look, I get it. Thank you, Vario. Thank you, my friend. It means a ton. Thank you. And welcome. The Sauce Network is a great community, and very thankful to be rocking with Kyle. Honored to rock with him and to rock with all you guys. Here, I have to bet the Ducks. Look, it's sickening. It makes me feel sick. And at first, I only had loaded the Ducks first period because I was being a little bitch. Maybe the Capitals are just like Alexander Ovechkin, their leader. Maybe they're just a Russian tank that can do whatever they please, fly across the continent, destroy all the teams in California, and go back to Washington. Maybe they can do it, but I just have to bet against them here. And I have. And I'll pull up my exact action here in a second. I think I got plus 120. I think I got the plus 128. I'm certain I got plus 128. I'll double check that, but I haven't put out the tweet for our show yet. I got to do that here in a second. So that is NHL. That is NHL for me. I'm going to add Utah. I just want to know if it's Vejmelka or Vanacek. And then I have, and I can't move on that Vegas New Jersey Devils game. If I had a free bet, I'd be on the New Jersey Devils. I may add the under 6.5 to the Jets look. Or I may add, I guess I could. I could just take the Sabres team total under and go all in on the Jets Rebenga. But it's probably safer to take the full under 6.5. Then I'm on the Sharks first period plus 0.5. I'm adding Utah, and I'm already on the Ducks. That is our show for NHL today, Friday, December 5th. It's time to get into the National Basketball Association. A shout out to Big Zo, now a PSR Gold member. Big Zo, that means a ton to us. Thank you so much for your support, my friend. That means a ton to us. So here we go. NBA, we cashed our own. The cap yesterday took a long time with all of the players questionable, but we did what we've been doing, winning 47 and 31, 60.3% plus 11.57 units, ROI plus 14.83%, average line minus 111. And thank God, because I'm taking a bath on the ice. Let's bring on our first guest of the show, the star of Fridays here on Betting with the Bag. Please welcome from Los Angeles, California, the star of Walk-Off Wagers alongside Morgan Spooner, and one of the stars of the Tailgate every Saturday here on Pub Sports Radio. Please welcome our guy, Wine Time Sports. Wine Time, what's good, man? How are you?
Jimmy the Bag, happy Friday, my friend. I'm excited to be here. We've got a loaded card today, a lot of work to do, so looking forward to it. And Jim, never given out a hockey play with you before, but we are going to give out the Anaheim Ducks money line plus 130. 94% of cash on the Capitals. Line's not really moving. It's in Anaheim. Anaheim's coming off getting completely destroyed. I was on Utah in that game, just very lightly. I'm just taking, not little half units on these, but having fun. And, I'm going to probably be locked in watching. It's going to be a 7 p.m. game for me over here on the West Coast. So give me the Ducks money line plus 130.
I love it, man. I'll be messaging you. It's going to be a sweaty night. At that point, I promised everybody that I'd be done by 5 o'clock today. I'll have my action up by 5 o'clock because we're going to Los Heroes for Mexican food, man. And I love the spot. It's real traditional, get some tequila, a couple beers going, It's just fun. And then we're going to come back, play Monopoly because Carter's going crazy for Monopoly. Get the kids to bed, get on the roller coaster ride, and our action takes over all night. So I'll be messaging you for the Ducks game. It's the freaking weekend, man. It's the freaking weekend, as Carter and R. Kelly would tell you. Let's bring on our next guest here. You guys have been you were awesome on Wednesday too, by the way. You were it was very, very strong capping. You also deserved the sweep in college basketball.
Overtime.
Bullshit, man. God, overtime where our dogs go to die, man.
I thought Boston College was going to win outright at some point in that second half. They had a miracle second half, but they were up. It was kind of crazy, but
oh man. Lord Chief Jaguar, it wasn't last week. I'm very serious. We are very serious, Lord Chief Jaguar. They beat the Capitals 7-1, or they beat the Sharks 7-1 on Wednesday. They just did it. But look, look, we're not a bunch of yes man, Lord Chief Jaguar. We're not asking for you to hold our hands and sing Kumbaya. All right, we're betting and moving on action. You can agree or disagree. You can tail or you can fade. Anything that you want to do, you're welcome to. But we're also not trying to give you a pick that 94% of the cash is on just so you'll like us. Okay, let's bring on our next guest. He has been absolutely crushing the NBA. I'm so excited for us to smash this 13-game NBA card. Please welcome our guy, star the Stacks Play of the Day, Justin McKelvey. To the show.
Stacks, 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 stacks.
Justin, what's good, man? How are you?
Pretty good, Jimmy. Wonton, you know that.
Good to see you, my guy. Cheers to you. Happy
Absolutely.
Friday. Hey, it's the freaking weekend. Let's go.
Ain't no doubt, Jimmy. I'll crush you in Monopoly too. Just throwing it out there.
You know, the problem is we can't. There's 0% chance we play that at Pubapalooza. There's just a 0% chance.
It's too long.
And that means you can't prove that I'm a liar then.
No, you're right, but I don't know when I'll be able to do that. Maybe when we're 65, maybe when we're 70 years old, man, we can.
It's funny. I play with my kids, my younger ones on the weekend on Sunday, but it's got to be after football.
Oh, isn't it the best game for kids to play? Learn trading and
all
that stuff. Like
you got to get boardwalk. I want the whole side, but I want the whole strip. Was that Pacific and Pennsylvania Avenue? Yeah, I need all that.
Ours is actually Vancouver Canucksopoly. So boardwalks, Hendrick Sedin, and Park.
So y'all don't have the whole greens and the blue?
No, we have the greens. It's just it's
So it's called like Winnipeg or something.
No, it's just all Canucks players. It's all Canucks players from the past. So they've never heard of Boardwalk or Park Place. They want Hendrick Sedin. They need to get Daniel Sedin. I'm gonna set this one up. Fellas, first off, Wine Time, you've moved on 6 bets so far, which we're gonna be going over. Justin, how many bets have you moved on this card? I'm just putting out a tweet here for our show.
Got 7.
7 bets. How did yesterday go? How did yesterday go for you, Justin?
Not bad at all. Split my stacks 1-1. Unfortunately, I lost the NBA one, and I watched the game, but I knew I was dead in the first quarter. Though. I was watching the Warriors and 76ers game. I had stacks on the over. There wasn't first quarter. I knew I was shot. Then I just started live betting the Warriors, just throwing darts. And they came all the way back and lost by Maxey with his LeBron imitation. So punched it off the backboard. And watching that, like, even though I lost the bet and won a couple live bets, I was hyped. I'm like, yeah, Maxey, yeah.
You know, it's perfect example of LeBron because the shot he took was absolute trash.
BJ saved him.
Yeah, it was absolute trash. Like, you know who that was? That wasn't LeBron to me. That was DeMar DeRozan when he played for the Raptors. A little ISO ball. Like, what? No one's moving. No one's helping. It's such ugly basketball here. I'm looking forward to get to work, fellas. Thank you guys for joining us. Thank you for everyone in the chat joining us. Oh, wow. Spooner says NHL Monopoly as a kid. Leafs and Canadians were Park Place and Boardwalk. That's wild. Spooner, I hope you had a great vacation, man. Richly deserved, my friend, all the hard work that you've been putting in. Fellas, let's go. We have a big, beautiful card. And we start with the LA Lakers fresh off that victory last night in Toronto. That was my only bet. Fading these enormous line moves and market moves in NBA is very rewarding here. Now, we broke that down just because the Raptors didn't have anybody over 6'9" on the court. It's probably the wrong team to play with Ayton and Hayes both at 7 foot, but it was and it wasn't an easy win. Obviously, it was a last-minute shot here. But they start their road trip with a win, and Luka is expected back from the personal reasons. Let me pull up everything from the shoot-around, even though the Lakers won't have taken the part in the shoot-around as they are on the second half of a back-to-back. But let's take a look and see what they are talking about here from shoot-around injury report. We expect Jaylen Brown back in, and we expect Luka Doncic back in. The question here is Marcus Smart. It looks like Marcus Smart will be possibly returning here. Not that that's too big of a deal, but the more defensive intensity, the better. We have the Celtics coming off a smash and grab over the Wizards. I felt a little upset that I wasn't a part of it, but it's tricky to back those big favorites. Jaylen Brown out. Jaylen Brown going to be back here for this one. Both teams 8-2 over the last 10 games, playing very well and playing at a slower pace. We've seen the NBA as a total moving towards a slower pace. The Lakers 18th fastest pace in the NBA in the last 10 games. Also, as I told you guys, I don't want to talk about the 21 or 22 game statistical profile anymore, but I was very hesitant to go to 5 for some reason. I thought that it would be more helpful to stick to 10 right now. Maybe later in the year we'll move back to 5. But so both teams 8-2. The pace over the last 10 games for the Lakers, 99.9 possessions a game. That's good for 18th in the NBA. And Boston's been playing at the slowest pace in the NBA all season long, 95.60 possessions a game over the last 10. So it's even getting slower. Let's get into the line history and the cash flow for our first spot on the board. Wine time. It's your Lakers, so we'll have you leading off for us. And let's get this set up here. Sorry, I didn't have it set up beforehand. Okay, here we go. The Lakers-Boston rivalry recommences. We have Boston -7. The -7 came out at 11:20 p.m. last night. It lasted for about 3.5 hours before it moved to 6. Then it moved to 6.5, and back to 7. Overall, we've had 5 cents of movement towards the Lakers. And then from a total standpoint here, we have a 225.5. This opened up at 224, got down to 222.5 before it started climbing. We're now at 225.5. And then when we get to the cash flow here for this one, we have 62% of the tickets on Lakers and 54% of the cash, 53% of tickets on the over, and 73% of cash on that over. I'll tell you that my first instinct is to say, wow, they're giving us 7 to back the Lakers. They're opening up their arms. I mean, Lakers at 7 here against this Celtics team. I know Brown's coming back, and we expect Luka to come back. That's just the first instinct that, wow, that's God, how do you not want the Lakers +7 here? How do you not want, especially with Celtics coming off a smash and grab over such a lowly team like the Wizards? Wine time, take it away, Lakers, Celtics.
Yeah, this is this jumped out at me when I was capping this morning, and I don't think Luka will be joining them quite yet. I know he had his child yesterday, and he had to fly all the way to Slovenia. I'm not sure if he'll be back for this one. I think he's doubtful. I don't think he's going to be playing in this one, which is probably why we're seeing the line is what it is. We're not going to see LeBron James out there. His streak ended yesterday of double-digit points in consecutive games. Nice pass to Rui there in the corner to hit that 3 against Toronto. I was actually on Toronto.
That's been confirmed. You're right. That was just confirmed 45 minutes ago.
Oh, wow. Yeah. So, Luka won't be out there. I mean, they've got AR-15 out there who's just been – I mean, this guy's been crazy good the last year. And it's probably going to be a one-man show out there. This is going to be a tired Lakers team. LeBron's not going to be out there. Luka's not going to be out there. The Celtics team do believe is still a really good team in the East, and I think they can easily take care of business here against the Lakers at home on a Friday night at TD Garden. This is going to be must-watch basketball, but the only thing is Lakers don't have their stars, and I think Reeves will probably have himself a ball game, but I just think it's going to be too much. The Celtics are going to be able to hit their shots, and they're going to probably beat the Lakers by double digits. Lakers are really impressive start to the season. I don't really think if they get a loss here, it's not going to be the end of the world. I get it's a rivalry, it's the Celtics, but the two of their stars aren't going to be playing in this one. Give me the Celtics to smash the Lakers here in this game. Start us off. I got the Celtics -6.5, -110 this morning. I'm looking around right now to see if I can find it. Right now we're seeing 7s at -105s. You could probably still get some 6.5s out there for maybe -1, maybe even a -110. I'm sure you can find one out there right now. Not looking at it, but yeah, you can still see 6.5s. I see them at FanDuel and DraftKings, and a couple different books. So take the 6.5, take the 7. They beat these guys by double digits.
Interesting. What do you think this closes at?
Probably a 7.5. I'm gonna guess.
I think we could get to 8 here.
Yeah.
Interesting. Celtics -6.5 here, -110 for our guy Wine Time. Very interested in your thoughts here, Justin. Take it away, Lakers, Celtics.
Yeah, I'm not. It's not official play, but I did tell one time with the Celtics minus 6.5, and it just helped me motivate me to get me closer to my actual play. Excuse me. And I'm on Jalen Brown. I got him 30 plus points at minus 108, and I just feel like I know he had a little bit of issues. They said he was sick. They said he was banged up. Me personally, I think my script is that he sat out yesterday knowing they was playing the Wizards, and you got the Lakers on deck. He's been here for this rivalry. He knows about it. I've been on him before, and I just think like I agree with Wonton. Like I do think this is a Celtic spot. Like whether and I knew my first thought was when I looked at this the same thing you said, Jimmy. Like this big number with the Lakers, but I didn't never read nothing. But I never expected Luka to play. I didn't read nothing about it, but I never once, when I seen this spread, expected Luka to play. I just baby, another daughter, and then 6.5. You would give Luka with the Lakers 6.5. That was how I thought about it. So I knew I wouldn't be on the Lakers, and I really didn't want to be on the Celtics until me and Wonton was mixing because 146 points, even though it's against the Wizards, it kind of scared me. Like 146 points, like that's an outlier. That's a whole lot of points from traveling back home. But there's no letdown spot when you're playing the Lakers. You're coming back home playing the Lakers. You're not coming back home playing the Hawks or nothing like that. So I did tell Wonton I do like Jalen Brown. I think he goes crazy. His point props the last two times, and I actually wrote it down on one of these pieces of paper. The last two times, and they both cashed that I was on them, was over 26.5 and over 27.5. Now today was over 29.5. And I just think that speaks volumes. Everybody else, them like Pritchard and White, they done went crazy yesterday. So who else gonna do it? So Jalen Brown, 30 plus points, minus 108.
30 plus here, minus 108. Yeah, I talked about backing Utah after, which I haven't yet, but plan to after a 7-0 win in hockey. It's something I've never done in my life. I've never backed a team off of, a 40-point win the next game ever in my life, ever. I can understand that maybe this is a situation to do that in. But let's just take a look at the minutes that were played last night in that Lakers-Raptors game here, as well as the Celtics game, and then we'll move on from it because we've got action from both of our guests, and that is the important part here. But let's see. Both teams, second half of a back-to-back. Lakers win. Reeves goes for 44. What a beast he is. Can you imagine Nico Harrison being such an ass clown that he didn't involve him in that trade? What a idiot. So we have 35 for Rui, 32 for DeAndre Ayton, 24 for Gabe, 41 for AR. So that's tough. That's not easy. Let's take a look at the minutes here. And then with the Celtics dominating, they were able to, sit everybody in the fourth quarter. Yeah, I get it. I don't know if I will get there, but I'll certainly put asterisk around the Boston Celtics, and we will go from there.
And one more thing, Jimmy, my fault. I was close to the under. I was real close. I was texting Wonton. I thought I was going to make it official, and then I checked. I lost my last 4 under bets that I made, so I didn't make it official, and I'm not betting it. I'm probably done with unders. Just I don't know. I see everybody else have success, and I try to enter that my cap, and unders just not working out for me. But it just seemed like an under game. I don't think the Lakers are going to score that much. You take out Braun, you take out Luka, you take out game-winning shot travel from Canada yesterday. Now to play Boston, a rival game. I feel like Boston should play some defense because, like you said, they pretty much rested. So it's the second leg of the back-to-back, but they ain't played a full game yesterday. So I like the under, but I'm 0-4 my last 4 unders that I bet and gave out. So I'm probably off that.
You have to just track yourself and see what you succeed at. It comes down to that. That's why I cut the player props, out of my action. Just it's all about what you succeed at. So, all good. Let's roll. A Dutch saying that Celtics team total over 116.5 looks appealing. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board, but we have both our guests on the board. Celtics -6.5 for wine time, -110, and Jaylen Brown 30+ points, -108 for Justin McKelvey. We roll on to Heat Magic, another great rivalry, also with Paolo Banchero back in the lineup for the first time in almost a month. November 12th was the last time we saw him on the floor. Heat coming off a 118-108 loss at Dallas. They've lost 2 of their last 3. That was the first game of this road trip for the Miami Heat. Miami Heat right now, sorry, pull this up here. Sorry. Miami Heat are on the first half of a back-to-back. They host Sacramento tomorrow, so it is a tricky spot for them. Let's get into the Orlando Magic situation here. We have a Magic team finally getting healthier. And the Magic coming off that 114-112 loss. Very disappointing. To make it more disappointing, I had the 101 day, the day that happened, but I did move live on the Magic, and I could have moved live on the +2.5. And I didn't. I moved live on the +105, and it was just, it got me that time. It was. Oh, sorry. Let's get this. Let's get up the line history here as well. But this is a healthier squad here for the Magic. Suggs, Bane, Wagner, Banchero, Carter. It's just Mo that's out. And Tyler Hero doubtful for Miami. So it's Mitchell, Larson, Powell, Wiggins, and Bam is the starting 5. Let's get the line history up here and the cash flow. We'll have Justin hitting leadoff for us on this one. We have a total at 241.5. Amazing that this is an Orlando Magic game, but they are playing at a much faster pace this year. But as I said, the pace is slowed for all teams in the NBA. The 7th fastest pace in the NBA over the last 10 games is the Magic, but it's just 101.59 possessions a game. It's not like they're moving that fast. The Heat, now that's without Banchero. Heat are now the 2nd fastest pace over the last 10 games. They've been the fastest team all year. The Bulls have usurped them there. 7-3 over the last 10, playing at 104.80 possessions a game. That is the 2nd fastest here. This total opened up at 240.5. It got up to 243 at 7 this morning, and now we have 241.5. So it's a 1-point move to the over. And then we have Orlando -5.5, -110. Opened up at 6, and it's been just bouncing back and forth from 6 and 5.5, 6 and 5.5. And then when we get to the cash flow for the spot, we have 53% of the tickets and 57% of the cash on the Magic, 84% of tickets and 80% of cash on the under. Take it away for us, Justin, game 2 of this giant card.
Yeah, that's crazy. My brilliant plan not working out the way I wanted to. And I expected yesterday when I was before I went to sleep and started looking at this game that Paulo was going to be back in. And then it looked like he is going to be back in.
Yeah.
And then on my main book, it was going, when I woke up, it was 5.5. And then it jumped up to 6.5 when the Paulo news came out. But then right before we came back on, it was 5.5. And it made me literally start scratching my head because either way, I'm trusting what I believe. But the best number you can give me for the Miami Heat. And my whole thought was of waiting. I thought it was going to go up. Paulo was going to go in, get announced in, and then everybody's going to jump on Orlando. But my thing is the star coming back. I feel like Orlando's been balling without him, and now he coming back. And then the first game, or was it the first game of the year they played, was a close game. Everyone started doubting Orlando because they struggled with the Heat. So even though Tyler's not going to be there, but I think Norman Powell I think he off the list. So
yeah.
You give me Norman Powell, you give me, and it was like, I seen like the Heat #1, don't quote me on this, but it's like 13 of the last 15 meetings. And I know they lost the first game of the season. It might be like 13 out of 16, but you give me the superstar back, the way this Heat team been playing, you mean Norman Powell and Paulo coming back for Orlando to mess up their chemistry. I almost wanted to give out the money line, but I just want to win. So give me the Miami Heat, best number you can give me.
I will do that right now. Heat +6 is available at a very sharp book. They moved it back. Oh, wow. They moved it back from 6.5 down to 6 here. So 6 -110. I'll look at a couple other books here, but let's listen to Wine Time's thoughts on this one. Take it away.
Yeah, I'm actually on the other side in this game. I'm on the Orlando Magic here, -5.5. I was on both of these teams when we talked about them on Wednesday. Took an L with both of them. Orlando, I mean, they almost came back. I was hoping that they were going to force OT and we were going to still be able to cover that spread full game. Couldn't end up getting there. Lost the game by 2 here. I'm on the Magic. I think they're going to absolutely blow these guys out. I think getting Paulo's back is going to be huge. If Desmond Bain can go out there and keep doing what he's doing, this is a good starting 5 out there. And I do think Miami has a good starting 5, and they've got a really good head coach, and there's going to be spots to back them. I just don't really necessarily think this is the spot. I think Orlando at home, coming off that close loss on Wednesday, they're going to be motivated to play here in this game. And give me Orlando. I think they're going to take care of business. I don't know how many minutes Paulo's going to play out there, but I still think, despite him, I think they're going to be able to take care of business here. So I'm on the Magic. Interesting, too. I think this is the highest total on the board at 241.5 because the Utah game's 240.5. All the money and tickets on the under in this game, and it's not going to the under. It's the highest total. I'm not going to move on this total here, but that's interesting.
Going up, ain't it?
Say again.
Ain't the line going up?
It's come back down, but it opened at 240.5, got up to 243, and now it's 241.5.
I'm about to say, because it wasn't 242 when I woke up.
Yeah, I'm seeing 241.5, 241s right now, depending on where you look. But yeah, I'm off the total though. Give me the Magic -5.5. I think they're going to take care of business in this one.
And you have no fear one time of the star player returning to the lineup?
I don't really in this. I just think I like this Magic team, and I think they've been playing some really good basketball, and they had a little hiccup along the way. Maybe to start off, maybe in the first half. I'm not going to be on them first half by any means, just full game. I think they can play a good full 4 quarters together with Paulo out there. I mean, he's their best player, he's their leader. I get it, the star player coming back, but I still like the Magic here.
All right. I'm going to need more time with this spot here. I mean, with Hero out, Banchero back, do you think this should be a 6.5 or 7? Or is it a little fishy that it's, I mean, now we have 6, but if this is 5.5s and 5s, isn't that fishy? Isn't there something?
If this gets to like a 4.5 or a 5, I think it will be very fishy at that point. I hope that it just goes towards the Orlando Magic. What do we have on the ticket split right here? We've got, we do have some money coming in on Orlando right now. 71% of the money coming in. That's changed. I don't think it was that high 30 minutes ago. I thought it was
As everybody hearing about Paulo.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So we'll see. I didn't expect Tyler Hero to miss this either, so I didn't really account for that when I was capping that this morning. He is doubtful in this. Is he for sure not playing in this one?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I still like it though. I mean, it's already in, so I'm on the Magic.
Me and my dad went to breakfast about this game, and it's funny because I'm trying to get him to come out of retirement and start betting more than what he is. And we was talking about this game, and I was asking him, like, how many points if Paulo plays do you think he's worth? And his answer was like 1.5. And it just caught me by guard. Like, he didn't hesitate or nothing. He was like 1.5. And then, so I kept that in my mind. And then, so with Tyler not playing and Paulo coming back, that warrants pretty much no line movement. Like, it's pretty much stayed the same from 5.5, 6, 6.5, back to 5, back to 6. So does Paulo coming back and Tyler's like, why is the line not moving? Like, I feel like the line should have moved with Paulo. Like, Paulo's supposed to be him. Why that line not moving?
Yeah, we'll see, especially with 71% of the money. I didn't see that much money on it. That's people are pouring in money now on the Orlando Magic. So I do expect this to move at some point. I hope Circa is the first, I hope they move it to the 6 here shortly. And that's what I'm hoping for right now. We'll see though.
I think that's what I needed. This show will be over in, 2 hours or so, 2.5 hours or so. And at that point, if it's 85% of the because look at the chat. And this chat is all, Orlando, Robert Franklin on the other side. But,
so just me and Rob versus the world.
If this doesn't move, I probably will end up on the Heat. Just because I like the fade the star player returning, and I'm surprised. Like if this is sitting here at a 5.5, I bet it for sure. If this is a 6.5 or 7, I'll let it go. Dutch saying Heat or nothing, but he is probably off on this one. Sports Investor talking about Storm and Norman being back. We have Wine Time on the Magic -5.5. Justin on the Heat +6 at -110. Let's roll into our next spot on the board. Denver Nuggets 15-6, 9-2 on the road at the Atlanta Hawks 13-10, 4-5 at home. A team very near and dear to Justin's heart. State Farm Arena in Atlanta, Georgia. Last 10 games, Nuggets are 7-3, playing 19th fastest pace, 99.85 possessions a game. In Atlanta, playing at 101.29, 12th fastest pace, 5-5. We have the report about Jalen Johnson. He was at shoot-around, but he didn't participate in shoot-around until everybody left, and then he took some shots. So, I mean, they're saying that he appears to be trending in the right direction, but I certainly would think that he would have been with the rest of the team at shoot-around if he was going to play tonight. So, now again, I don't want to put too much into it, but my prediction right now would be that, and again, it's risky, making these predictions when we have injuries around, but it's that Jalen Johnson won't be in the lineup tonight. Of course, Trae Young out. Zingis here is also listed as questionable, but he did the same thing. So shoot around ended, and then Zingis and Jalen Johnson went out there and took shots. I mean, that to me means that they're probably not in the lineup. But Christian Brown and Aaron Gordon are out. We know that situation here. And that the importance then at that point. Sorry, let's get this up here. There is some more injury issues here because you're going to probably need Spencer Jones. He left Wednesday's game with knee soreness. He's been a much bigger factor over the last 7 games. So, he would probably be the starter at the 3 if he's healthy. So that's the situation there. Let's get into the Hawks are on the first half of a back-to-back. They travel tomorrow, so they've got to keep minutes down, especially if Zingis and Jalen Johnson are out. So there's a ton of issues here in this game. They face Washington Wizards, so maybe they don't need to put too much emphasis into it, but they do travel. The Denver Nuggets coming off the 135-120 victory in their first game of this road trip at Indiana. Smash and grab, very comfortable, easy smash and grab. Hawks have lost 2 straight here, and this is a tough foe they're playing. From a line history standpoint, we have a big move towards Atlanta. A big move. Opening up at 8, all the way down to 5. Big move. I mean, what would that be all predicated on? Then we have, from a total standpoint, a 238.5. Total's not moved at all. Opened up at 238, did drop immediately, right away. 2 minutes in, 236.5, but it's come right back to the 238.5. And then when we get to the cash flow here, we have 63% of the tickets, 59% of the cash on Denver. This is a 4.5 now at DraftKings and FanDuel, so there must be other injury issues here. By the way, we have Storm and Norman ruled out from Jerry Jones. Wow. Wow.
Oh, good.
Thank you for the heads up, Jerry. I'll get as much info on that as well. But there's got to be something going on here with this one. So take it away, Wine Time. Nuggets, Hawks. What do you make of this +8 to 4.5 or 5? Oh, you're muted, my man.
I got the +6 this morning. Could have got the 6.5, and I waited, and I didn't want to wait any longer. I'm on the Hawks here +6. I'm also going to give you guys the money line at +170 here. Hawks are going to win this game outright. Something's just fishy about this line. Everything here. I mean, everyone in the chat right now saying Nuggets smash. Nuggets are going to win. This is a Hawks spot. Shout out to my guy Dougie Weiss who just said that. I think the Hawks are going to win this game outright. think at home in the ATL, Denver's coming to town. Obviously, someone's going to get ruled out here for the Nuggets. I'm not sure who it was or why this line moved, but there's a reason why, other than KP got ruled in. But I was assuming he was going to play, and I'm not sure if he's really worth all those points. I'm going to guess that Jamal Murray or Jokic isn't going to play in this one, but give me the Hawks here regardless. I got them on the +6. Could have got them higher on the money line, but I can only get a +170 right now, and I haven't taken it. So I'm going to take it right now. Hawks money line +170, double up spot. Hawks going to win this game outright Friday night in the ATL against the Denver Nuggets. I like this Hawks team. They've been playing some pretty good ball this year, and I like their starting five they've got out there. So give me the Hawks here.
So is it because Jalen Johnson and Porzingis take shots after the shooter?
I don't know if they're worth that. Apparently, they're worth that many points. But I mean, regardless of why are the Hawks only a 4.5 or a 5 against the Denver Nuggets? Like,
the Nuggets are not on the first half of a back-to-back. Jamal Murray goes for 50 plus. Are you going to sit out the next game?
Right? Yeah. I don't. This is it's tough. It's a weird market here, and to me, it's a fishy spot and it's a must bet spot. And I think everyone in there, a lot of public bettors are probably going to put together some money line parlays today, and I'm sure the Denver Nuggets are going to get thrown in there because why would they not beat the Hawks? I don't know. This to me should be a 7.5 or an 8, and the fact that when I looked at it this morning, it was a 6.5. Thought it was weird. I waited, went to a 6. I had to take the 6. I'm seeing it 5 at all my books. I am seeing 4.5 at some of the Vegas books, but I'm on it. Double up spot here with the Hawks.
It feels like that way market-wise. BNHO says Hawks lost to the Clips, good bounce-back spot. Was that not the easiest bet on the board?
I wish I would have been there with you.
It was, but this is sort of a similar spot. And so, by the way, for you guys, 2 hours ago, CBS comes out and says Norman Powell returning to action. And then, if you go back further, it says Norman Powell. Yesterday, it says Norman Powell out. So that's the reports out for Norman Powell are yesterday. But I mean, I'm trying to find information that's saying that. See, here I have, again, 2 hours ago, Norman Powell says here it goes. So this is from 2 hours ago. This is from 11:24 a.m. An hour and 59. Says that he was originally listed as questionable. He will return to action. I'm not saying I don't believe you guys. I'm saying that you guys have obviously found a report that's stating that he's out, which we need to keep looking for. Let's hear. So you have +6 -110 and the money line +170 on the Atlanta Hawks here.
Yes.
Let's hear from our guy Justin, Nuggets Hawks.
Yeah, I'm my fault. Excuse me. I'm gonna trust my 8 spot. I don't care. Paul, not no hero. I was just sitting there looking. I still don't see nothing, but I like the Heat +6 ±110. But as far as this game, I'm on the Friday night games when Atlanta's at home. I love taking their overs. And then when I look at the Nuggets and the Hawks, the last 6 meetings in Atlanta, then went over. The Nuggets on the road, this is where you want them. Like, they balling out on the road. They just not balling on the road. Or they're just not balling at home. So I like the over. I got 237.5. I didn't post it, so best number you could get me, whether it's higher or lower. I just think there's going to be fireworks. And one thing, like a lot of people, it probably doesn't mean nothing, but a lot of rappers like Amigos and Gucci and all them like to go to the Friday night games. So it's just something for years I've been doing, like Hawks at home Friday night, and it seems to work. I don't track it, but I haven't lost enough to make me stop going to it. And when I seen that the last 6 meetings between these teams in Atlanta that went over, that's enough to go with my little Friday night Hawks train at home. So give me the over best number you could get. And I wrote down, I hope one time right. I ain't betting it. I ain't betting my heart. But I hope he is right. I hope we do shock the world and win this game. I can't see the chat, so I can't see what they're saying, but I love this over.
We can get you a 238, and we have confirmations coming in saying that he is listed as available. And no worries, Matty Ice. It's all good. So we'll keep looking at it. But so we also have action from our guy, 4th and 1 Entertainment, True Allah Entertainment. During double-double, Towns double-double, Giddy double-double, Cunningham 14.5 assists and rebounds, and Ware double-double, Avdia double-double for our guy. I'm going to copy and paste all that. Thank you for sharing that with us. We also have AM's action for NHL tomorrow as well. Let's roll on.
What was that 238 at? Over
minus
238.
110, flat.
Okay.
Flat. There has to be. Do you believe one time that this huge move is all sharp money related, or something's going on?
Something's going on. I don't think this is sharp money related. I think something is I think Murray or Jokic is not going to play. If that's not the case, then I will be very surprised. I'm going to say one of those two guys are not going to play. I don't see them on the injury report. I mean, do you, Jim?
No, I don't. That's why it's such a trip.
It's NBA though. You know what I mean? I don't see him anywhere on the injury report on any site right now. So I think this is a Hawk spot. I think if this just continues to go, I mean, I don't know how much more it's going to go towards the Hawks right here, but this is a crazy move. I don't think it's sharp money, and the fact that Johnson and Kristaps Porzingis are going to play in this one, that doesn't give me a good enough reason. I think, it's a tough one. I just think the Hawks are going to win this game. I don't think Jokic or Murray is going to play.
One time, make me bet.
Oh, I get it, man. All right, let's roll on. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board. Spurs Cavaliers. God, the Cavaliers are slipping right now. They're also on the first half of back-to-back. They host the Warriors tomorrow night. The San Antonio Spurs at Cavs. And the Spurs have been playing and handling the injuries that they've been facing very, very well. More to Cornette not playing here tonight. He had the block at the end of the game on Wagner that saved them there. Of course, Wemby, McLaughlin, and Castle out. So Kelly Olynyk. Oh God, it's not fun watching him play basketball. He was a rival of our friend Sonny Dollywalls in high school basketball. I mean, he was a beast in BC basketball back in the day. Olynyk, Barnes, Champagny, who's been playing very well, Vassell, and De'Aaron Fox. Over for the Cavs, we have Allen out, Garland out, Merrill out, Strus out, Nance out. Mobley is a questionable here and is an important part, but he's been downgraded. He's sick. So, it was a surprise here. So funny how a team can go from absolutely rolling to appearing to be a sinking ship. You'd think that, with if you were sitting there with Jarrett Allen out, I mean, you don't want to make your teammates sick, but wouldn't you still just mask up and stay away from them as much as possible and then get out on the floor and try to get some boards for the team? Well, what the hell are they going to do with Wade at the 4? It's a tough spot, though. A tough spot here. Let's take a look at the line history. We have a total at 239. Opened up at 238. Opened up 238.5, dropped to 238, just moved back to 239 about 25 minutes ago. So a slight move to the over. And then we have the Spurs plus 3.5. Opened up at 5, got up to 5.5, and it moved to 3.5 about 45 minutes ago. And why wouldn't it? We have one team that's playing more than the sum of their parts, and another team. Oh yeah, look at that. I'm jealous, man.
I thought one time was looking at me.
I was looking at another screen. Sorry, Stack. I was reading some info.
I'm sitting there like, why he not saying nothing?
Cheers to you, brother. Appreciate you. Sorry about that.
I'm jealous, man. I am jealous. We have cash flow wise, 52 and 51 on the Spurs, 78% of tickets on the under, and 90% of cash on the under. And maybe they don't need Luke Cornette here if both Mobley and Jared Allen are out. Spurs are playing really good ball, and the Cavs are moving in the wrong direction. First half of back-to-back. Maybe that's why, Mobley's got to be out with the sickness because they're going to need him tomorrow night. Here we go. Justin McKelvey, take it away. Spurs, Cavs.
Yeah, I couldn't get to. I was close to the Spurs, but it seemed like the Spurs have been hot. I wanted to bet the Spurs, but I can't get there. I don't trust this Cavaliers team nowhere. But at home, they're like 3-9, 3-10. I didn't write the last. It was before the last game. It was 3-9 ATS at home, and I was always saying that this Cavaliers team is a regular season bet on, but it's not. They ain't that this year. They struggling. Like they having injuries. Like maybe they just need to rest or something. But I don't have no action. I was close to the Spurs. I'm probably not going to get there. I really wanted to bet the Spurs, but when I felt like when I got to fight that hard to look for an angle with 12 games and already had 7, so I don't have nothing.
I know that a lot of I guess that's the situation with the total is that you get all the bigs out of the way, you get the bigs out of the paint, and you'll see 65 threes in this game. I mean, that's only because
Made threes or attempted threes?
attempted. But that's the only thing. I mean, I don't understand exactly why. I guess you're taking out the defensive presence as well. I guess that's it. I guess I figured that out. I'm looking at this and thinking, even if Mobley plays through the sickness, which I doubt because they're on the first half back to back, that the Spurs should be bet right now.
Will they play tomorrow? The Cavs?
The Cavs. Sorry, I had it right in front of me. The Cavs are at their. They host the Warriors.
Skip today and play tomorrow.
I mean, that's sort of the idea here. Wine Time, take it away.
Yeah, nothing for me in this one. I couldn't come up with anything. It's like you've got a hot team that's down a couple players and a cold team that's not really down a couple players. They're just losing ball games. I mean, I was on the Cavs in that team total first half. I mean, they lost that game from start to finish. They were never even in that game, and they were huge favorite in that game. It was just crazy. It's crazy because I would probably be on the Cavs here in this spot because they're the team that's not playing some good ball, and yet they're still the favorite here. But at the same time, the line, I mean, they opened up at a 5, and now it's down to 3.5. I don't know. This game doesn't really appeal to me. This is one of the few games I'm not on. I have nothing in this. It's interesting though. All the tickets and money are all coming in on these unders in these ball games. A lot of money on these unders. 92% or what is it right here? 90% of cash on this under right here. So, but yeah, nothing for me in this. This is an easy pass. I don't want anything to do with this game.
Seemed like a Spurs Hawks money line parlay. Everybody want to parlay the phase. Why not the Spurs Hawks parlay, money line parlay? That's what it seemed like. It seemed like it's worth a sprinkle.
Yeah, the Spurs are playing such good basketball right now without they're like a couple of their key guys, and I don't know how long it's gonna be sustained for, if it's gonna keep happening. Maybe this is a get right spot for the Cavs coming off that loss. I just can't do it. I'm not gonna back the Cavs here, and I'm not gonna back the Spurs either. It's a pass.
I can still get a 4 here. I think we've come to the point where until Garland comes back, this might be a sinking ship.
Yeah.
And I'm going to bet they're 2-8 over their past 10 games. The Spurs, when you watch Champagny, some of these guys out there, they want to be out there. They want the rock. They want the opportunity.
Yeah.
And they're forcing the issue. They know they have a good basketball team, and the injuries are giving them a spotlight that they may not have. I'm going to bet this right now. I mean, this isn't it's still just, it's moving up though, 54, 53. I think this keeps moving towards the Spurs. I think I should bet this right this very second because I can get a +4 -112. I'm going to do that right now. It's going to take me a second. Wine Time, can you set up Portland, Detroit? Coin, you're right. De'Aaron is stepping up, and I thought I was questioning him big to start the year. Can you set this one up, hand it to Justin, and I'll come in third?
Yeah, of course. Let's get right to it here, guys. What game are we going to, Jim?
Next spot for us here is the Portland Trailblazers, Detroit Pistons.
Portland Trailblazers, Detroit Pistons here, guys. In Detroit here, we're currently seeing 7 to 7.5 across the board right now. Portland's lost 3 of their last 5 games. Haven't been playing some good basketball in the beginning of the season. I told you guys we were going to find value on them at some point. It was in the beginning of the season. It's not now. Detroit Pistons, on the other hand, 17-5, just rocking and rolling right now. They are losers of 3 of their last 5 as well, though. Looking at this from the market right now, we've got 7.5 across the board. There's currently 50% of tickets on Detroit and 58% of cash. This line opened up at circa at a 6 sometime was this last night, and now we are seeing 7s, 7.5, depending on where you're looking. Looking at the total, 93% of tickets and 92% of cash on the under. We are seeing 236s, and this opened up at 237s, 238s, depending on where you're looking. But we're seeing 236s at circa right now where I'm looking. And this is a game that I didn't end up moving on. I had Pistons -7, -110 circled when I was capping this card. Now we're seeing 7.5s across the board right now. I mean, Detroit Pistons coming off a loss as well. I don't know. This could be a really good get right spot here for the Detroit Pistons laying the number. I don't really see them losing back-to-back games here. This team's been playing consistent ball all season long, and that game against the Bucks, we talked about it on Wednesday. I think Stacks was actually on the Bucks. You gave it out in the chat in that game, and I agreed with you. I thought that was the spot. It seemed like a Bucks spot, and they win the game outright. I think at a +140 money line, something like that.
It was like 155.
Yeah, it just seemed like a perfect spot for Milwaukee when I was looking at it. I don't know why I didn't move on that, and I don't know why I didn't move on the Clippers on Wednesday either. I regret both those spots. But now Portland coming off an impressive win against the Cleveland Cavaliers, where they led the entire game. They beat them by 12 points, but the score doesn't really indicate what a beatdown it was from Portland. They literally beat those guys down from start to finish. It was never close. Portland, I think, in fact, went over their team total in the first half. Cleveland couldn't get there, but I want the Detroit Pistons, Stacks. Tell me I'm wrong, maybe. I think that this is a Detroit.
I lost our guy Wine Time there for a sec. Let's pull
I
him
thought it
out.
was me. Okay, I'm ready.
Hit us. Your thoughts here, Blazers Pistons.
Yeah, I'm right with you. I don't know if you can still hear me one time, but I agree with you, and I'm making it official. I'm on the Pistons, and even though I know all the trains about Portland, they like 10-3 ATS on the road, or 10-3 ATS as a dog, and I know all about that. But my whole thing is, just like one time said, wire to wire, they just upset the Cavaliers, which spoke on what I was just talking about the last game with the Cavaliers. Like, we don't want the Cavaliers as favorites. And Blazers was like 11.5 point dogs, and wire to wire, first quarter, first half, full game, beat the Cavaliers. Got this Pistons team. They was hot for a while. They ripped off like 12 games straight, and then they started simmering down. But now I think this is the spot. They're coming off that loss to Milwaukee. But Milwaukee, a lot of people don't know that, but Milwaukee owned them. Detroit beat them earlier in the season. Prior to that, Milwaukee and Pistons, that series been like a massacre on favored in the Bucks side. So with Detroit coming off this loss, Portland coming off that, and where half my head go? Portland coming off that first half full game trifecta spot against the Cavaliers. So give me the Pistons, best number you could get. So I'm right with you one time. You said you couldn't get there, but I did. I love the spot.
My question is, how long was I talking to myself for? Because I was sitting there talking for a long time. I'm on the Detroit Pistons with you. I think I'm going to get there. I'm going to make it official, guys. Give me the Detroit Pistons. I want to see if I can find a 7 somewhere right now. Do we have 7s anywhere, Jim? I'm just seeing 7.5s, and I'm giving out what I'm taking. So give me the Detroit Pistons -7.5, -110. It's the number I'm getting right now. I think they take care of business. This just seems like a perfect spot. Portland feeling good about themselves, beating the Cavaliers team that we kind of you just said, Jim's a sinking ship at this point, and they beat them from start to finish. I think the Detroit Pistons are going to beat these guys from start to finish at home in Detroit. Love the Pistons here. Let's get it. I'm with you.
Yeah, you cut out. You froze right when you said, "What do you think about Stacks? Tell me I'm wrong."
Okay.
So however long you talked after that, we didn't hear nothing.
I'm with you guys here. I am.
So what's that? That's consensus. We all on the Pistons.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, definitely.
Is that a good thing?
I think so.
Yeah. The consensus bets being negative ROI changed on this show like 3 years ago.
Oh, okay.
The consensus bets now have a positive ROI. I'm going to.
It wouldn't have changed my mind. It was just something that would have gave me anxiety later on.
I think that this is possibly, now let me just see what the price is going to be here. I think this is also a possible
Double result.
spot. Yeah, double result. A double result. It's minus 145. That's expensive, but this is the absolute perfect position, I think. I expect Klingon to play. He's dealing with leg issues. I don't know if he's going to be able to play more than 20, 25 minutes. But we watched, as Justin's talked about so many times. Now, this wasn't an injury, report an hour before the game. It was during the game. And of course, what we saw was the Bucks players step up, show character, and beat Detroit, embarrass Detroit, even though it's just a loss against an NBA team. But they feel embarrassed because they lost to the Bucks without Antetokounmpo. They come back and they smash back. You have Portland feeling good about themselves. I'm right. I'm right lockstep with you guys. I won't. I'll just lock in the bet, and then I can just quickly. I'm gonna bet both.
What was it minus 7.5? What was the
I got minus 110 for me.
I can find a minus 106.
Okay, I'll take that. That's even better.
Okay, and then I've got this set up for mine. I'm gonna move on both. Here. God damn it!
I think I'm. I ain't gonna make it official. You know how I am about stealing other people's picks, but I'm gonna add that double result. I'm writing that down now. You said it was mine. I might be able to get it. I usually get better numbers. Maybe one time you did, but I think I get a better number. But Pistons double result. I'm writing that down now. I'll bet it while I'm in the chat after the show, after NBA.
What have we done here? You know what? Let me just delete this. Okay. Sorry, I thought I had this all set up here. I hate making bets while we're doing this. Let me just trash this. Okay, here we go. I'm going to join you guys on both, though. Well, and also, Justin, I totally respect here, however you want to handle these spots, like, whether you want to put them out as a public look or not. But for me, I think that we capped it together. We got there together. I don't see it as any kind of stealing someone's picks or anything like that. I just think we got there together. You know what? I'm going to have to – my computer is just messing up right now so bad. I want to just restart it so I don't need to go through this for the rest of the day. Actually, it's starting to roll now. Okay. So I'm good. I'm in. I got the 7.5. I sent it into my local, so I'm not going to get the minus 106. I'm going to just get the minus 110. I also have that double result, so we're both in here. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board, but let me get everybody's action. So Pistons minus 7.5, minus 110 for wine time. Pistons minus 7.5, minus 106 for Justin. And then do you want to make the double result official here, Justin?
You said it was minus 140?
Minus 145.
No.
Okay. All right, let's roll.
I'm betting it, though.
Respect. It's all good.
I'm betting, yeah. I don't like to give out 141. You know what I mean? It's just.
No, I get it. I'm fine with it. But
I'll bet it, though.
No, it's all good, man. I respect. Let's roll on. 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Our next spot on the board: Utah Jazz at the New York Knicks. We're Madison Square Garden in New York. Utah 4-6 over their past 10, playing at the third fastest pace in the NBA, 104.28 possessions a game. Knicks 7-3 over their past 10, playing at the third slowest pace in the NBA, 97.50 possessions a game. So who will dictate the pace? I mean, obviously, it's not just a home team. I mean, we have the home team and the better team that we expect to be dictating the pace here. For the Knicks, OG Anunoby is questionable here. Cleared for contact work. I find it hard to believe, but he's listed as questionable, so it's an upgrade. I still find it hard to believe that he'll be back. I'm surprised that he's even listed as questionable here, OG. So that's the only issue. For the Jazz, Nurkic is questionable. So, this is the front end of a back-to-back. And so I don't know if he will be there. We'll go over all of that here in a second. Let's set up the situation and the line history here. Line history-wise, we have the Knicks at minus 15.5, ridiculous number. Opened up at 14, now 15.5. It got up to 16 before it came back a half point. And then from a total perspective, we have this sitting at a 241, which is such a high number. Opened up at 236.5, and it just kept climbing. There was some buyback for a while. Actually, there was even more buy. There's been 2 rounds of buyback, and every time it just fires through. It got up to 241.5 multiple times. Right now, we're sitting at a 241. It is juiced to the under. So the Knicks is huge favorites here, and cash. And then the total climbing very quickly. 71% of tickets, 87% of cash on the New York Knicks, 80% of tickets on the under, 89% cash on the under, and it's just extremely high here. We have. I said Utah was on the first half of back-to-back. My bad. That's not the case. That's not the case. My bad. Sorry about that. So we don't have to worry about that. I guess. Here, I'm gonna pull this up. God, my notes are a fucking mess here.
Sorry,
Oh, it's tough, man. Let's hear from Wine Time. You know what? Wine Time. Hit up Jazz Knicks. Send it over to Justin. I'm going to be right back. I got to restart this thing. My computer's just blowing up. I'll be right back.
You're good, yeah. All right, let's get to this here, guys. Jazz New York Knicks. This is a spot that I wrote down. There's a couple spots that I wrote down with question marks next to. Pistons, I had 2 question marks next to. This one just had 1, but I was damn near close to moving on the New York Knicks lane, this kind of number. You guys saw me on Wednesday come out here and give out the Houston Rockets minus 15.5. Covered it with absolute ease. I don't usually do that. Takes a lot knowing that I'm behind 16 points to start off a game, and that's what they're doing here. Utah Jazz, too, have been playing some pretty good basketball the last 5 games. They've had 2 straight wins, coming up back-to-back wins for the Utah Jazz. Look at this starting 5. It's definitely not it's definitely not in the bottom 3 worst starting lineups, but it's definitely not good. But Kenyon George is out there balling right now. You've got Larry Marketing. You've got a couple other role players too. I think this is a tough spot there. They're heading to the Garden here on a Friday night. It's going to be a big time game for New York. New York did win their last game. They lost to Celtics before that, but I think the Knicks can easily blow these guys out. For me personally, Stacks, I need to see, when I see this much money on a team, especially in the NBA, I need the line to at least move towards my direction on a sharp book, and that's not doing it. Circa's not doing it. Circa opened this up at a 15.5. We're seeing 15.5s across the board. Same with South Point right now. I think that maybe Utah Jazz can hang tight in this game. That's why I didn't end up moving on to the New York Knicks. 94% of money now on the New York Knicks. Line's not moving. In the NBA Stacks, I think we could agree that that's not a good sign so far this season. And I'm not going to do it. I don't want to move on the New York Knicks here. I'm not going to do it. Stacks, do you have anything in this game? We also have a really high total here. This is the second highest total on the board.
Yeah, I'm right with you. I had a circle, but circles in my notebook mean I don't know about that, but I'm interested. And this is the second leg of a back-to-back for Utah, but they didn't really have no travel. They was in Brooklyn last night. So, and they won, like you said, they won the last 2 games. So just with the Jazz winning the last 2 games and the Jazz being on the road, okay, they won yesterday, but you don't want the Jazz on the road. And with the Knicks ATS record, they're like 10-1 ATS at home, or maybe 11-1 or 10-2. It's real close to that. I looked at it last time I seen it. And it made me want to be on the Knicks, but when you start talking about 15 and 16 points, like I couldn't make nothing official. It's like half me says the back door could be open, but at what number do you pull the starters out so the Knicks is up 25 and towards the end of the third quarter? Is that when you pull the starters out? So, and with big numbers, that's what always worries me with 16s, and like you see the Thunder laying like 16.5, and I just can't get with them big numbers. Nothing. It chases me out to props because I wouldn't want to be in the props with the blowout potential and them not playing, unless you're taking like somebody who don't start, one of their props. So I don't have nothing official in this game. The double result would probably be way too.
Yeah,
it would probably be like minus 310 or probably Probably higher than that. Matter of fact, it will be higher than that. 60,
That's got to be.
probably like 480.
It's got to be somewhere around there. I'm gonna pull it up here in a second.
I'm
If
saying
I
like
can find
480.
it. But yeah, that's definitely. I can find it right here. We've got them double okay, stacks. Not horrible. Minus 385, but definitely
I
very.
mean, it's a parlay piece. But if there was anything, I don't know. Maybe I would tie that to Kong's UFC fighter since it's plus money,
Yeah.
McKinney. Because you're gonna need some plus money to put that in a parlay with minus 3 something. But I don't have nothing official in this game. I would look at the Knicks and I don't know. Maybe I would look at Cat Carlton Towns. Maybe I'll look at his rebounds. But even though it's an MSG, like I said, they had their bounce back game off their loss against the Celtics. They bounced back against the Hornets. So if this would have been off the loss, then I'd say I'll be on the Knicks. But I can't do it. I can't get the Jazz 16.
It's concerning knowing that 94% of money is on the Knicks and the line's not moving at the sharpest book. So, I mean, my cap tells me the Knicks. I think that they could very easily smash these guys, but maybe the Jazz, I don't know. Maybe they're going to start playing with a little bit of play a little bit better going forward. I'm not sure. It's a high number, but I'm not going to take either spot in that one.
That's why I don't look into that, because that alone, I would just wake up and right before a game, that would make me want to bet the Jazz. Like all the money on the Knicks and the line's not moving. That's why I don't watch it, because I would always want to bet accordingly. So that tells the line, what you just read to me, tells me it's a Jazz spot. Like back door gonna be open, but nah, I can't do it.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay. It's an easy pass for me as well. We can move on to the next game here. Let me see. What is the next game? Pull this up really quick. Charlotte, Toronto. Let me pull this up on the graphics. All right, here we go. All right, guys, let's get to it here. Charlotte Hornets against the Toronto Raptors here, guys. Are we really seeing, is that correct right there? Let me see. No, we're seeing 7.5. Okay, I just want to make sure it's not an 8.5 right now. Where did that go? But let's get to it. Charlotte Hornets against the Toronto Raptors. Currently, right now, we have 89% of the tickets and 93% of the cash coming in on the Charlotte Hornets. That's not something that just happened. That's I don't know. I did not see that earlier on this morning. So a lot of cash must have came in on the Charlotte Hornets here in this last hour or so, because there's no way there was that much cash on it a little bit ago. With that being said here, this line opened up at an 8.5, 8, depending on where you look. Circa opened this up at 8.5. Some other spots open this up at an 8 here. We've got 7.5s across the board. Toronto coming off lost to the Lakers yesterday. I didn't give it out officially, but I was on the Raptors in that spot. My ROI fading the Lakers this year hasn't been good, and yet here I am fading them again, as we talked about earlier. Toronto Raptors playing the Charlotte Hornets here. I'm on the Hornets here. I got the plus 7.5 minus 110 when I tweeted out this morning here. I think when I looked at this originally, I didn't see this much tickets and cash on them. I don't like to see that right now, and if so, I want to see the line move a little bit more towards the Hornets. And it's not doing that. I don't know why. And I don't know why this much cash is coming in on the Charlotte Hornets right now. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Want to look at the injury report here. I'm going to pull it up here. Let me see. Apologies. Let me pull this up. Okay, so injury report right now. This game's going to be a 4:30 West Coast time. Brandon Miller's questionable going into this one for the Charlotte Hornets. Looks like he's going to play. For the Toronto Raptors, doesn't really look like anyone's going to be out. That is a big key to their lineup that hasn't been out already. I've talked about this Toronto Raptors team this season. I like their starting five that they throw out there. I think this is a good team that the Raptors have, and a team I'm going to want to back. Scotty Barnes absolutely balled yesterday. Anytime he plays the Lakers, you got to back his props, man. This guy does everything right. I think he almost had a triple-double in that game. Charlotte Hornets starting to get a little bit healthier. They've got Mikal Bridges back in the lineup. They've got Lonzo Ball back in the lineup. You got Brandon Miller back in the lineup. Welcome back, Jimmy. And yeah, I think that this is a Hornets team that's going to probably I think they're going to fight. I don't like that I see this much tickets and money, guys, because this is the National Basketball Association, and talked about in the last game. You've seen that much money on a certain side and the line's not really moving. I want to see it move a lot more. I don't even want to see it move that more. I just don't want to see that much money in general on the side that I'm on. But I'm still on them. I gave out the Hornets. I tweeted it out early this morning at the plus 7.5. Maybe Jimmy could break down why this line, why so much money coming in on the Charlotte Hornets right now, Jim?
I think that there is a feeling amongst gamblers, and I think that it goes away the longer you're in it, where people just fade teams on the second half of a back-to-back. They fade them and they fade them and fade them. And I'm telling you, my ROI climbed so quickly in NBA when I stopped doing that. I used to do that when I started. I overvalued rest. And now I just think that it's, an easy thing to do. We have a Raptors team missing Pirtle, missing RJ Barrett. And I just think, they played a very tough game. That's my first initial thought, is just simply that. Okay, I'm fully back in action, man. Everything moving quick again. I love it. Okay, I'm back. So very quick look at what happened in the shoot around is Pirtle's back. So he missed last night. He's on the second leg. So it's just Barrett and Agbaji. Ball is going to be in. It's Mann and Kalkbrenner that are questionable. I don't care that much about Terrence Mann, but Kalkbrenner with the sprained left ankle in that game on Wednesday against the Knicks. I mean, if it's Diabate and Mason Plumlee, I mean, I can't tell you why this line is moving, other than people just overvaluing the second half of a back-to-back. That's Toronto did not travel. I mean, this is a team, with Jacoby and these guys who want to be out there. I'm shocked. I'm astonished at this. Kent Davies says, I love backing teams up back-to-back in the first quarter. That's what got me started, was doing what Kent did, backing the teams on the first quarter. And then I started noticing the teams are playing fine on the second half back-to-backs. Let's hear from Justin on this spot, because I faded the Raptors last night. And it was, an X's and O's situation against 2 7-footers. We don't need to worry about that with this. I mean, especially if Kalkbrenner's out. Let's hear from Justin. Justin, take it away.
Well, it's not a comfortable feeling, but you always say, Jimmy, we ain't no yes man, so we're going to make it interesting. I'm on the Raptors, and it threw me off that you be on it actually messed up I had a whole big speech one time, and now you got me stuttering, but we just seen this matchup, and I want to say that they went to overtime, and the Hornets, didn't the Hornets win that game?
They did.
No, they covered, but did they won?
Mm-hmm.
So now I'm looking at this Raptors team. This Raptors team's done, I don't know, Wham Bam, shout out Wham. He done gave out, I tailed his season wins total over also. I tailed that. And outside of Wham, not too many people outside of Canada had expectations for this Toronto Raptors team. But I'm impressed. I think this team is good, and they're coming off of a disappointing loss by the buzzer beater yesterday. Now you're playing a Hornets team that you already lost to in overtime. I feel like the Hornets is going to feel their frustrations. I think the Raptors are going to blow these boys out first quarter, first half. Double result. Everything Raptors here. I think this game is going to be ugly.
I mean, I agree. And, well, I don't know about the blowout and all this, but I agree that they're very, very live here.
Well, when I say blowout, I mean at 8.5, you're pretty much saying they're going to win by double digits. Me, double digits in the NBA is a blowout. Yeah, I ain't saying 20 points, but I'm on the best number you can give me for the Raptors.
88% of tickets, 88% of cash on the Hornets. That's insane.
It's nuts.
The only thing that shook my confidence was one time.
So that
just happened a couple minutes ago.
One time you moved on the Hornets?
I did this morning. I wish I would have had a pick. I wish I would have screenshotted what the ticket count was, but I can assure you it wasn't that. I thought it was like more so like 50%, like 61, it was something along the, that's a crazy huge move. It wasn't anything close to that a couple hours ago. I mean, when I put this in, it was, I guess it's 11 a.m. now. I put it in about 3 hours ago. But yeah, I mean, if I didn't move on anything prior to the show, guys, I would not give out the Charlotte Hornets, but I already bet it and I already gave it out. The bet's in. I don't want to I'm not gonna. I'm gonna give it out still.
And that's wild because
I just don't like seeing the market because I'm in the NBA. I do believe that that's a really big part of the cap is the market and seeing, just looking at the market and reading it. And from reading it right now, it tells me I'm on the wrong side unless this like goes to the Hornets +7, +6.5. But I don't really think that's going to happen because it probably would have happened at this point. So,
and the funny thing about it was I had this game highlighted. When circle means I'm looking at it, highlighted means I'm probably going to bet it. And I had it highlighted. And I was going to give it out. I had my little notes. And then I was listening to you. I wish I would have known that. And I followed you. I didn't see that post. Or I would have shared it and liked it. And I probably would have took the highlight off and probably wouldn't have bet it. But I want to say I got an 8. But I don't think that's right now. But I think I got an 8. But I already bet this game. And I'm giving it out. I'm just going to trust it. I like the Raptors a lot. I like the Raptors a whole lot today.
I like it too, man. I like it too. Let's just get the numbers here. Wine Time, you got the Hornets +7.5 -110.
correct.
And Justin, have you put this out on X?
No, that's what I said. I'll take the best W you get.
And that is
Actually a half point better than the best number. I'm trying to like maybe a little plus money. I really like the Raptors today. Like maybe you get like a -105 or a +100, something
I can
along
get a
that.
-7 at -108.
I'll take that.
I think that's a good one.
That's cool.
Okay, just -7, -108. I'd like to get involved too, and I'm not concerned about letting the market marinate here for a couple hours. I'm not going to. I felt like I had to get that Pistons action in right away, which I did. But I think a similar bet is fine here. Raptors in the double result. Nobody played too much yesterday, and the longer that we wait here, we get more. Let's see if the books care that all this money's coming in on Charlotte, because the legal American books, Hard Rock is the first one. Hard Rock and Fanatics have moved to 7, so that's a pretty big move. That opened up at 8.5. So I'm going to let this one marinate, but I expect to be with you, Justin, on the Raptors, and maybe the double result might be a little too much.
How much? What's the double result on that? Because maybe I'll parlay. I'll make that official and put them with the Pistons. Double result.
Oh yeah, I feel that here. Let me grab it here, the double result, and then we'll move on to our next spot on the board. So let me grab that. While that's loading up, I took a 365 off and I shut down. So let me just quickly get over.
Oh wow,
here.
is this right? Penn State hiring Matt Campbell. I didn't know it was official. If so, good for Matt Campbell. He deserves a job like that. So it's a lot of pressure that comes with that. But shout out to Matt Campbell from Iowa State. It's a big hire.
And we will be getting into both college football and college basketball here in a second. I always get so nervous to see what's going on with the line moves in college basketball because we don't bet them with any knowledge generally, because I'm betting small schools. We don't bet them with any knowledge of the cash flow. So the Raptors are a 7.5 here at 365 -105, and for the double result -135.
Okay. Well, me and one time break down the next game. If you could give me the official number, I'll make that official. Pistons double result and Raptors double result parlay.
Okay, I'll pop that in here as well. I'm interested in the Raptors, but I want to just see. I mean, if this goes down to 6.5 or 6, I'll probably have to let it go. Let's move on. 8 p.m. Eastern, Indiana Pacers 4-18, 0-10 on the road. At the Chicago Bulls 9-12, 6-3 at home at the United Center in Chicago, Illinois. I already was mentioning that the Bulls are now playing at the fastest pace in the NBA. They have usurped the Heat here. They're playing extremely quick. 105.36 possessions a game. They're 3-7 though over their last 10 games. Not playing good ball. We have neither team on the back end of a back-to-back or on the front end of a back-to-back. So at least we can do that and have that set. Let's get into the shoot-around information here as well for this spot. We have very simple for the Pacers. There's no question. It's Naismith, Shepard, Obi Toppin out. Jones and Jackson are out as well. But we have a lot of things going on here for the Bulls. I mean, this one's going to take a lot of time. First off, we know Herter's out. Smith, Okoro, and Jones are doubtful. It's Kobe White questionable here. Is he going to be back? We haven't seen him for 3 games. They're saying that we'll have more information closer to tip-off, so not much more, but he's listed as questionable. We have AO listed as questionable. He's been spectacular at times. We don't know what the hell the injury is. It's a right thumb sprain. It happened against Brooklyn. So, again, no help at this point. I don't know why we're not getting the shoot-around information. So then you have Williams, probable. Patrick Williams going to be in. He's been dealing with the left wrist sprain here. So he's probable. Terry is probable. Zach Collins is questionable. I don't think that matters at all, but, we'll see if he offers anything to the Bulls when he makes his regular season debut. So that is the situation here for Bulls Pacers. Let's take a look at the line history and the cash flow. We have 2 teams, playing poor basketball. Now, the Pacers 3-7 over their last 10 games is somewhat respectable. The Bulls going 3-7 over their last 10 games is tough for Bulls backers to handle, as they look so good to start the year. We have 2 straight losses for the Pacers, and that finished off their 4-game homestand. They won the first 2 games of it. They beat these Bulls 103-101 at home. So, but the Bulls are in the throes of it now. That loss to Brooklyn at home was egregious, losing by 10 at home. That is their 5th straight loss, their 6th loss in 7 games. And this is a nice little spot for them. It's the 2nd game of a 3-game homestand. I mean, but then we have all these injury issues that are surrounding it. You might want to wait because you don't want too much changeover in an NBA lineup. You want some consistency here. And if Kobe White's in, if Ayo's in, especially if Kobe White's in, he's only missed 3 games. I'm sure that's a bonus, but the Pacers have gone from +5.5 to +4.5. It feels like maybe you're trying to catch a falling knife with the Bulls, even if they have revenge on their mind. The total is a 237. It opened up at 239. And cash flow wise here, we have 75% of the tickets, 67% cash on the under, 63% of tickets, and 58% cash on the Pacers. If this line, it wasn't, you know what? The problem again, and this is just how do you put a script together in your head if you have no idea exactly who's going to be on the court for the Bulls? I would like to tell you that Bulls with revenge, Bulls 2nd game of a 3-game homestand. This is Bulls have lost 5 straight. They're not going to overlook a team that's 4-18, that we should be on the Bulls. But I can't really stand behind that if I don't know, and the public on the page, if I don't know who the hell is going to be on the court for the Bulls. Justin McKelvey, take it away. Pacers, Bulls.
Yeah, I'm I'm right with you. I don't have no action in this game. I do have it circled. I do want to bet the Bulls, but the injury report took me off. And then we just seen, like you said, this game, and Pacers, I want to say they was dogs, and they won 103-101. I was on the Pacers in that game. And this Bulls team, but you mentioned about catching the fall night. Taking the Bulls, that's exactly what you're doing. Because this team, after they started off hot, cashing all these tickets, it's like they're fade. They lost to the Pelicans on the road. They got swept 4 games on the road. Pelicans was one of them. I can't bet the Bulls here. There's a lot of times I don't mind catching a falling knife, but with the injury report and the recent form of this Bulls team and the Pacers, they the exact opposite. You can't blame them for their last game against the Nuggets because the Nuggets was coming off a loss, an embarrassing home loss to the Mavericks. So then they went on the road and played the Pacers. So I don't blame the Pacers. Nuggets was mad, and Nuggets went out there and jumped on them. But the Pacers ATS the last few games, if you take away and we don't take away games, but if you skip the Nuggets game, Pacers would tell you that this is the spot you want to be at. But I don't want the Pacers. I damn sure don't want the Bulls. But if you gave me $500 and said go bet somebody, we at the casino, I'm putting it on the Bulls.
And I think if Kobe White is on the floor, it's still just saying iffy. Here's the last one that came out. This one came out. It just came out. They gave me a time on it. It said it just came out 2 hours ago. if Kobe White is on that floor, I think that they win comfortably. Here, let's hear what our guy. Oh, so at this point though, we're not getting any help. Kobe White's still questionable. Take it away for us one time. You've always had a great read on the Bulls. What's your thoughts here?
Yeah, I was capping this game. I was under the impression that Kobe White wasn't going to play in this one, and I'm on the Pacers. I moved on the Pacers money line plus 160 earlier this morning. I don't like to be on the public side on some of these money line underdogs, and it seems like the public just keeps coming in on 56% of bets, 55% of money. It's fluctuating. I really need to decide for NBA if it's best that I put in my bets too early in the day or if I need to wait until around this time, because there's a couple spots that I'm looking at now that look a lot different from earlier now that the public is kind of getting involved more so. They're looking at the card now at this time everywhere. It's Friday. Some people are getting off work over there on the East Coast and putting in their bets and stuff. And it seems like people are more so coming in on Indiana, but it's the Bulls. I mean, I talked about on Wednesday that you can't be a good team when your best player is Josh Giddey out there. And I think the Chicago Bulls team is not going to be a playoff team by any means. I don't think Indiana's a playoff team by any means, but I think they'll have enough in this one with Benedict and Siakam out there. We've got a couple other guys that can put the Nemhard as well. They got some guys that can put the ball in the bucket. Chicago Bulls, yeah, it is like trying to catch a falling knife, I feel like, with them at this point. But I'm on Indiana. I didn't want the points. I just wanted the money line plus 160. That's my big underdog for today, guys. Indiana Pacers. I know it's ugly, and Pacers haven't been super well to me this year. But I know how bad the Bulls have been playing. But, I mean, I feel like this line should have been maybe like a 5.5 with the Bulls. I mean, depending on if Kobe White plays or not, because the Bulls did start off so hot, and I feel like people still think that they're somewhat good. I don't think so. I don't think either of these teams are good, and I'm going to take the team that's the underdog in this one as a plus 160. So I'm on the Indiana Pacers. Still like it. I did see there's more tickets coming in on the end. It's kind of coming back down. We won't know for a couple more hours anyways, but I'm locked in on the Pacers plus 160 money line, guys.
You're in business. I mean, if they hadn't have just played and the Pacers had just beat them.
It just beat them, 3 games ago, yeah.
I would be feeling differently. But I'm going to do this. Kobe White on the floor, I'm going to bet the Bulls. Kobe White, to me, Giddey's putting up great numbers and all that, but Kobe White, he's, to me, I can't even call him the straw because, Giddey's playing so well. But that is the appealing spot that I want to attack, but I need Kobe White on the floor. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board here. Let's roll. One time you can hit lead off for us. Suns Rockets, Toyota Center in Houston, Texas. This is a tricky spot for Houston. They host.
The World Cup. So Canada in a cushy group. Jimmy, Canada playoff team, Qatar, and Switzerland. That playoff team could be Italy, which would be an issue, but Canada, cushy draw for the Canadians.
The Swiss and Qatar?
The Swiss and Qatar and probably Italy.
Oh, man, I wish I cared more about soccer.
Yeah,
because that's a great group.
Yeah, so there you go.
The
U.S. has an easy group that if they don't win.
Let's hear that group.
That group is Paraguay, Australia, and a future playoff team to be determined in March.
Wow. What about Venezuela? What group are they in?
Go fuck yourself.
All right, let's roll here. Suns, Rockets, our next spot on the board. So Rockets in a tricky spot here because they host the Suns tonight. They play Dallas tomorrow night. Battle of Texas that they care about. So this is a tricky spot here. Let's take a quick look at the injury report here and get all of this information. So Suns, Rockets, our next spot on the board. We currently have a pretty clean situation. So, of course, Booker and Green out. So it's Gillespie, Allen, Brooks, O'Neal, and Mark Williams. Hearing JJ Redick talk about the Suns, I didn't really think that would be this team would be full of a work ethic and a grind, and I respected hearing it all. For the Rockets, Terry Easton out. He's been out for a while, so it's Amen, Akoji, Durant, Jabari Smith, and Sengun. We'll see who is in tomorrow night, but that's who's in tonight. We have the Rockets coming off just a smash and grab of the sad sack Sacramento Kings, and the Suns showing out at the Lakers to snap their 2-game losing streak. Take a look at this line history here for this one. We have Houston minus 11 at minus 111. That's where they opened, minus 11 at minus 111. It initially started moving towards the Suns, and then it came back. From a total side of things here, we have a 221. Opened up at 222 and got up to 223.5. And then cash flow wise, we have 62% of tickets, 91% of the cash on the Houston Rockets, and this line not moving. Now, BetMGM has moved it to 11.5. Okay. Everyone else is just sitting here at 11. Wine Time Sports, take it away. Suns Rockets.
Yeah, guys. A couple weeks back, you guys heard me say I was going to cut out totals and player props. This is a total I had to move on today, guys, when I was looking at this. I'm on a total in this one, guys. I'm on the Suns Rockets under 221, minus 110 in this game here. It's the lowest total on the board, and it's the lowest total for these teams that they've seen the last 5 games. And the last time they did play was at a 222.5, and it went way under. To me, this screams under to me. I don't know. I feel like this is going to go way under. I think that the Rockets probably do take care of business in this one. I don't know if they cover this 11.5 point spread, but I find it hard to believe that this is even going to hit 215 here. And it's really hard to have an edge in totals in general. I mean, I've struggled with totals other than MLB, and this is a spot where I wanted to back the under in. It's the lowest total on the board. These teams have lately been getting totals in like the 230 ranges, and now we've got this low total, and I get it. The last time they played, it was around the same total. And the last couple of times they played, it was around this total. The time before last game, it went way over. The time before that, it went way under. But I just think this is an under spot here. Looking at the market a little bit, there is a lot more money coming in on the under, so I'm surprised that Circa hasn't moved this anymore. I know a couple other books have. South Point still has 221. Some books have moved this to 220.5. And I hope to see them continue to move it when I see 81% of the cash on the under. But yeah, I'm locked in on this under. I find it hard to believe that there's going to be 215 points scored in this game. So lock me in under 221 minus 110.
Under 221 minus 110. For me, one time historically, and I've tried to leave totals alone, but when the big double-digit favorite is on the first half of a back-to-back, my under is that was my best angle for an under, because it's the Dallas Mavericks, but it's the Battle of Texas, and they're going to want to make sure that their players are ready to go. Then you have the Suns without their star players, so you're going to get hopefully more alert and active defense and care. So, but that's always been for everyone to just keep in mind the double-digit favorite on the first half of a back-to-back. That they're not going to be going all out. Rotation's going to be a little bit wider than normal. The minutes are going to go down for their star players, because especially when you got an old KD out there that you want ready to go tomorrow night. Let's hear from Justin McKelvey. Justin, my man, Suns Rockets. Wine time moving on the under. Oh, you're muted, my man.
My fault. Yeah, I'm gonna write that down. That double digit home favorites. Yeah, I'm gonna write that down as soon as I'm done. Telling you where I'm on. I'm on best number you got. I didn't post it no more. And I think the Suns cover this game, but I'm on Dylan Brooks over PRA. He's a petty, you know what. And without Devin, without Booker being in there, I think Brooks gonna have a revenge game back in Houston. And Grayson Allen going to come back. I think he's back in the game. Yep. So plug in Grayson Allen, subtract Devin Booker. We all know what kind of guy that Dylan Brooks is. The only thing that worries me is him being too emotional and getting thrown out of the game. But I really like this spot. He covered his PRA. It was like 26.5, 27.5 the last time they played. And I like him again because who's going to score? Who's going to do everything out without without booking there. And hearing y'all's breakdown, that made me like it even more. I already bet it. I think I got 26.5 PRA, 26 or 27 I got. But I'll take the best number you could get for Dylan Brooks going back to Houston.
Yeah, I wonder, Justin, do you think so? You talk about when a player is hurt, and you find out about it an hour and a half or 2 hours before, and that we watch the team step up. Do you feel like when a player gets hurt, like we saw 2 nights ago? Well, this is more than 2 nights ago, but in their last game, we had Booker get hurt, and the team stepped up enormously. We saw Giannis and Antetokounmpo get hurt, and team step up immediately. Is that the step up spot? So then the next game, it's not the step up spot because they already did it.
I think it goes away the next game. Like you'll find out when we talk about the Sixers game. Like you step up, like when it happens right before the game or during the game, that's your step up spot. And the funny thing about it is, I actually did a show right after that game and gave out the Bucks, and we went back and forth. And when we went back and forth, it was so if Giannis don't want to be there, do the Bucks step up? And this was before the Bucks game, before we knew Giannis was gonna get hurt. Do the Bucks step up and say, like, yeah, we don't need you, Giannis, or do the Bucks step up and say, help? So they won that game without him, and Phoenix won the game when Book got hurt. And I do think, only because it's situational, only because they just got blown out, and we just seen this a couple weeks ago, and Houston blew them out without KD in the game. And Phoenix ATS, like, especially as a dog, like, they've been profitable. I'm not on the side, but when I think the team's going to cover, and I'm not that much confident, I need to find a player prop that will help me get to the window back in that team. If I had to make a bet, I would be on the Phoenix Suns because I think that combination of the Houston with Tamar and then the immediate get back where they blew them out without, it wasn't a massacre, but we just seen them. Phoenix was home. Phoenix was home for that. They was getting 6.5 or 7 as a home dog, and the Rockets went in there and smacked them. So I think the Phoenix Suns, I think the Rockets win this game. I think the Suns keep it close within 11, but I think Dylan Brooks do everything.
Hey, guys, sorry to interrupt. I'm just seeing a crazy line movement in the Lakers-Celtics game. We can pretty much go to dinner and not watch this game. Celtics minus 8.5 now. God damn, what a move to the Boston Celtics. Love to see that. Hope if you guys are I hope if you're on the Celtics, you got in at that 6.5. They're going to smash the Lakers tonight, man. I love to see that. That's crazy.
Yeah.
And there's more money. There's 55% of tickets and 65% of cash on the Lakers. So now more tickets and money is coming in on the Lakers. It's just going to attract more Lakers money because people in LA, after watching Reeves, ball, they're going to be, oh, we still got Reeves out there. You know what I mean? There's only so much he's going to be able to do out there.
It's what Jimmy always says. Here, Laker fans, you want a 6.5? Cool, we'll give you an 8.5.
Yeah, like that's crazy against their rival, Boston Celtics. Like everybody in LA getting off work is going to be like, holy crap, let's bet the Lakers now +8, +8.5. Like,
yeah, I think it's a TV game.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
I was a stick for that game.
I want to see if someone got ruled out.
Spencer, we have not forgotten about your buddy's birthday, so we'll give your let's get a name for your buddy, Spencer, for the birthday pick for your buddy. Let's get a name so we know who we're fighting for here. So Spencer's buddy birthday. A couple things here. First off, let's start with the Dylan Brooks. So are you going PRA? There's a lot of options here at different books. I'm looking at a 26.5 PRA, but it's minus 130. What's
the next number higher?
Okay, let's get the next one up here. The next spot for
it's funny because that's exactly the number I got, but I got 115, but I like it like a lot higher than that.
Sure. The next PRA here for Dylan Brooks is 26.5. Same thing at minus 115. So yeah, it's
okay. I'll take that.
Okay, over 26.5. Minus 115. Also, your Raptors double result and Pistons double result is plus 194.
Perfect.
Tomfoolery. I like that. I like that name, man. Horse capper wants to bet on hoops. God, tomfoolery.
That 194, nice.
Yeah, plus 194. Tomfoolery. Is that not the best name?
Tomfoolery.
Tomfoolery.
I like that.
Tomfoolery. Mr. Foolery? That's the best fake name I've ever heard. Okay.
Imagine if you had a reservations at a hotel. Mr. Foolery?
Oh, yeah.
Table 4, Mr. Foolery?
It's perfect. It's perfect. All right. So you know what? I'm going to move now. You guys know I'm trying to take totals completely out of my action, and I mean not even betting one a week right now. But I like that under that wine times on in Suns Rockets, and I wonder if this is one unlike the Raptors spot where I might need to get it in. I see it 221.5 here. Did it? No, it didn't. No, it just dropped. You know what? I'm gonna bet it right now. But I will set up our next spot here. People are using fake names on here. Says Dirk Diggler. Okay, let's go. LA Clippers, Memphis Grizzlies, FedEx Forum, Memphis, Tennessee. God, imagine Ja on the 9-13 Grizzlies pointing his finger in anybody's face. I mean, it's now at this point now. Whatever. We talked about it off the top. We don't need to rehash it. But I had the Grizzlies hat on. I didn't. I had it. It was going on, and I stopped. So I can't do this. I can't wear this shit, man.
That means you got to change your shirt too.
I had to change my shirt. Yes, I had to change it. Yeah. All right. Yeah, it's a full change. It's like
I said the Grizzlies hat wouldn't have matched that shirt.
No, you're right. You're right. Let's roll here. Clippers, Grizzlies. So we often talk about what's working, what's not working, and what works for me in NBA and what makes me love NBA was the Clippers on Wednesday. I'm still high off that. Like I'm still high off understanding that this line makes absolutely no sense. And it must be bet. And then they win from tip to buzzer. They're up by 20 all game long. And, you have to open up your arms to the NBA and all of its griminess. If you think it's scripted or it's people they're throwing games, then it's not for you.
I wanted to ask you a question about that. Do you just take the spread when you feel that way, or do you ever dabble in the double result as a dog? Because you was real heavy, like you was strong on the Clippers, and I wanted to bet the double result as a dog. You get some nice plus money.
Huge plus money. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's probably the next step that I need to take. I think, yeah, you're right. That's got to be the next step I got to take. I mean, it doesn't need to be a full unit at that point. You could just drop, a half unit on the double result for that extra cake. I think it's an important thing to mention because I think it's an important thing you just said there, because there's certain times, I think it's almost just like maybe once a week or once every 20 games that you'll cap where you're like, this makes no sense at all. It makes no sense at all. That's why the college football and college basketball cards are really fun, because you can go through 45 games and find one or two. That's all you'll find. It's a little harder with an NBA slate. I think you're right. I think when we see these things where I'm like, look, this makes no sense, that must be bet, I think I've got to figure out a way to get more down, because that was just a smash and grab of all smash and grabs. And also, we don't know what was going on with Chris Paul. Like, some of us respect him more than others. And we don't know if he was sitting there moping around or talking shit. We don't know. There's times when you become like, look what happened to the Miami Dolphins defense when they got rid of Jalen Phillips. Jalen Phillips was their best defender, arguably. But sometimes when you get somebody out of the room that doesn't want to be in the room, it's not a talent-based situation here. And, also Kawhi and Harden, they like it when everybody stops believing in them and everybody gives up on them. And Kawhi, I think a little more than Harden. But, like I was watching this clip of Harden talking about his son, and he was saying, look, he can be a basketball player if he wants. It doesn't matter. He can have anything he wants. He's got all the opportunities in the world. You know, I've given him all this opportunity, and it made me sick. Made me fucking sick to my stomach. That's what you're gonna do. That's how you're gonna like. I don't. It doesn't have to be about. But you want your son to fight for things and to compete for things and to understand that the world is a battle. Yes, I have given you all this incredible opportunity. Now you got to go out there and fight for it. It was so passive, and then you watch him get in that green supercar he has. That's like the nicest car I've ever seen in my life. And I'm just like, what? Why would this guy care about anything? Now Kawhi's a little different. Kawhi's a little different because he's taking a lot of heat and he knows, the type of player he is. Is it impossible for the Clippers to get on a little run here, especially against the Grizzlies? Now, there's also the Friday night in Memphis thing. Is that still a thing? Is Memphis actually playing hard out there? Is Memphis a team that anybody can believe in? Because Friday night in Memphis used to be a spot, grind city, and that's over. We have a clean injury report across the board. We know exactly who's going to be in the lineup. So for the Memphis Grizzlies, it's Williams, Coward, Wells, Jackson, Edey. For the Clippers, it's Harden, Dunn, Leonard, Collins, Zubac. I also think that it's good for the Clippers to get out, get out of LA where they're getting just terrible things said about them in every conceivable situation. Get out of there. But it is also the first of a back-to-back. They play at Minnesota tomorrow night. So it is a trickier spot than one would guess. So let's set up the line history and hand it over. We have a total at 223.5. It opened up at 225. We've dropped 1.5 points. And then from a side perspective here, we have the Clippers -2 from a pick'em. Why wouldn't they be? Why now? Look here. I'm not going to sit here and say like, look, this is. Well, let's take a look at the cash flow before we have 60% of tickets, 70% of the cash on Memphis. The Clippers are going to win their second game in a row. Right now, that's what I think is going to happen. Wine time, take it away. Clippers, Grizzlies.
I'm right there with you. This is one of the games I had written with question marks next to it. I want to back the Clippers here. I do think they can go on a little bit of a run. They've got too talented of a roster not to fucking step up at some point and beat a team that I don't think is very good in the Memphis Grizzlies. When I look at both of these teams, I mean, I think there's a reason why the Clippers are a favorite here, even as bad as their record's been. They've got a better team here. I know the Clippers are coming off a win on Wednesday. Memphis is coming off a loss, but I don't know. I think that the Clippers can take care of business here. I think they can absolutely probably beat these guys, run these guys out of the court here. Memphis on a Friday night, I don't really think that's going to be a thing. I think that fan base is kind of somewhat dying right now. This team has just not been performing and just a lot of disappointment over there. I think the Clippers probably win this game. I was very close to moving on the -1.5 this morning is what I wrote down. And now I'm getting 2s at all my books right now. And yeah, looking at the market right now, what is it? 40% of tickets. Let me pull this up. 40% of tickets, 30% of cash on the Clippers. And Circa is hanging a 1.5 right now. They're not moving the line, even though that the public is coming in and taking the Memphis Grizzlies, which I'm a little bit surprised in. Like, why is the public coming in and taking the Memphis Grizzlies here? I mean, because the Clippers have a horrible record. I get it, but Kawhi was out for a lot of that time. And I mean, they've got some pretty good defenders out there in Dunn and Zubac, and Kawhi can still play defense when he wants to. And they've got guys that can put the ball in the bucket, got a pretty good coaching staff. I think the Clippers win this game here. I'm pretty close to it. I haven't moved on it yet. I want to kind of monitor this game as the day goes on, but I think Clippers are definitely the spot. And it might be the time to take them now because I'm seeing some spots still have 1.5, and my books moved it to 2. So maybe this gets to a 2.5 before we know it. So I'm very close to moving on the Clippers -2 here.
I just bet them. Money line. Let's hear from Justin. Justin, take it away.
Yeah, I was going back and forth from my 7th pick, which is now 8 because I added that double result parlay. And it was between the Sixers and this game. and just because of the way it ended. But I have a breakdown. I still might get there with the Sixers, but I'm in on the Clippers, and depending on the money line you give me, but I don't have a problem laying the spread. I
Minus
think
123 is the best line available.
for money line.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'll take that. And my whole thing is, I think this Grizzlies team is a fade. They're back at home now, and not so much that I read into the script, but y'all done told Chris Paul for whatever reason, which I don't care. I disagree with a lot of people's sentiment about Chris Paul, but we'll say that for another day. But y'all done told him to go home. Y'all don't want him, so y'all say he's the problem. That means y'all should go ahead and start winning a couple. I don't think they're gonna get hot and make a playoff push or do nothing like that. But just so happens that y'all beat the Grizzlies or beat the Hawks the first game, and now you got the Grizzlies. It's a perfect spot for you. You're not gonna win tomorrow, so go ahead and win today and make it look like it's Chris Paul's fault. And minus 123. The only reason why I didn't bet it right away was I'm like, damn, why is it so cheap? Like, it's the Grizzlies they're talking about, but it's cheap because the Clippers suck too. Like, until they win 8 straight or 10 straight or 12 out of 13, 12 out of 14, they still suck too. So that's why the line's so short. At least that's what I told myself. And yeah, I'll take that minus 123 for the Clippers money line.
Yeah, I did as well. And for those of you talking about the line moving in the Rockets game, it's still like I just bet it at 365. It's still available as we speak. I'm signed in at 221. So I see the other books moving, but it's available as we speak right now under 221. So I've now made 5 bets during the show, which I don't usually need to do because we don't usually do NBA second. We usually do it last. So we just talk about it, then I move on it. So I've made 5 bets during the show. I haven't moved on the Raptors yet. I joined Wine Time on the under 221. We have Justin on the Clippers. I'm on that as well. And we'll see if Wine Time moves on the Clippers. I think we can explain it really easy, too, because Clippers are 6-16.
Yeah.
One game does not change the public sentiment. You know, the public sentiment is they're trash. In fact, this could be the best spot on the entire board here.
I got a little something here.
We got we got you, Spencer. We got old tomfooleries. I bet you tomfoolery's wife's a babe too. But we'll we got you, Spencer. We got you. I promise you, we got you. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board. 8 p.m. Eastern. The Philadelphia 76ers 12-9, 5-3 on the road at the Milwaukee Bucks, 10-13, 7-6 at home. Pfizer Forum in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Let's set this one up. We just have this is our second to last game on the board. It's taken a long time to get through it. NBA is taking longer and longer and longer and longer every single time that we cap it nowadays.
But we winning though. Exactly.
We're winning, and but there's so many moving parts now with the questionables. And also, I think that this, it's like what Wine Time's talking about. And I'm very interested to see what Wine decision he makes around this, whether or not he should be moving on things the night before. I think that you can only move on basically 10 to 15% of your NBA action the night before.
Yeah.
It's the spots that you're so sure you're going to beat the line. You know exactly what's happening. There's no questionables kind of thing injury-wise. You know exactly who's going to be on the floor, and you're certain you're going to beat the line. You're certain the public's going to do X. Other than that, I really do agree that you want this market to marinate, as long as possible here. We have the Sixers and the Bucks. Sixers coming off that wildly interesting 99-98 home victory last night. That closed up their 3-game homestand. Second half of a back-to-back. And then the Bucks, I mean, it's fair to say that their step-up happened. And we know what happens, for the Bucks. They head to Detroit tomorrow night. And Detroit's going to have something for them. So it's this is interesting. I love this shit. Okay, so Philly on the second half of back-to-back, the Bucks on the first half of a back-to-back. Let's get into the line history and, of course, the ever-daunting injury report. It tells us that Embiid is doubtful. Paul George is questionable. And, of course, we know the Milwaukee side's Antetokounmpo. Oh, he will play. Paul, no, what does it matter? like I'm saying, like it's a big deal. He will play. I mean, they're giving him 22.2 minutes a game this year, but Paul George will be in the lineup for the Sixers. So let's get into the line history, and then we'll have our guy Justin hit lead off on this spot. Line history wise, we have these. Sorry, God, so many things I'm moving around. We have the Philadelphia 76ers -1, -115. It opened up at +1. Excuse me, it opened up at -1.5, got up to 2. It's messed around with 2 for a little bit. Now it also went down to a flat pick'em, and now it's slightly juiced on the -1 side for the Sixers. And then on the total here, we have a 222. This opened up at 224 and was a 226 at 10:18 last night. Now it's a 222 here. And then from a cash flow perspective, we have 75% of tickets, 69% of cash on Philadelphia, 86% of tickets on the under, and 93% cash on the under. I mean, you have the second half of back-to-back and then the first. Also, Ron Crawford messaging. He's with us on the Clippers, liking the Clippers. Ronnie Crawford with us on the Clippers. Take it away for us, Justin. Sixers Bucks.
Yeah, I scratched this game for the Clippers. This was supposed to be my 7th pick because I don't have nothing in the next game. And I do like the Sixers. And then I started digging more, and what I dug into is exactly what you said. And even though it doesn't correlate with the Pistons pick, but I got off the 76ers because I watched the whole entire game yesterday. And anybody who didn't watch it, like, they really celebrated like they won the championship yesterday when they had that when Maxey had that coast to coast punch block off the backboard. So I couldn't get to the Sixers, but they're 4-0 ATS in the second leg of a back-to-back. And if they just won that game handily, like they was up, because they was up big, they was up like 20 and like I want to say like the first quarter or beginning of the second quarter, like it was like 30-10 in the first quarter, something crazy like that. So they just blew them out. I would have been on the 76ers, but the way that the Warriors fought back and the way they celebrated, and now you're looking at playing this Bucks team who might have the second game giddy up spot without Giannis. But the problem is, y'all got to win this game because y'all about to get smoked tomorrow. And when I seen that, I was like, I can't bet the Sixers. I think the Bucks is going to be hype. I think the Sixers dumped the Gatorade last night. Like, just watching them, I was twisting the blunt, getting ready to go to bed. And it was past my bedtime. And I'm watching them, like, they jumping up and giving people hugs. And Maxey was like, and I like Maxey. I ain't got nothing bad to say about Maxey, but, like, that was a whole lot of celebrating to beat up a Warriors team where Draymond wasn't there, where Curry wasn't there. And I don't know. I can't get to the Sixers. I like the Sixers. I like the spot to 4-0 off, like I said, off back-to-back, but I feel like the Milwaukee going to get up one more time. I'm not betting this game, so
I think you nailed it, though. Your breakdown has me betting the Milwaukee Bucks.
Yeah, I want to, but
you nailed it. Now, I'm not pushing you to bet it, but we have the situation here. They're going to be fed to the monster for dinner tomorrow night in Detroit. You know, and here you have the Sixers celebrating and then on top of that, you have Paul George messing up all the rhythm.
It's the perfect script. Like the perfect script is like bet. This Milwaukee team, man, there's just too much. I just can't do it. I hope you cash because I'm gonna be watching it, and the Bucks do win. As soon as I see the line for the Pistons tomorrow.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be waiting. I'm not going to sleep until I get a Pistons line for tomorrow against the Bucks. Once this game is over with, because as long as the Bucks win this game tonight, as soon as this game is over and I see a Pistons line, I'll be on the Pistons tomorrow. But my whole thing is betting scripts like that, and then I'm wrong. It affects two different plays, and this Bucks team sucks.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. AM, I hear you, but the three of us all have double-digit ROIs. On the show here. I mean, it's a special time right now for what we're doing. NBA. It just takes so much time. It's
What he
painstaking.
said. I
He
don't
just
see.
says it's
Yeah.
optional misery. He just says betting
Oh.
NBA is because I get it. It's not for everybody. It's certainly for me.
I like misery. I mean, as far as capping, I don't like misery, but those are the games that I like.
No, I feel you. I feel you. Well, even if you do sort of like misery, well,
Yeah, I
sports
don't mind.
gambling is for you.
Yeah, I don't. That's the thing. Like life misery, I don't mind that too much. It's
No, I hear you. It's a very, very important to be able to handle the downs. As they come. It's you won't
I ain't
find
had
happiness.
my freedom for over a decade, so life miseries means nothing to me.
No, I
Nothing.
respect that. I know I speak for one time too, where we can't wait to break bread with you in San Antonio, man. And
Oh, I got 100% effort trying to get down there in March. I didn't. Those of y'all who know, those who don't know, I ain't gonna get into it. But March is just it's just in Pubapalooza. It's not just March, but Pubapalooza is always like it's a bad time for my family. But my whole thing is like, what's done is done. Like we can't live the rest of our lives thinking about March. So I'm trying. I can't commit to it, but I'm trying.
yeah, and if you can't make it, it's okay. Everybody know that we can't. We don't. It's not there. Life gets in the way. It's okay. It doesn't change anything if you can't make it.
But I want to though. Like
it's a special time. It's the special time of the year for
I
us.
feel like I need that in my life.
Oh God,
At least one time. It's one of the things where you got to have a bucket list. You got to tell yourself, I got to get to Pubapalooza.
Yeah.
Like I don't care what happens in my life. Like I got to get that. And it's only been 2 years, so it's still fresh with the family. But
yeah.
and they think that being away for over a decade made my heart cold. It's not that, but it's done is done. We can't. There's nothing we could do. Doing this every year is not going to change nothing.
Oh
So,
yeah.
and he gonna want us to be happy. So let's live our lives. Like so, I don't know. Like maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm cold hearted, but it's time to move forward. Like
No, I feel the exact same way. If
it's not going to change nothing. Doing something every year for him, it's not going to change nothing. It's just going to make y'all emotional. Why wouldn't y'all pick that day and say, I'm going to enjoy myself this year on this day instead of, tears and I don't know. But so I'm trying to get down there.
I respect that.
It's probably my best chance of getting down there this year.
Number 5 too. It's
March.
a big one. It's a big one. Big one. Oh, I respect that. I respect everything that you are rolling with, man. Bucks for me here. Wine time. What do you think of this spot? It's a very interesting one. First half of a back-to-back for the Bucks. Slaughter on deck for tomorrow night. Sixers on the second half of a back-to-back after a huge celebration. Take it away.
I would only be on the Bucks here. I wanted to be on the Bucks on Wednesday. It was one of those spots where I was like, I should bet the Bucks on the money line at plus 140. Didn't end up getting there. Here I am thinking the same thing, that the Bucks are the play. I mean, the breakdown stacks, as Jimmy said. Seeing them celebrate yesterday in that game. This is a back-to-back for them going against Milwaukee without Giannis. Giannis is going to be out for a couple weeks now. I would be on Milwaukee. I couldn't get there. Nothing correlated enough for me to take them here in this spot. I'm going to look at the market right now because it's just changing as we speak. I mean, 22% of bets and 30% of money on the Milwaukee Bucks right now. And the line is a 1.5, and the line is not moving. I know Circa had this at a 2.5 at some point. It's back down to a 1.5. It's Bucks or pass for me. Maybe I get there. This is one of the later games. What time is this game out? Oh, this is at 5:10. But still, I'm going to wait a little bit on this one. It would be Bucks or pass for me.
Did y'all see how they celebrated though? Did y'all watch that game or see highlights?
Yeah,
I saw the highlights.
I did watch it. Yeah.
Like that was a lot for a regular season game against the Warriors, banged up Warriors. Like, and it was the first thing that I wrote down before I even looked at the games. I was watching that game, and I remember I was twisting up a blunt, and I was like, "Damn, which I just won the championship!" Like Like they hugging Maxey up in the air, and I'm like, damn.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's a whole lot. Like
Oh man, I want to bet against that shit.
over a game, you was up 20. Like you celebrating like you came back from down 20. You was up 20
Oh, I love it.
and was losing.
I'm hammering the Bucks as soon as the show's ending. I've got to decide whether the Raptors will be included here. Shout out to Jam in the house. Jam Sports rocking with us. Spencer Hicks, we have not forgotten about our friend Tom Foolery. We will give him a best bet. I know what mine is, and Bucks is almost there. I would say at this point, I like the Bucks as my second best bet on the board right now, I believe. Let's roll into our final game on the board. One time you'll hit leadoff, 9:30 p.m. Eastern. Dallas Mavericks at the Oklahoma City Thunder. We know the Mavericks on deck face the Rockets in an important game on Saturday night. The Thunder have tomorrow night off. Oh, God, what a team this Thunder is. Unbelievable.
It's insane, dude. Like, it's crazy how good this team is.
Yeah, no, it's fun. Dynasties are good for sports, and if they can create one, it's good for sports here. 3 straight wins for the Dallas Mavericks. And this was a 5-15 team before they started rolling. They finished up their road trip with a win over the Clippers and a win over the Nuggets, and then they beat the Heat at home, starting to play some decent basketball. And the Thunder, we know who they are. I did fade them and win. That was with Minnesota. I got the plus 9.5, and Minnesota almost won that game and lost by 8. Like they came so close to winning that game and lost by 8. Absolutely nuts. So let's take a quick look at the injury report here for our final spot on the board. Pretty simple. Hartenstein, Dort, Caruso out. Joe questionable. I mean, this team is so deep. You don't even like. Do I even need to clip on Isaiah Joe? I mean, does it matter if he's in there? Knee soreness, so he's not missed a game since October. They're not on the first half of back-to-back. Maybe he can be in. Washington out, Lively out, which makes the importance of Gafford real. I know AD is back. He's being ruled out. So Gafford is being ruled out. That just came in here. So Gafford ruled out. So they'll have him likely ready to go. So Nembhard, Christie, Flag, Marshall, and AD is your 1 through 5. Line history wise, we have a total that's 228.5. Opened up at 225.5. It got all the way up. So opened up 225.5, got up to 220. Got up to 230.5 this morning. So we've dropped a couple points from there. And then on the point spread here for this one, we have the Thunder minus 15 at minus 110. It opened up at 2:39 p.m. at minus 15 at minus 110. It's not moved 1 cent. Or sorry, not moved anything. It's just not done anything. 62 and 62 on Dallas. So that's great. Good luck, Dallas Maverick bettors. You're on a public dog. Oh, God. Public road dog. 75% tickets on the under, 75% cash on the under. So take it away here for us. One time. The floor is yours, my friend.
Yeah, I think I might start betting some of these big favorites in some of these games. On Wednesday, we were on the Rockets, took care of business with ease. I got a little bit close at one point, but in the end, they end up winning by 20 plus. I'm going to be on the Thunder here. Under OKC Thunder minus 15, minus 110 here. 38% of bets, 38% of cash coming on OKC. Line's not moving. People are starting to get a little bit high on this Dallas Mavericks team because Anthony Davis is playing. He's playing like Anthony Davis. Cooper Flag's getting out there, getting healthy. They got some guys out there still. This Dallas team isn't one of the worst lineups you'll see across the league. Like it's not even close to that, if we're being honest. And I don't think they're that bad of a team. I think that they're a team that's probably going to get left out of the playoffs in the Western Conference when it's all said and done. But I do think that they'll play some decent basketball at times. This isn't the spot here. Not against Oklahoma City. Not here. Oklahoma City's going to blow these guys out of the water. I find it hard to believe that the line is actually this high. I probably would have had this more of a 12.5 or a 13. The fact that it's at a 15, even a 15.5 at some books, that tells me that OKC is going to beat these guys by 20 plus points. I haven't tweeted this out, so I'm going to give you guys the number that I'm getting right now that I'm going to put in. That's going to be the OKC Thunder minus 15. Minus 110. They're going to smash the Dallas Mavericks today, guys. I don't even think that. I think this is going to be like a start to finish. I mean, you can say double result. It's probably going to be minus 400 if you want to parlay that with something. But I think OKC puts their foot on the throat of these guys and they don't stop the entire fourth quarter. So give me OKC Thunder. I think this team is really good. They don't even really have to go out there and give their best effort to beat these guys by 16 points. And I think they're going to do that.
You're also fresh off cashing the Rockets minus 15.5 on Wednesday.
And it was beautiful. Like it was like saying it out loud, saying like, I'm going to take this team as a 15.5 point favorite. Don't do that a lot in the NBA, but in some of these spots with the really good teams against the really bad teams, this line's telling because the Mavericks have been playing better ball. Like, why are they this much of a dog here? I get it. OKC is really good, but I don't know. I think that this line is telling for a reason. I'm going to listen to it, especially when the public is coming in on the Dallas Mavericks. They're only going to probably come in even more when they see them. 15.5 point dog. Like, oh, they can keep it within 15.5. I don't think so. I think OKC blows these guys out.
I might be able to get there.
Yeah.
Seeing the 62 and 62, you have a team that's won 3 straight. They're also on the first leg of a back-to-back, and they care about that game tomorrow night more than this. I might be able to get there. I think I might be able to get there. Let's hear from Justin, our final spot on the board. Justin, take it away.
Yeah, I got a few things to say about this game. I don't have no action. And part 2 of going to breakfast with my dad this morning, he had made a mention to me about this Thunder team and something I never thought about. Like, I don't have a book that offers it. And it's like, why don't we start looking at, like, the Thunder to break the Bulls record? Or, like, if you can find a book that had the best record ever.
Oh, the Warriors.
Did the Warriors beat the Bulls record?
Yeah, they get it back. What was it? 20? It was the year they lost the NBA Finals.
When it was the Splash Brothers.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, that's exactly what he said, because he said they break the regular season record and then they don't win a championship. That was exactly what my dad said this morning. And my whole thought was, like, they got one loss right now. Like, this team is like a better version of the Splash Brothers dynasty that they had. They're just not as flashy. Like, they don't shoot threes like the Splash Brothers. They just go out there and win. And what else can you ask for a team? And a lot of times they win these big numbers. I just can't do it yet. But I want to look into not Thunder's championship, but Thunder's to beat the record, the Warriors record. Like, I want to look into something like that, because this Thunder team, like, and I wrote it down when y'all was breaking it down. Like, I got the Thunder wrote down. Like, I do want to lay it, especially when the Mavericks been feeling themselves lately. But you run up against a different breed now. Like, there's levels to this. And if I could get a nice plus money and what was the record? What was it? 9 losses? What was the Warriors?
Warriors 73-9, Bulls 72-10.
Explain to me how the Thunder get 9 losses this year. Like,
yeah.
I mean, the only thing that would stop that, knock on wood, is Shea go down, but you can afford an injury to anybody besides Shea, because they're so deep that they can still break that record if anybody besides Shea go down.
They can break that record if Shea goes down for 2 or 3 weeks, too. The rest of the team.
Yeah, I mean, he got to come back.
Yeah.
But you figured they got 1 loss, and J-Dub wasn't there the first half of the season. Like, J-Dub just came back.
It's insane.
And they just picked up business as usual when he came back. Like, this Thunder team is like, they're a better version. It's not talked about as much because they're not shooting threes like Klay Thompson and Steph Curry and then was. They just go out there and business as usual. Like, we're gonna go out here and if they're down at halftime, y'all know what to do. Any game they're down at halftime.
Yeah. It'd still be minus 7.5.
Right, but smash it.
Yeah. No,
Chase the Thunder down like 15 at halftime. That's when you get some money line.
I feel you. I think I'm going to take this 15 right now, just because the Mavericks are on a 3-game winning streak on the first leg of a back-to-back before a game that means something to them. I think I'm going to, and it's Friday night. So you guys have done a great job. I know it took a ton of time, but you guys did a great job capping this card. I really like the way my card is set up. I've moved with 5 bets already, but I have some additions. Let's review all action here for the NBA. It's huge slate, Friday, December 5th. We have the Celtics minus 6.5, minus 110 for wine time. Beat that move heavily. And Justin's on Jaylen Brown, 30-plus points at minus 108. Wine time's on the Magic minus 5.5, minus 110. Justin's on the Heat plus 6 at minus 110. I have asterisks around that Heat spot. I'm going to look at it a little bit more here. Wine time on the Hawks +6 and the Hawks money line at +170. Justin on the over 238 at -110. I don't think that I want to get some clarification of why the line has moved the way it has. We have Spurs as a. So let me go into see exactly what I've done here. I got the Spurs +4 at -112. And then wine time on the Pistons -7.5. Justin on the Pistons -7.5. I moved on the Pistons double result at -145 and the 7.5. And Justin moved on the Pistons double result, tied with the Raptors double result at +194. We stayed off the Jazz Knicks game, but I was having some computer issues and I want to look into it. I'm gonna look into it after the show here. Because I wanted to spend a little more time on it. Wine time on the Hornets +7.5. Justin on the Raptors -7. And that is a possible Raptors move and a double result move. I just want to sit with that a little bit longer. Wine time on the Pacers money line. If Kobe White is in the lineup, I will be betting the Chicago Bulls tonight. I just need to find that information out. Wine time moved on the under 221 in Suns Rockets. I joined them. And we have Justin on Dylan Brooks over 26.5 PRA -115. Then we have Justin and myself on the Clippers. The Bucks, I'm very, very interested in. And then the Thunder -15 at -110 for Wine Time Sports. So we have best bets here for our friend Tom Foolery here. Best bets for Tom Foolery's birthday. My best bet is the Los Angeles Clippers to win their second straight game. Enjoy being away from LA and away from all the criticism. I really like the Bucks, though. I mean, the Bucks could have been it, but for me, it is the Clippers for Tom Foolery's birthday here.
It don't have in the NBA, right?
Yeah, NBA. He wants NBA best bet.
Okay, I got one.
Let's hear it.
You don't want that exact pick. That's what it is. Give me the Detroit Pistons -7.5.
Okay.
Pistons -7.5 for Justin. Clippers money line for me. And wine time.
Celtics money line. I would give you guys the spread here, but you know what? I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to place this as well so I can give you guys the exact odds here on what I'm going to get.
Are you going to use the Pistons on the points or are you going to take the Pistons money line?
I'm going to take the wait, Stacks, you gave the Pistons -7?
Yeah, 7.5.
Yeah. Wait, is he doing a parlay? Is he doing straight bet?
Wine time's going to put them all together.
I'm going to put them all together. I'm going to do the Pistons money line, Stacks. It's probably not going to be as good of a payout, but hold on. Let me pull this up really quick here. Of course, it signed me out. Yeah, I'll let you guys know what it is in about 30 seconds.
Cool. And we could also give that to Tom Foolery as a Pistons, Clippers, Celtics money line parlay if he wants, or you could take them individually. Pistons minus the points, Celtics minus the points, Clippers on the money line. Whatever he wants to do.
Like you say for for NHL, I think Pistons is the best bet on the board in NBA.
Yeah, I like it. And then they're going to be a smash and grab again tomorrow.
Oh, wow. +210. Yeah, I'm taking it. Yeah, I'm taking it.
What is it?
+210. Pistons, Clippers, Celtics money line.
It's not a big number, but I mean, that looks pretty. That looks.
What was the 13? Pistons, Celtics, and who?
Clippers.
Celtics money line, Pistons money line, Clippers money line.
I like it, man. I like it. That is our NBA breakdown here for Friday, December 5th. Justin, thank you for sharing your hard work with us. As always, man. It pains me that I was so behind that I don't have your records up to date because you guys have been absolutely crushing it. They'll be up to date, ready to rock next week here. I popped Justin's X handle in the chat. Hit that link and support our guy, Justin. By the way, the spreadsheet play of the day in NBA is the Chicago Bulls. And Kobe White's in. I'm going to be on them. If you're listening on headphones, you might want to turn it down a little bit. Shout out to our guy, Ron Crawford. Our guy, Dabby Cab, in the house. I guess that is I think I'm going to join you guys here on that. I'm going to join you guys here on that. the tomfoolery special here. Justin,
I'm
my man,
paying
thank you for rocking with us. Any last words for the Capper supporting the show?
No, thanks for having me, and make sure y'all bet Gonzaga team total over 82.5. Thanks for having me.
Zags team total. We're actually going to talk about that game right off the hop here, and that is it's close to, so Zags team total. That's not the Stacks play of the day, but let me get this here. So we're going to talk about the Stacks play of the day right here. Okay, we're going to quickly. The NBA took so long, which is completely on me. It's when you put in this work and you're sitting here with a 61%, win rate and your double digit units, 15% ROI, you're like, look,
Takes time.
Let's spend as much time as fucking possible. I'm getting crushed on the ice and I need this bad. So let me just move this over to college basketball quickly, and I will try to speed us up throughout here. We want to take some time on football, but this has gone very quickly here. Taking a very long time here. Let me get over to college basketball here for this one as well. Also, we are racing at the end of the day today. Merch race, camel race here at Pub Sports Radio for a merch package as well. And for the Canadians, it looks like I'll be bringing merch back up to Canada so that we can get Canadians the merch that they're looking for. So a couple of things there just to keep a heads up about. All right, let's roll here. We have 4 games we're going to talk about in college basketball. And the first one is a big one. And I was interested in it. Again, it's not my wheelhouse, and we had a couple more winners yesterday. I've had 2 really bad days in college basketball. 2 really bad days, and it happens. But if I didn't have these 2 horrific days, I have such a pristine record. But thankful to be in the black right now, and that's all I ask for. We have 7 p.m. Eastern action, the Music City Madness, Rupp Arena in Lexington, Kentucky. The 11th ranked Gonzaga Bulldogs, Spokane, Washington in the house, 7-1, and have played a road game. Going up against the Kentucky Wildcats, coming up that 67-64 home loss to North Carolina. That was on Tuesday, and I wish that wasn't the case. I wish they were coming off beating Tennessee Tech by 50 points. Now, I mean, there's no shame in losing to North Carolina or anything like that, but Gonzaga getting absolutely demolished by Michigan, 101-61, is an appealing spot. Yes, this is not the Zags team that we've been rolling with, that we've seen for a while. They started the Players Era Festival Championship with a really nice win. A couple of nice wins. They beat Bama. They feel good about themselves, and they destroy Maryland 100-61, and then they get absolutely annihilated by Michigan. A big wake up call. They've been sitting around now for 9 days, sitting in that loss. It makes me want to move on it. It makes me want to move on them. But again, we're talking about spots with a ton of money and a ton of information from the market. We're sitting here with a 5. I've been looking at the 5 for a long time. It opened up at 3.5 yesterday at 2:39 p.m. 5:35 p.m. it moved to 4.5, and then at 9:15 p.m. it moved to 5.5. Since then, it's gone from 5 to 5.5, and we're back at a 5 right now. It's a lot of points, Rupp Arena, for anybody. It's a lot of points for you. Go into Rupp Arena and win. Now, we are coming off this horrific loss, which I do think helps. This total is a 161. Opened up at 157.5, got up to 161 in about 6 hours. Then it dropped. It dropped back down to 158 this morning, and now we're back at 161. So we've had a really legit 3.5 point move towards the over. When you get to the cash flow for this massive, massive basketball game, we have 66% of tickets and 87% of the cash on Gonzaga. That makes me uncomfortable as well. It's a real public spot. Now, we're not talking about a public road dog. We're talking about a favorite. And the line has moved in their direction, but I am looking at 4.5s as well. BetMGM has a 4.5. They had a 5.5. They moved it back to 4.5 about 30 minutes ago. So we're talking about, moving against a real public spot. FanDuel has a 4.5. Now they opened it up at 4.5. They spent most of yesterday afternoon at a 3.5, and then got up to 5.5 as well. So I guess this is just sort of a lukewarm thing. And then when I sat with it a little bit longer, one time I started thinking, well, maybe the move is to back the Bulldogs first half. But again, we have one road game that we can, talk about. That was at Arizona State. Arizona State 3 weeks ago. Is that enough of proof that they can travel? Tricky. I'll write them in unopinionated because I think there's two. I think we're not supposed to talk too much about them, but the offshore is this one, and the legal one is this one. Now there's more to that, but I think that's all you really need. The sharpest offshore and the sharpest legal. Wine Time, take it away for us here. A huge one at Rupp Arena.
Yeah, this is probably by far, a college basketball fan standpoint, not a better standpoint, probably, odds on the best game of the board here with both these schools, both of them being ranked. This is a neutral site here. I wanted to be on Gonzaga when I capped this game last night when I looked at it this morning. But like you kind of mentioned it when you just went over the cash flow. It's just too much money to be on them for the line, not necessarily to move. I'm getting 5s everywhere. I'm seeing 5s at most spots. Yeah, there are some 4.5s.
So sorry, AM saying because that's what I thought. Music City Madness, but ESPN had this still at Rupp Arena.
Yeah, no, this is in Nashville. This is at,
that makes sense. That makes sense. Thank you, AM.
This is at Bridgestone Arena in Nashville, Tennessee.
Of course, because it's the music. I was like, why are they calling it Music City Madness? And because here. Sorry.
No, you're good.
That makes perfect. Why would this be at Rupp? That changes everything. But I have here. If you go to ESPN game information, this is at Rupp Arena in Lexington, Kentucky. But why would they call it Music City? So thank you for that. That makes a ton of sense. Okay, keep rolling, my man.
Yeah, it's a difficult spot. It's too much money to be on Gonzaga for me to move on them. But they just got blown out by what was it, like 31 points? Like
40.
Like that's just crazy. Like I want to be on a team that gets blown out like that. And I looked at it and I'm like, okay, they're the favorite here for a reason. Yeah, they're the higher ranked team and it's a neutral site. But seeing the money coming in on Gonzaga and the line not moving, I didn't really want to move on it. If there is going to be something I'm going to move on this game, guys, it's going to be something in the first half. And I think it might be on the over in this one, over 76. I'm getting minus 107 right now on it. I haven't moved on it. I don't know if I'm going to be honest with you. Didn't have a lot of conviction. We've got 64% of the tickets, 68% of the cash coming in on the over. Circa has moved this to a 161. South Point's moved this to a 161. So it seems like it's moving up. It's moved up 1.5 points from the opening. Yeah, a lot of the money is coming in at those books too on this over, but they're moving it up. So something tells me there's going to be a lot of points scored, and both these teams probably come out and shoot out of a cannon here to start the game here. I would only be on the first half over 76 minus 107. I'm not going to move on it quite yet. I'm going to give it some time. I'm going to let the market marinate a little bit more in this one because I don't know if I would really want to move on a first half total. Haven't done it yet this season, but that's what shot out to me in this game, and potentially the full game over, but probably more so the first half over. I think both teams are probably going to go out there and be shooting, and it's probably going to get over pretty quick. So I'm off a side in this one, and I'm off the first half total as of right now. Make sure you're following me on Twitter. If I do move on this, I'll tweet it out, but as of right now, I'm off it, but it would be a first half total over.
We also we went over it earlier, but now we're on college basketball. We'll talk about Spooner's action because it's extremely interesting, and I was close to a couple of those spots. My first thought was, if you've been sitting in this anger for 9 days, wouldn't you be shot out of a cannon to get things started? And the first half -2 opened up -2 this morning. It took 15 minutes to get to 2.5. God, I wish the Wildcats were coming off of that Tennessee Tech win or some huge win.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like if they would have beaten North Carolina in that last game, I mean, but they lost by 3. So I mean, at the same point though, it was down to the wire. I don't know. It's too tough for me to move on a side in this game. It would be Gonzaga or pass, but like I need to see some more movement in it.
Yeah, they're public. They're very public. You know what? I'm okay leaving this one alone at this point.
Does Spoon have action in this game?
No, Spooner's action is on UAB, which is something I looked at for a long time. Mercyhurst, that was a cut that was going to be on this show. Then he's on Fairfield. I studied that spot for a long time. And then the interesting spot is he's also on South Alabama. And that, I told you guys, East Tennessee State, I came so close to betting East Tennessee State. So then seeing that he's on South Alabama is something I like, but I came so close. Let's talk about the bets that I did make, and then we'll get into college football. And when we have a spot at the end of here for our guy, Wine Time Sports. There's our guy, BJ, in the house. He's saying this game is at Rupp. It's not.
No, it's in Nashville, Tennessee. It's in Nashville, Tennessee.
But BJ, it does say that on ESPN that it's at Rupp.
Yeah.
So I get it. But it's great to see you, man. Thinking about you, Paul, is moving in the right direction for you. But we're always here, always want to cap with you, always want to hear your edges and your angles and your max bets. I love capping with you. So shout out to our guy BJ in the house. My spot here is Samford VCU in Richmond, Virginia. I'm nervous about seeing where the line has gone in this one. Very nervous. It was bouncing pretty heavily here earlier this morning, and there'd be an 18.5, we'd see a 20.5, a 9. It was just bouncing all over the place. So I'm very nervous to hear it. But this is my first bet on today's college basketball card. We went 2-0 yesterday, and I only have 2 today. With the cuts, but so I have here Samford first half plus 11.5. Samford is coming off getting absolutely annihilated, absolutely destroyed. This is sort of, the similar angle to what I guess Gonzaga backers are feeling. They just lost 89-45 to Utah Valley in Cancun, and they shot 25% from the field and 22% from three. They were down 42-14 at the half. It was just a bloodbath, absolutely horrific. And the interesting part about it was they opened the Cancun Challenge with a nice win. They win 78-63 over Georgia State. Now they were favored, but they played well. They shot 48% from the field and 32% from three. They out-rebounded Georgia State. Georgia State shot terrible, and then I guess they handed that over to Samford as well. We got a best bet here from BJ2. It is James Madison. Let me copy and paste this spot, and here we go. Thank you, BJ, for sharing your best bet.
We'll be talking about that game soon, BJ.
Yes, which is perfect here. That's our first game on the NFL docket here, and that we also have Pig Milk for that spot as well. So I got your action there. So I just see this as a spot where Samford's been sitting in this loss to Utah Valley now for 9 days, and VCU lost by 15 at home against. Oh no, this wasn't at home. Sorry, of course not. That was tournament play as well. They lose to Vanderbilt, and what did VCU do? They smashed Virginia Tech.
Smashed.
This is the battle for Atlanta's third place game. They showed the kind of school that they are. They shot 53 from the field, 52 from three. They were like from start to finish, like right. They were supposed to beat Virginia Tech, but they smash and grab Virginia Tech. Shout out to Cuban Connect in the house. Big Zo says VCU is tough in Richmond under those Friday night lights. Probably the most supported team in town. Yeah, look, I get it. I think we're getting a spot where Samford is going to be completely overlooked. They're not going to care that Samford's coming in. They're coming back from a third place finish in the battle for Atlantis. They smoked Virginia Tech. Everybody's talking about them. And now Samford comes to town. This is just situationally a spot that I want to attack. Now I'm afraid to look at the line history. Let's take a look at it right now. Please tell me it's not gone too far away from me. Please, please, please. Right now we have 20 and 20 and a half.
Circa has 20 and a half.
Yeah, it's a 20 and a half here where I'm looking. I can deal with that. This opened up at 19. It got up to 20. Then it moved to 18 and a half. Now it had moved to 19 and a half when I moved on the first half. I'd like to see what everybody has the first half action. I got 11 and a half minus. I'm sure it's worse now. Now there are 12s on the board. God, I'd like to have that 12.
Getting 11 and a half minus 107 right now.
So, yeah, look, there's not much more to say. I can understand the discomfort that someone would have. You guys know that this is situationally a similar spot to Gonzaga, but Kentucky's coming off of a loss to North Carolina. If Kentucky was coming off a real feel-good spot, I'd be on Gonzaga first half and full game. But they're not. They're coming off a loss. Here, I believe I've got VCU right where I want them, feeling great about themselves with some schmucks coming into their gym. Wine time, take it away.
It's a tough game here, Jimmy, because this was one of the games I looked at too here. And I was actually looking at VCU earlier this morning at the 19 and a half full game. Seeing it at 20 and a half right now, I kind of wish I would have moved on to the 19 and a half. I'm still might. I think this VCU program is actually pretty good this year. Lost to Vanderbilt, can't really complain. I mean, they're 9-0 this season. Their other loss was to NC State. NC State, not a very great basketball team. But what's NC State? What are they doing right now? Well, they are 5-3. I mean, they're not a very good team over there in the ACC. But VCU, a team that's, I don't know, sometimes they surprise people and make it to the March Madness, the tournament. I think this is a game where they could absolutely smash Samford, honestly. I haven't moved on it quite yet just because I don't know a lot about the Samford team. Seeing that this did move to a 20 and a half from the 19 and a half, I don't know if I'm going to still move on it. And hearing you on this first half, I didn't have enough conviction to move on it. So I didn't end up moving on it. I'm not going to as of right now, but I think I would be on VCU in this spot. It's kind of hard for me to lay 21 and a half points against anyone in any kind of sport. Something tells me maybe they smash these guys up. Don't have a read on the market for a splittage for tickets and all that. We don't have that for the over or under, unfortunately. I don't know. It's a tough game here. I'm not going to lay the points with VCU quite yet. And I wasn't looking at the first half. Maybe I move on VCU full game. We could both end up cashing. VCU takes advantage of them in the second half. I'm not going to move on it quite yet. I'm going to take some time on this game. I might not even move on it, but it would have been VCU full game for me.
Yeah, the what's been working for me is feeling sick when I make bets in college basketball. And I felt sick when I made this next one. I've only got 2 on the board here. 7 p.m. Eastern with the Niagara Purple Eagles, 2-5 at the Siena Saints, 7-2, MVP Arena in Albany, New York. One of the angles about backing UC Davis was the fact that it was the opening of conference play. It's that much more important. And this came into my breakdown here, why I'm on the Niagara Purple Eagles full game. I'm on Niagara plus 13 at minus 112. It sucks because I could have got a 14. I wanted it. It was just kind of putting everything together, and then it dropped, and it dropped fast, man. And it dropped to 12 and a half at 365. And I was like, oh God, I was just like beating myself up, and I still moved on it, but let's see where it is right now. If it's come back, it has.
You're on. Wait, are you on Niagara or Siena?
I'm on Niagara.
Okay, yeah, okay.
So it's a 13 right now, and it's a I think. Let me see if it's still 12 and a half here because I had to bet it offshore. I couldn't send it into the local because I wanted the flat 13 here over. Tell me, yeah, see it. It's 13 and a half at 365 now. It's okay. I get it. These are ugly spots. One of the things about CN, so I expect Niagara, to put it all on a table in their first game here in conference. But look at what Siena has done. They took out Bryant in that first game and then took out Brown on the road. Since then, though, they've been playing in close games. They beat Albany by 10 at home. They beat Holy Cross by 4 on the road. They have Longwood on a neutral court. They beat them by 7. They beat American University by 4. And they beat Maine on a neutral court by 4. And I'm supposed to sit back and think they're just going to smash and grab Niagara. One thing about Niagara already this year is they've been in some tough situations. They went to Duquesne and lost by 20. They went to Binghamton, which is not tough, beat them by 8. They've had 4 road games already this year. They went to Lemoyne and lost by 6. They played at Duke and lost by 58. Yeah, look, it's embarrassing. But it does mean that they've traveled. They've been in tough situations. You could say, well, they haven't handled them well. They did at least beat Binghamton on the road. This is a first conference game. I expect the Purple Eagles to lose, but I expect them to be in this basketball game from start to finish. So I'm on the Niagara Purple Eagles. I got plus 13. If I had to wait a little bit longer, I would have got 13.5, but just a half-point move on such an ugly dog is fine with me. I don't imagine that we have cash flow. We do have cash flow information. 66% of the tickets and 79% of the cash on Siena. It's now a 14 at Circa, but it opened at 14. It went down to 13, came back to 14. You know what? I can deal with this shit. I can deal with it here. Spooner says, I think it's very easy to get to Siena here. They have the better team. There's no argument there. He says, but this is a MAC conference game. You don't see a lot of blowouts within the conference. This is the most important game of the year for the Purple Eagles. This is it so far, not all year, but this is their first conference game of the year. They can stay within 13. They can stay within 10. One time, Purple Eagles, Siena Saints, Albany, New York.
Yeah, this is a game I moved on in a little bit different of a way. I do like your look on Niagara here on the plus the points, because I think this is going to be a very low scoring game, which is why we're seeing a very low scoring total here. And it's dropped a couple of points as we speak, or it's dropped 1.5 points. I'm on the first half. Niagara Siena under 61 minus 110. I think, blowout over. Well, that's for the VCU game. Okay. But as far as this game,
you're in business here because Sky is with you on the full game under.
I'm on the under 61 minus 110 first half. I find it hard to believe they're going to score 60 points in this first half. I find it hard to believe that they're going to score 55 here. I think this is going to be a pretty low scoring conference game, and I think it's going to be kind of a dogfight early on. And I think that this is not even going to come close to the under. And then I might move on like a full on a live over, depending on where this hops. If I can get like a 138 or like a 122 or something like that, depending on how this first half goes. But I think this first half is going to be very low scoring, and I think that favors Niagara here. So give me the first half under 61 minus 110. I was almost going to take the 60.5 at plus 100, but I'm just going to pay the extra 10 cents and get that 61. I think this is going to be very low scoring in the first half, so I'm locked in on this one. I agree with the Niagara look too. I think they're going to hang tight in this one.
I'm pumped up. I'm pumped up about the game. I love these 7 p.m. small school games. Pumped up, man. But I will have to be focusing on Monopoly with the kids as best I possibly can. Let's move on to wine time spot here on the board. Notre Dame Fighting Irish versus at the TCU Horned Frogs here. This is 8 p.m. Eastern. We're in Fort Worth, Texas. Let's take a look at this line history and set this situation up for our guy, Wine Time Sports. This is a final game. Then we go into college football, and then we put a wrap on the show. We are racing, though, at the end of this, a camel race here. We have Notre Dame coming off a 76-71 win versus Missouri. I studied this game. I went over all of these games. So I spent time on this game, and I liked what Notre Dame did against Houston, losing 66-56, in neutral, beating Rutgers 68-63. I mean, there's not too much to say about that. I even like the fact that they started that tournament by losing 71-61 to Kansas. They've been playing tough teams. And then I could say, well, have they traveled? Yes, they went to Ohio State and they played them tough, 64-63. So I found myself with some interest here in Notre Dame at first. Then we have a TCU. What can you say about TCU? I mean, we're watching Michigan look awesome, and they lost by 4 to Michigan. We watched TCU beat Florida and then Wisconsin back to back. I mean, TCU they look like a very good basketball team here. Those two games against Florida and Wisconsin in the Rady Children's International was impressive down in San Diego. TCU shot 57 from 3 and also played really tight defense against Whiskey. I mean, so I was just kind of stuck on this spot, and that's why it wasn't included initially with our games. We have TCU -7 and -108. Opened up -6.5, got to 7.5, and now it's 7. So we've just had a half-point move towards TCU. And then from a total perspective here, we have, here we go. We have this sitting at 139.5, -115 to the over. So all it's moved is a half point to the over. So we don't have, heavy line movement. 63% of tickets, 59% of cash on TCU. FanDuel hanging at 6.5. Circa hanging at 7. BetMGM hanging at 7.5. Wine Time Sports, take it away.
Yeah, both these teams have played some pretty good competition to start their season, and they both have been pretty impressive to start off. Notre Dame had a couple impressive wins, and coming off that win against Missouri. TCU, Wisconsin, Florida back-to-back, guys. I mean, those are two pretty good programs that have some talent over there and look good doing it right now. I want to be on Notre Dame. I want to be on them plus the 7. I haven't gotten there yet. I just wanted to kind of talk this out and hear what the chat had to say, but I want to be on Notre Dame here. 37% of bets, 41% of cash on them. It's definitely the sharp side. Line's not really moving too much. It moved a half point towards TCU because we are seeing some 7s at Circa. At the sharper books right now, we are seeing 7s. I'm going to wait on this one. I'm not going to give it out quite yet, but I would only be on Notre Dame here, and I think I'm going to do it eventually at some point, plus the 7 points. I think they can hang tight in this game. I think TCU has the better team, but I just think Notre Dame can hang within these 7 points. But you never know at the end of some of these college games. I mean, they will foul until you're down double digits. So you never know what can happen. So that's always in the back of my mind as well in this kind of spot. I'm going to pass as of right now, but I wanted to be on Notre Dame. I don't know if I'm going to get there, though, Jim. I want to, but it just didn't quite correlate enough for me to actually move on it. So I'm going to stay away from it as of right now. 4.5 hours till the game. Market's not going to do too much for me in that one to probably motivate me to do anything. I mean, unless I guess Circa moves this to a 6.5, and I will be all over it for sure. But I have to wait for that to happen. They still have 7s. The sharper books have 7. So I'm going to stay off it as of right now, but it would have been Notre Dame or pass.
A couple things here. That's what JPZ is Vancouver Canucksopoly. So I am the Zamboni. That is my Monopoly piece, the Zamboni. It's not the regular Monopoly. And then here, listen, Godfather, if I had any site telling me that 90% of the money was on TCU, I would have already taken Notre Dame first half and full game. The sites I have, and we're not sure what sites are the best. Trust me. And I'm not saying that whatever you're looking at is wrong, but Odds Logic here has 63% of tickets and 59% of the cash on TCU. Action Network, which as much as we don't like it, is something that costs $100 a year. I'm not renewing, but they have 38% of tickets and 44% of the cash on TCU. If anything told me that TCU was a heavy public spot, I would be already on Notre Dame heavy. Not heavy, but I would have 2 units on in first half and full game. So I have nothing that's telling me that. So at this point, Wine Time, you're holding off on your Notre Dame action?
Hold off on Notre Dame. If I do move on this, guys, it will probably be late, like at 4 o'clock my time, so an hour before game time. I'm going to wait as of right now. We'll see.
All right. Let's, Godfather, but I mean, we don't take any of these sites as if it's fact or truth. We're not sure if they're getting audited. We know it's illegal to lie, but are they getting audited by anyone? Is anybody? I don't trust any of the sites. I don't think any of them are wrong, and I'm not sure if any of them are right. Let's move on to college football here. Conference championship. We have 4 games tonight, and then we will be talking 2 best bet spots tomorrow here. So let's get to work, and let me move a couple things over so that I got college football up. Oh, and just one final thing here before I just want to just go over our guy Spooner's action in college basketball again. UAB plus 2.5. Mercyhurst plus 1.5. I came close to both of those bets. UAB at Drake, I came close. And I'll go over them again. Fairfield money line, South Alabama plus 5.5. Iona minus 3.5. If I trust the Action Network, I wouldn't have moved on. Samford. I just don't believe them. And I'm also on the first half. I just don't. The stuff I get from them is just. I don't find it very trustworthy. So.
I like the look on UAB. I might get there.
I came close.
Yeah, it's going to take a little bit more time, but I might end up getting on UAB.
I came close. Rod's Wacky says TCU has won 41 of the last 44 night games against non-conference opponents at home. Let's get into our game 1 of college football tonight. I've not moved on any of these conference championships at this point, which is a strange feeling to have. But it is what it is. Let's get into it here. Game 1, wine time. Let me just get everything over for the information that we need. So we start with action. We've heard the best bet from our guy BJ is on James Madison, and we also have Pig Milk play of the day. Pig Milk play of the day from our guy Billy Friedrich is the over 46.5 in our first game of the day. This one's going to be fun here. This one is going to be fun. Troy and James Madison getting it all started. James Madison ranked right now. These guys didn't play each other during the season. Troy coming off 2 wins at home versus Georgia State, which obviously, means nothing. 0-8 in conference was Georgia State. And then they won at Southern Miss. That means something. Southern Miss was a good team this year. 5-3 in conference. James Madison has been annihilating their opposition, especially if it's a opposition that's in conference, just destroy. I mean, they've been destroying. Coastal Carolina that was 5-3 in conference, 6-6 this year. They just went there and beat them 59-10. They put up 52 at Texas State. They beat App State 58-10. I mean, they're just annihilating opponents. The weather is nice in all of these games, but it's cold here. 26 Fahrenheit. Oh, shit. Sorry. 26 Fahrenheit at kickoff. Mostly cloudy, 4-mile-per-hour winds. Line history-wise here. So we have over action from we have best bet from our guy BJ, and that's on the 20.5. That's moved to 23.5. The opening line was 20.5. I'm looking at 24s as well. Opened up at 20.5 and is now at 23.5 or 24. So a big move towards James Madison. From a total standpoint, I'm looking at a 47. It's juiced to the under. I see 46.5. It's juiced to the over. This did open up at 48.5. So this is sort of a low watermark total at this point. And when we get to the cash, oh, sorry, that's the wrong one. When we get to the cash flow, we have 78% of the tickets and 94% of the cash on James Madison. If this line wasn't moving, obviously we'd be on Troy. But the line is moving, and it's moving quickly. We have 70% of the tickets and 76% cash on the over. Wine Time Sports, Friday night, conference football, Sun Belt Championship. Take it away.
This is fun right here, guys. Shout out to Robert Chesney, the new head coach at UCLA. It's James Madison's head coach. Couldn't be more excited to have him coming over. And for the sake of everything, I mean, I don't hope that they lose this game, but I hope that Virginia wins tomorrow. So James Madison gets left out and he can get to UCLA quicker and start getting guys in the portal and doing all that stuff. This guy's one of the better coaches in all of college football. He came over from Holy Cross. He's the guy that kind of put Matthew Sluka on the map and that program and got the James Madison job. Kurt Cignetti left that program, left it to almost die in a way because he brought all of the coaches and all of the players with him over to Indiana. And he kind of had to recruit within. He had some players left over, but he had to also attack the portal. Went 9-3, goes 11-1 this year. Their only losses was to, at the time, a really good Louisville football team. Not so much anymore, but that's when their running game was actually good, when they had their running backs in. And they were just a couple plays away from winning that ball game. They're in the rankings now. People are saying they might make the college football playoff if they absolutely destroy Troy, which I see no reason why they shouldn't. James Madison has been pretty much putting their foot on their opponent's throat every single game this season and not stopping. And it's pretty crazy what they're doing right now. And it really starts on the defense. This is one of the best defensive fronts you'll see. This is the best defensive front you will see in the Sun Belt. This is a Power 5 conference defensive front, though. These guys could hang in the trenches with the best of them. You talk about a guy like Sahar West. Hope he comes over with Chesney to UCLA. This guy was an All-American as a redshirt freshman. This guy's a physical specimen coming off the edge. Absolutely insane watching him. They've got a good quarterback over there in Alonzo Barnett. Matthew Sluka transferred here. Hasn't even really been playing because this kid, Alonzo Barnett III.
I love that he's not playing.
Oh, me too. Yeah, it's awesome.
It's great.
I just hope we don't have to, he doesn't get an extra year of eligibility and is able to go elsewhere. Alonzo Barnett, this guy's been, I mean, if you guys watch that Coastal Carolina game, he made some big time throws down the field, really impressive throws. He's got a lot of good pass catchers over there. A lot of guys that Coach Chesney brought in from the transfer portal that have been working out. They've got a good offensive line. I don't think Troy can do anything against this defensive front. I mean, they're not going to be able to run the ball. I'm not sure if I can trust them in the passing game in this situation. I'm surprised Troy made it to this game, if we're being completely honest here. But I'm on Troy, James Madison, under 47, minus 110. And I'm also on Troy, team total under 12, minus 110. I would usually be on James Madison in this spot. I just think the number is really high, and I don't know how much they're going to blow these guys out. I just know that Troy's not going to be able to put up too much offense against this James Madison defense. They're going to want to prove to the committee that they're up for the task in the college football playoff. They want to make sure that they can shut this team down. I think that's exactly what they're going to do. Might end up tweeting out later the under first half, team total 6.5 right now, which we're getting. You can't find 12s anymore, I don't think, for the full game. I think they're only 11.5s right now. Doesn't matter. They're not getting double digits in this game. I find it hard to believe they're going to score any points. So I'm on the under full game and Troy team total under.
And that's a 47 flat and a 12.5?
47 flat and a 12.
And a 12.
Geez, yeah, just a 12.
And a 12 minus 110 here. So Troy team total under 12 minus 110 and the under 47 minus 110. I love hearing that Cuban Connect, man. Love hearing that the Clippers we're gonna roll with, and I copied and pasted that parlay. Cuban Connect's parlay here. How did I just put it? Yes, Bethune plus 10, Iona minus 2.5, and Xavier to win from Cuban Connect. Wine time on Troy team total under 12 and the under 47 in the Sun Belt Championship. Let's move to the Conference USA Championship. Wine time, Amherst Stadium in Jacksonville, Alabama. 41 Fahrenheit, cloudy, 5 mile per hour winds. Kennesaw State, Jacksonville State, they just played, and it was a rare loss for the Kennesaw State Owls. They lost 35-26. And, you know, Jacksonville State did it all with the run game. The Jacksonville State put up 451 yards. Kennesaw State put up 579, but they turned the ball over 4 times. They lost the turnover battle 4-0. They had 32 first downs compared to just 18 for Jacksonville State. It was heartbreak. It was heartbreak. They came back hard too. They were down 32-13 with 10 minutes left in the game, and they made it a 1-score game. They scored a touchdown with 7:55 left and a touchdown with 3:22 left. So Odom threw 3 interceptions. It was a very tough game. And then they came out of it and they beat Missouri State at home, which I don't maybe isn't saying much. And then they went to Liberty and took them out in double overtime here. After Jacksonville State beat Kennesaw State, they lost at Florida International. Came back and then barely beat Western Kentucky at home. Let's get into the line history and hand this over to Wine Time. We'll start with the total. From a total standpoint, we have a 60.5. Opened up at 56.5, and we're all the way up to 60. A 4-point move on the over. And from a side perspective here, we have Kennesaw State minus 2.5. Kennesaw State opened up at +1.5. I mean, now we have threes basically. I mean, this is a very powerful move towards the Owls. When we get to the cash flow here, we have 52% of the tickets and 58% of cash on Kennesaw State. It's not like it's a big public spot. Now, if you want a public spot, it's the over. 66% of the tickets and 92% of the cash on the over. Well, we've seen it move 4 points, so the books are respecting it. Troy Torrance got on Kennesaw State money line -130. And I guess it's a 2.5 that. Let me see what I could get on. I mean, clearly the books are telling us Kennesaw State going to go take care of business. -140, -130, depending on where you shop. Take it away for us here. Wine Time Sports, Kennesaw State, Jacksonville State.
Yeah, I like that Kennesaw State look here. Kind of a revenge factor here in a way, too, for them. I like the way they've been playing this year. Jacksonville State, don't get me wrong, they've had some pretty good wins this season. Their head coach, Charles Kelly, came over from Colorado 2 years, Dion's DC over in Colorado a couple years ago. Was able to recruit and bring some pretty good guys. I mean, starting with Cam Cook. I mean, this guy is by far the best running back in the G5 right now. I mean, he's got 1,600 yards for 15 touchdowns right now on almost 300 carries. Came over from TCU. Coming into the season, I thought he was going to be such a big upside for this Jacksonville State team, and he has single-handedly won them ball games. The quarterback position, I do have some concerns about. Don't really like a lot of their passing games. They got a guy named Brock Reschsteiner. That's Scott Steiner from the WWE's son. He's had a pretty good season this year as well. I actually think he stepped away from the team, and he is now in the WWE from what I've heard. I don't think he's going to be playing in that one. So, but with that being said here, this Kennesaw State team, I like Omari Odom at quarterback. This kid's an absolute dual threat quarterback. He's a really good athlete, came over from Wofford, didn't have a lot of offers coming out of high school, ended up coming over to Kennesaw State. And he's having a pretty good season. He can get it done through the air, also on the ground. He's got 7 touchdowns on the ground. And I like the run attack here. I like Kennesaw State. I think that they can score pretty much against anyone in this conference. And I don't see any reason why they can't put up a lot of points against a really bad Jacksonville State defense, even though their head coach is a defensive-minded guy. They went 7-1 in the conference. I mean, for him inheriting this program from Rich Rod last year, really impressive by Charles Kelly. But I don't believe in this team in this game. I think Kennesaw State is definitely the side in this one. I haven't quite moved on it yet. I'm going to shop around and see what the best number I can get. I think it's going to be a -135. I might wait on this spot. I do like it. I just don't know how much I like it. We've got some other games we're going to talk about, so I'm not going to move on it quite yet. But I'm pretty close to Kennesaw State. I think that's the side in this one, and I think that they can probably pretty much name their number against Kennesaw State. Want to see what their team total is here. NCAA all right, team totals. We've got a 31.5 right now on one book. I want to see if I can beat that number on a different book here, because if I can get a flat 31, I think I'm going to end up moving on that. Here we go. Let me see. Kennesaw State team total 30.5. Okay, there we go. Kennesaw State. There it is, Jim. We're moving on this right here. Kennesaw State team total over 30.5 -110. It's going in right now. That's what we're going to move on here. I might end up doubling up and moving on Kennesaw State too on the money line, lay a little bit of juice, but I'm kind of already laying juice here with the minus. It's -120. I apologize. It's -110 to the under. So over 30.5, -120 team total first half or full game. Sorry. Apologies.
I like it. Troy Torrance on it. We have Dizzy on the other side. Dizzy Donuts is on Jacksonville State, and he's not alone. We have Sky on Jacksonville State and the over as well. The market is screaming Kennesaw State, and then we explain exactly what happened in that game. I'm going to have to move on Kennesaw State as well. I have to move on them as well. So that would be my first college football bet on the card at this point for conference championship week. Let's move on to the next spot on the board for Wine Time Sports. It's the American Championship. North Texas Mean Green at the Tulane Green Wave. Yulman Stadium, New Orleans, Louisiana. 51 Fahrenheit, light rain, 4-mile-per-hour winds. Kent Davies says it's an easy spot for him. 2 units on Kennesaw State. It's going to make the night more exciting. Every bet, I always feel like, look, we have a little bit more excitement tonight. Who needs anything else, man? We remember North Texas's lone loss. It was a debacle. We had Gorky tell us 100 points would be scored. You agreed with it, and
Yes.
99 is what we
Should have
landed
been,
on.
because they stopped in the last 5 minutes of the game. It was crazy.
And look at North Texas' last 3 games, or 4 of their last 5 have gone over 50. And Tulane plays a different style. Tulane plays defense here. They shut opponents down. The last 2 opponents against Tulane, Temple and Charlotte. Now you could say, look, Charlotte went 0-8 in conference, and Temple went 3-5 in conference. So we're not talking about the elite of the American, but 13 points were scored on Tulane, and none were scored at home in their last game. Florida Atlantic did put up 24 against them. And then we know Tulane's loss, right? Tulane's loss was explained. Tulane has 2 losses, but that last loss at UTSA, we just know what happens when teams play. When anybody plays UTSA at the Alamo Dome, they step up. We got Robert Franklin here on Tulane. We have Troy Torrance on North Texas. So let's set up the line history and hand it over to Wine Time Sports. We have Tulane right now at +3 at minus 125. So it's not a real 3. So we're still dealing with a 2.5 here. This opened up at 3 at a flat 3. So at the 3, this has moved 15 cents towards Tulane. From a total perspective here, okay, here we go. From a total perspective, we have a 67. Opened up at 65.5, got up to 67.5, pretty quick. For the last few days, it went back down to 66. Now it's up at 67 here. And when we get to the cash flow, we have 57% of tickets, 54% of cash on North Texas, 56% of the tickets, and 75% of cash on the over. And it's not really moving that much. Circa has a 2.5. They have 56 and 53 on North Texas, so it's pretty 50-50 split. So that's exactly where they opened it. And then on the total, they have 56% of the tickets, 75% cash on the over, and they've got it right where they opened it at 67. Let's hear from our cappers in the chat. Sky is on the over. Kyle Field says that he would take Tulane money lane, and Timmy Two Shoes is on the over. Tyler Flowers is on North Texas -2.5. Kyle Field says North Texas just lost their head coach. He'll probably stay off. Justin McKelvey's on the over 66.5. Chris Warren is on North Texas. And Dizzy says North Texas, I love this team and I love this spot. Wine Time Sports, take it away, the American Championship.
I like this North Texas team too, guys. I don't know if you remember, it was like week 1 or week 2, we were on a live stream for NFL, and I was saying, it's like the winner of the American Conference is probably going to get a one-way ticket to the college football playoff. That's exactly where we are. It doesn't matter who wins this game. They have a one-way ticket to the college football playoff. You need a G5 program to enter, and it's going to be one of these teams. James Madison might get the number 2, get a second spot. We'll see. But with that being said, the winner of this will be going to the college football playoff. And I kind of want to get on North Texas here, guys.
Will they get annihilated?
Yeah, I mean, say again?
Will they get annihilated once they get to the playoff?
Yeah. Yes. Well, especially with both this is another thing I want to touch on, guys. Tulane, John Summerall, accepts a very big head coaching gig at the University of Florida. And listen, I mean, did you guys hear him in his presser? He was hyped. I mean, this guy already is taking press conferences in Florida, in Gainesville, talking to the fans, talking to the fan base, saying what he's going to do to this program. He came in and pretty much threw Billy Napier under the bus and said, I'm a winner here. You guys got yourselves a winner. He has to fly back to good old Tulane University and get these guys to practice this week. One angle, my guy Moose was telling me, because he's on the other side, he's on Tulane in this one. He's saying, he's like, don't you think a lot of these Tulane players are going to want to show out for their head coach so they can move to Florida? I said, I mean, do you know how much money John Summerall has to use at his disposal right now? Why would he take any of these players from Tulane? He can go after whoever he wants in the transfer portal because Florida's got 25 million in NIL money that Tulane just simply didn't have. And he can go after his guys anyway. I think they need to get him to Florida ASAP. They need to lose this game here. North Texas on the other side, head coach. He gets a head coaching gig too. The University of Oklahoma State. Shout out to Jose. I wonder what Jose has to say about that. He hates North Texas. Hates North Texas with a passion, and their head coach is now your next head coach for the Oklahoma State. Apologies. So with that being said here, I think that they're the more motivated team here in North Texas. He's not over there taking pressers in Oklahoma State. He's not doing anything. He's saying, like, I'm staying right here. We're trying to win. We're trying to go to college football playoff. And I get John Summerall said the same thing, but I think actions speak louder than words. And in this spot, John Summerall taking these press conferences in Gainesville, engaging with the fan base. He's excited. You know how much money of a pay raise he just got. I get it. You want to finish off where you started, but to me, it seems like this is a North Texas spot. I think they win this game. You guys mean to tell me North Texas? I mean, who have they not been able to score against this season? Have they faced a defense like Tulane yet this season? No. And I will say that Tulane's got a very outstanding G5 defense. Like, it's impressive, but I think North Texas just moves way too fast. They're running gun 24/7. They're moving the ball downfield. They're trying to see how fast they can score on you and how many times they can score on you. That's what this head coach has emphasized. I think North Texas is clear-cut the spot here, guys. Haven't moved on it yet here. I want to find the best number I can give out available because I am going to move on this spot. I've already talked myself into it. I get it. Both head coaches are leaving, and it's like you can say the same thing. It's like, is he not already checked out? He's not over there taking press conferences. I don't think he's checked out quite yet. So I'm going to get on North Texas money line -135. Mark it down official, Jim. I think North Texas has a ticket to the college football playoff. Who they play and how they will do remains to be seen because the biggest attendance they've probably seen this season is 30,000. If they have to play a Power 4 conference team, which they will, and a good one, and they have to play them over there, it's going to be tough, but this team can score. That's one thing they can do. Tulane, I think if it's a low-scoring game, it obviously favors Tulane, but why are we seeing a total of 67? You know what I mean? Like, Tulane's not going to score. I don't think they're going to be able to score 30 in this game. I think North Texas could score 37, though. So give me North Texas money line -135.
North Texas money line at -135. Jose was trying to get he's trying to get on screen, and maybe we got. Looks like we got him. Let's hear
our very own Jose Bouquet.
Let's hear his take here on the new coach from his hated rival. Jose, how do you feel about all this?
Great. Fucking cucked you, North Texas. Suck my balls. How about that? Took your coach, wants to be here more than us. Our Jeff Traylor doesn't want to leave. UTSA is poor as fuck, and he doesn't want to leave. Suck my dick, North Texas.
Right.
They're going to dominate tonight, though, because they've got a great coach.
Loud and clear. It's so you're very pleased with all this.
Yeah. I'm glad to have a coach that's engaged and isn't just a big dickhead, just fucking walking around with his mullet, thinking his cock's bigger than everyone. Now Eric Morris's cock is actually bigger than everyone. So that's nice to see.
He's a great coach, Jose. Like I hope you guys can keep him as long as you can at Oklahoma State, but that guy's, oh man, he's gonna be a good coach here. These next 10 years, he's gonna be one of the top coaches out there.
You're saying there's bigger things than Oklahoma State football?
Mike Gundy doesn't think so, so I don't think what's his name will either, Mr. Eric Morris. So I can't wait. And we're gonna take their quarterback from him too. That's gonna be great. Now my tune will change significantly of Messon Maker, whatever his name is. If he doesn't come with Morris, my tune will change very, very drastically.
Well, I mean, he's got some more money to deal with now. Maybe you can get a better quarterback.
I'll roll my dice with the 0-star.
And Jose, are you moving on North Texas tonight?
No, I wouldn't be caught dead betting this fucking deadbeat university. You kidding me? I hope they make it to the fucking playoffs just to get smashed. Now, I do represent all the little Power 4, Power 5 schools, I should say. All of those schools, they should be let into this tournament. Fuck you, Vanderbilt. Texas is terrible. North Texas could beat the University of Texas, but instead they're going to play some yahoos at their place. But shout out to UNT.
I'm interested in joining the squad here on North Texas. I just got a fresh coffee, so we got 2 more hours in me for sure here in this show. No problem.
Oh, boy.
sorry, guys. No,
hey, Jose, I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
All right, no worries. Okay, Jose, let's set up the UNLV Rebels, Boise State Broncos. Do you have your stuff set up on your computer?
Sure, yeah. Mr. Connor Mack I'm sure, is somewhere thrilled to watch this game with his UNLV running Rebs here against the mighty Boise State. This line has moved quite briskly. This is a 3.5 all week, and we have 5.5s now. And there is, as I have to switch from basketball to football here, there is 52% of the bets and 51% of the money on UNLV. With all that, that line movement is very interesting, but I have not moved on this game. It probably would be Boise State or nothing for me.
Did you see the panic in wine time when I said I've got a coffee, I'm ready to stay here for 2 more hours?
Yeah, that's why I went to the bathroom. He's like, oh, fuck. Oh, God. What do we got next? Oh.
No. Sorry. Okay. Yes, let's talk about this spot here.
And just imagine, the shows are 5 hours now, like regularly. Imagine at Pubapalooza when the long shows then were 5 hours. The long shows at Pubapalooza are going to be 7 hours.
I've got
it's going to be a full school day.
I've got to fix that this year.
You're not, Jimmy. I know this. You're not going to fix that. The pollutants are going to get inside of you, and then it's going to be long breaks, and it's going to be a whole thing.
Long breaks?
Yeah, you go like UNLV and Boise State here. You just start taking longer pauses in between your words just to really collect yourself here as the more polluted you go.
Yeah, you can help me. You can tell me that these things are happening and I can speed up the process.
Chris Mullins is a great coach for UNLV.
No way, man. No way. Let me know when I'm doing that.
No.
All right, let's get to work here. We've seen these two teams face each other. It was a 56-31 Boise State victory. Boise State in absolute control off the hop, but UNLV fought back in the second quarter, and then Boise State dominated the second half, took care of business. Yards-wise, though, over 1,000 put up between these two teams. UNLV put up 476. Boise put up 558. We've heard the cash flow and the side information here, but I don't know if Wine Time heard it all here. Right now, 51% of the tickets on UNLV, 61 and 77 on the over. And we've seen this massive move towards Boise State from -3 up to -6. At some books, it's gone even further than that because they got the line out earlier. If you go over to BOL here, for instance, let me just get over to the side here. That's so funny. The pauses.
Yeah, it's you have to really collect yourself.
No way, man. You got to show me clips, man. You got to show me. I opened up at -3 and -5.5, but some books open this up even lower. Take it away for us here. Wine Time. Mountain West Championship. Rebels, Broncos. Oh, by the way, weather-wise, it's 42 Fahrenheit, cloudy, 4-mile-per-hour winds, but they expect light rain in the second half. Light rain in the second half. Wine Time, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, Boise has absolutely dominated this series of games the last 5 years, guys. I mean, going back to last year, remember we talked about this. It was on this day last year. We talked about this same game on the same Friday night. I do believe that it was in UNLV. Let me double check on that because I thought it was a late game. No, it was at Boise. So it was at Boise for the conference championship where Boise was -4. We ended up moving on UNLV plus the 4. They lose 21-7. This year, Boise was a -13. Obviously, this UNLV team taking a little bit of a step back from last year, but not so much. I mean, still 10-2 this season. Very impressive what Dan Mullen has done over there. He's finally gone to a program and won. And this guy, be on the lookout. He's definitely, I mean, we saw Barry Odom go to UNLV for 1 or 2 years and take the Purdue job. Dan Mullen is definitely going to have a job offer here in the next year or two. We'll see where he goes and if he can win at a bigger school. But with that being said here, coming off back-to-back losses, I mean, 5 straight losses to Boise here. I don't want to lay Boise State here because Matson is back. It seemed like they were kind of getting into a rhythm with their quarterback Cutforth before he came back. They had to win out their games. Boise was supposed to do a lot better this season, 8-4. Pretty much a disappointment. That's why this head coach isn't going anywhere. If he would have been able to win 10 games, you probably would see him getting these bigger end coaching jobs like what Tulane in North Texas and James Madison has done this year. But with that being said here, Maddox Madsen is going to be back for this game here. Guy loves this university. He's been a gamer the last couple of years. He's been a winner when he's been out there, but I don't know. I mean, I think that's why the line has moved so much. Why they're -6 is because he's actually going to play. I know he got ruled in yesterday, but it's only moving towards Boise right now. And I'm not going to do it. I don't want to lay it with Boise State, and I don't want to do it with UNLV because I've been burned, I believe, both times. Last year, I was actually on UNLV in those spots. And to me, I still think Boise's the better team. I don't know if they're better coached, but the fact that they're laying a 6 here, Boise shouldn't even be here. I mean, 8-4. I feel like New Mexico or another team should have been here, but whatever. But I'm off this game. Nothing for me in this one. It's a pass.
You know, I think I got my cards set up here for tonight. I'm going to leave this one alone. I think it's just Kennesaw State, North Texas. Bang, bang. 2 bets here. I plan on moving on after the show. Let's roll into best bets. We got 2 games left on today's show, and then we have a camel race. And then I've got to get my action in fast because we got to get to Los Heroes.
Let's go.
Move on.
What are you gonna get from there, Jim?
Well, it's because I do eat like, oh, let's see, Jose's like, oh, here's another 30 minutes.
No, this is what happens. It's like someone asked a question, and it's like, you know what? Fuck Ja Rule. You're right. I have to rank him 3rd in my list of Ja Rules.
My list of Jaws. On my list of Ja Rules. I get the queso with the spicy chorizo. And then we get, this is just for the kids and I, it's like a child dish. Then we get the guacamole, and then we just sit there wrapping up queso and chorizo with guacamole while I drink tequila, giving high fives to each other.
I love it. And shout out to Troy Torrance. I didn't mention this line functionality. He's very right. I believe in the last game, because we also have to keep in mind the 2 games before this, it was only a 4-point spread. Earlier this season, Boise was a -13 at home, and now they're only a -5.5. So keep that in mind. That is a key factor that I know a couple people I cap with really take tabs on that, and that's a big part of their cap. So still, I'm going to be off this game, but yeah, I mean, I get it, Troy. It makes me think a little bit more of UNLV side, but I'm going to stay off it.
There's our guy Chill Will in the house as well. He was a big part of Pubapalooza 4. Great to see you, Chill Will. Let's roll into best bet action here for Saturday. We have 2 games left, and then we race camels. Got to watch these pauses now. They're in my head, man. We have Miami, Western Michigan for our guy, Wine Time Sports. The MAC Championship, Ford Field in Detroit, Michigan. Miami of Ohio Redhawks 7-5 at the Western Michigan Broncos, who are 8-4. I love the opportunity here to see Finn in a big stage. Senior DeQuan Finn on a big stage like this is going to be.
Jim, no, he's out. He ain't playing in this one.
Oh no.
He left for the NFL draft 2 weeks ago.
Oh shit, I remember them talking about that. Damn it.
He's supposedly still eligible for like the Senior Bowl and all that, but it seems like the team has came together since then. But yeah, I don't know why he left. He could have won a MAC championship. Like, it's kind of crazy.
Damn, it sucks. Here, and we've seen these teams face off, but I guess that's a completely different situation because I was with DeQuan Finn here. It was a 26-17 victory for the Miami of Ohio Redhawks back on October 25th. So that does explain the line history here. This line, I guess it doesn't, because it's been going towards Miami of Ohio. I guess I should just sit back and listen to Wine Time talk about it. So we've gone from 3 to 1.5, and cash wise here we have 64% of tickets and 92% of the cash on Western Michigan. Wow, all this money on Western Michigan, and this line is moving towards Miami of Ohio without DeQuan Finn. Total wise here, 52% of tickets on the over, 85% cash on the under. Take it away, Wine Time, my man.
Yeah, I love this spot here, Jim. Looking at this from the outside in, you look at both of these teams. I mean, Miami, Ohio, they had a pretty good season. That opener to Wisconsin when they lost 17-0, that was a good Wisconsin defense. I think everyone can admit that now at this point. I mean, they've shut down pretty much every defense. They just couldn't score against anyone. And this Miami, Ohio team has been fighting. A couple weeks ago, DeQuan Smith's agent released something saying like DeQuan Finn is leaving to prepare for the NFL draft. it didn't really make much sense to me because he's had a really bad year. And it's like, why not just stick it out a couple more games? You have to win out, and you had to have some crazy stuff happen to get to this spot. But look at them now, 2 games without him. It seems like they've been rocking and rolling with their quarterback, Henry Hessen. It's Thomas Gostkowski, the redshirt freshman. I apologize. He's been playing some big-time ball these last couple weeks, and he's really stepping up in some of these bigger moments. And this is just another moment where I feel like Miami, Ohio come into this game 7-5. They had a pretty tough schedule for being a team in the MAC. I think that they're very live to win this game, but that's not what I moved on in this spot, guys. I moved on the over. I get it, it's a low total, but this just seems like one of those MAC games. It's going to be a 9 a.m. start time for me over here on the West Coast, noon their time. It seems to me that there's going to be some plays right. I feel like we're going to see a lot of explosive plays, some typical MAC action that we're used to seeing. Going back and forth with both of these offenses, and Miami, Ohio has a good defense, but Western Michigan, I do think that they can run the ball pretty efficiently. They've got a couple guys in that backfield, and Western Michigan has had a good season. I just think both teams are going to be able to score in this game. I think that we can get over this total no problem. I got in at the over 42.5 minus 110 last night. You can get 43.5 right now, but guys, there's 85% of cash on the under. And this line is moving towards the over as we speak. It's only moving up. We're at 43.5 now at a lot of spots. And that's a lot of money coming in on an under. And I get it with both of these teams, with Miami, Ohio, with this quarterback. It seemed like he's really found his way these last couple games. And he's a gamer. And if you watch the head coach's pressers this week, this team seems like they're very motivated, not just to hang tight in this game, but to win this game outright. I'm going to move on. I already gave you guys the total, but as far as the side in this game, guys, I'm going to give you what is Miami, Ohio plus 1.5 minus 107, money line plus 105. I haven't moved on this quite yet, and I don't want to pull the trigger quite yet. Just make sure you follow me on Twitter. I am going to be on Miami, Ohio money line, I think plus 105. I just want to line shop a little bit more, and I kind of want to look at this a little bit more. But I think that both teams are going to be able to score, and I think Miami, Ohio wins this game, and they're the MAC champion. So give me the over 42.5 minus 110, and also don't give me the money line quite yet. I'll tweet it out if I do end up playing it. But as of right now, I'm not. I'm just going to be – I apologize. It's the over 43. I didn't get a 42.5. It's over 43 minus 110. I wrote down the 42.5, but I didn't end up getting it. It ended up moving back up to a 43 before I could. So mark me down as the over 43 minus 110.
You are in business one time, over 43 minus 110. I mean, this market is telling us that the public's going to take a bath.
Yeah.
Miami of Ohio is a must bet.
And the quarterback, that's the argument with a lot of people, is that Finn's not in, but this guy has arguably looked better, which is kind of hard to believe. But, I mean, he's been waiting all season long for his turn. In these last couple games, he's looked like they weren't supposed to be here. Like, there's a reason why he left, is because he thought he had nothing to play for. Boy, was he wrong. And when he gets asked those questions at his senior day, because he won't be invited to the combine, he's going to have to answer those questions. So I'm curious. But, give me Miami, Ohio. I'm going to be on Miami, Ohio eventually today.
It makes perfect sense here. I mean, look, you have the whole storyline and the public is buying into it, and the books are saying, hey, we'll give you an even better line. That has to be bet. Let's roll on to our next spot. The final spot on today's show. Wine Time, as always, you are a beast. Hammering this enormous long card. And I love watching you get rewarded for all your hard work as well, getting paid in full. Our final spot is the Big Ten Championship. We talked about this game yesterday with Nick Frazier and Dabra Kadabra. Nick moved on the under 48, and he moved on Indiana first half +3. Nothing really has changed in the market. We're still looking at the +4. This opened up +5.5 for Indiana, got up to +6.5. Spent a long time last weekend at 6.5, and now we have a 4. From a total side of things here, we have a 47 now. So it was a nice job. This was at 48. It moved today at 130. Still about, still at a key number, but excellent work by our guy Nick Frazier to get that 48. And we have Robert Franklin on the under 47.5. And this is a chance for Mendoza to go number one overall. We have 58% of the tickets, 58% of cash on Indiana, 60% of tickets, 72% cash on the under. FanDuel's dropped it to a 46.5. Circa still hanging the 47, and Circa also hanging the 4.5. This was a flat 4 until 6 this morning. At 6 this morning, they moved it a half point towards the Buckeyes. We have BJ on Indiana plus 5.5. We have Dizzy on Ohio State. Take it away for us. Wine time, our final game today on our card. Take it away.
I'm on the Indiana Hoosiers here, guys. This is kind of their kryptonite. I mean, if you ask Indiana fans right here, I don't know if any of them are going to be confident saying they're going to beat Ohio State, but I think this team has been really good this season. Where we got right now 58 as far as the money and tickets go right now coming in on Indiana. And the line has moved towards them in some ways. I mean, we saw at some point this opened up at 6 when you first saw this line open up way early on. If you were even able to get that, then 5.5s came aboard. Then we saw 4.5s, and now we're seeing 4.5s pretty much everywhere, depending on where you're looking. And to me, I think Indiana can stay within this game. I got the +4 at -110. I think this is a big spot here for this offense. Fernando Mendoza, yeah, you mentioned, has a chance to go number one overall, especially with a good college football run here. The one thing about this game is, guys, there's just nothing on the line for either team. I think both teams is going to have a first-round bye no matter what. These are the two best teams in college football. Like, no one can tell me that any team in the SEC is better than either of these teams or can compare them to these guys at this point. These are the best two teams in college football, and I think it's going to be a close game. I think Indiana's going to be able to hang tight. Ohio State, usually known for losing one game every season. I thought it was potentially going to be the Michigan game. I think this might be it here. I don't think it stops their playoff run. I think Ohio State has the team to win it all again. I mean, they've got a way better quarterback this year than they did last year. They've got a good set of running backs over there. And keep in mind, these are two young freshmen in Bo Jackson and Isaiah West that are just running the hell out of the ball right now. If you guys watch that Michigan game, Michigan has beaten Ohio State the last 5 years because they ran the ball and took their time on their offensive possessions. And that's exactly what Ohio State did in that second half. One of those drives took them like 10 minutes. They had no answer for either of those two running backs. Those kids are fresh out there. Not only that, they've got two of the best. You guys have heard me say Jacoby Lane, Mekhi Lemon are the best two receivers in college football as a 1-2 duo. These might be it right here, or Ryan Williams and Jeremy Bernard in Alabama. It's always close, but Jeremiah Smith and Carnell Tate. I mean, Carnell Tate's going in the first round of the NFL draft. Jeremiah Smith's going top 5 next year. You've got a quarterback that can sling it, that can make every single throw on the field in Julian Saint. I mean, there's a reason why he was a 5-star recruit going into Bama, leaving high school, and then he comes over to Ohio State, wins the job, and has been perfect pretty much. Yeah, he's had a couple mistakes along the way, but it's not only that, it's the defense. I mean, Matt Patricia, a really good defensive coordinator over there, but I like what Indiana has built here over on this team. They've got some really good receivers as well in Elijah Surratt, in Omari Cooper, in EJ Williams. These guys, compared to those wide receivers, they're probably not as talented, but they've been really productive this season. And this game plan that Shanahan, the offensive coordinator, has came up with for Indiana is just get the ball out quick, get the ball to playmakers, and go as fast as you can. And that's what they've been doing. And put your foot on the throat of these teams and don't let off. Like, it's been that all season long. And I think Indiana's going to go out there and play with a lot of heart. They've got a lot of guys on that defensive front that are going to cause some problems for the offensive line of Ohio State. But ultimately, you're giving me 4 points in my pocket with Indiana, who I think is just as good, maybe not as talented, but almost as good as Ohio State in a game that maybe, I don't know how much it means. I mean, Ohio State, don't get me wrong, it's great to win your conference title. I think they're more worried about a national title. This would be huge for the University of Indiana to win a Big Ten conference 2 years into the Signetti era. Give me Indiana +4. It might be a little bit of public because you're taking the dog here and over a field goal in a neutral site, but I'm going to do it. I haven't been on Indiana a lot this year, and I haven't been on Ohio State a lot this year. And if you've been on Ohio State all year, you're laughing at wine time right now saying, well, I'm going to take my money and put it on Ohio State because they've cashed for me all season long, literally all season long, almost perfect ATS, I believe. And there's been no hiccups, but I think there's going to be a hiccup here in the conference game, and it's going to wake up that team for a good playoff run, for a national title run. So give me Indiana +4, -110.
Was last week's game more important than this week's game for Ohio State?
People ask Ohio State fans. I mean, they wanted Ryan Day fired last year. They said, we get him out of town. And I remember saying on the show with you and with Big Boss and Ragu, just like, what are these fans? Like, I get it. It's a rivalry game, but like, your big picture, if you win a national title, who cares about Michigan? There's people in the comments saying, no, beating Michigan is more important than a national championship. So yes, beating Michigan is more important than a Big Ten conference final, in my opinion, to Ohio State. So
do you think the public's going to come in at some point on Ohio State, or is this just going to be a public road dog? Now it's not quite there. It's at 58%.
Yeah, it's been public at times throughout the week. It's that's my big question is what are the bettors going to think when they wake up tomorrow morning after betting tonight's slate? We won't probably know until tomorrow. I mean, if this goes to a 3.5, I don't think it gets to a 3.5. I think the most it's going to go to is a 4. This might even go back to a 4.5. We'll see. I don't know. It's going to be a really tough game here. I like Indiana here in this spot.
Steve Miller has the same angle as Nick Frazier, wanting Indiana first half, afraid of the adjustments that will be made at halftime. Does that concern you at all? And if that is to the extent, would you add the first half just to cover, or what are your thoughts on the adjustments that will be made by the Buckeyes?
Yeah, that's the thing. You're talking about a guy like Matt Patricia that's coming over from the NFL, not just a D coordinator of the NFL. I mean, this guy was a head football coach there. Didn't do a good job, but I mean, this guy he's been around football his whole life, and in my opinion, he probably is the best defensive coordinator in college football right now. There's not a lot of people that are better than him, and he's only been there 1 year. He might be out quick and go back to the NFL. We'll see. But I will say about the first half, I won't cover it and take Indiana first half. What I think I would do, Jim, is I would take the under in the first half maybe. This total seems like it has – let me look at it really, pull it back up here. It does look like it has, in fact, dropped a little bit. I mean, Circa's hanging at 47. Some other places are hanging 46.5. But this indeed opened up at a 48, 48.5. And money is coming in on the under, and they have adjusted to it, moved it a point and a half, and it is only Friday. I mean, if our sharp book right here tells us that this is like a 46.5 or a 46 tomorrow, I think it's very clear it's the under. But the thing is, it just doesn't correlate because I think if Indiana does want to hang tight in this game, they're going to have to score some points because Ohio State's defense is really good. So that's why I'm not going to move on the first half under. It was a look. It just didn't correlate enough for me to actually move on it. So I didn't move on it, and I won't move on Indiana first half. I'll just move on them full game, hoping that they can stay within a field goal plus in this game. Don't get me wrong. I mean, it's a neutral site for, I'm surprised that this opened up at a 6. The fact that it opened up at a 6 is kind of crazy. And that is a little bit scary because that the books thought that they can just open it up at 6 like that. Like, I don't think Ohio State is 6 points better than them, but books obviously know a lot more than we do. So it's difficult. I'm just going to stick with the full game +4.
So you agree that Indiana has the best chance of beating Ohio State than any other team in the nation?
Yes. As of right now, I think there's no other team that can compete with Ohio State. Maybe you can argue Georgia. Don't get A&M has been great this year, but they're not battle tested. That's going to be we've heard Cab talk about it. It's going to be interesting to see what they do against some competition in the playoffs. And Bama, I mean, we don't even know if we're going to see them in the college football playoff. And outside of that, there's not a lot of teams in the Big 12 or Big 10 that could take them out. Outside of Georgia, I think maybe Georgia, it'd be a defensive battle, I'm sure, with Kirby Smart and Matt Patricia. Yeah, and Troy Torrance is Ohio State battle tested. Yeah, that's another thing you can argue too. Are they? I mean, Indiana, have they had probably a little bit more of a tougher schedule? I think so. They had to go on the road to Oregon and take care of business there, which isn't easy to do. Ohio State had they got Texas, but Texas we know they're not even in the college football playoff. They did beat down a Michigan team that I don't think is very good. I was on Michigan in that game plus the points, but you guys heard me talk about Michigan all season long, like when they played USC, I think they're very one-dimensional in that run game. So it's going to be interesting to see what Indiana can throw at them here. Because I think they're going to throw things at them offensively that Matt Patricia hasn't seen. But I'm sure Matt Patricia's been in the film room the last 2 weeks on this Indiana offense. It's such a difficult game. Like, I wouldn't sit here if someone told me like, oh, I'm on Ohio State. Like, I wouldn't sit there and argue with you and tell you that you're wrong. Because Ohio State is the best team in the nation right now, in my opinion. So I don't know. It's tricky when you start comparing strength of schedules and all that stuff and head-to-heads. But I think Indiana can stay within 4 points in this one.
Oh, it's a hell of a breakdown. Wine time. He's on Indiana +4 tomorrow. He's on the over 43 in Miami of Ohio and Western Michigan. He is very interested in moving on the Red Hawks. He is also on North Texas money line. Kennesaw State team total over 30.5. He's on Troy team total under 12 and the under 47 in Troy. James Madison Dukes. You are a monster. Wine time. Thank you so much for all of your hard work today. I love seeing you succeed, my friend. I'll put your X handle here in the chat. Please support Wine Time Sports. All he does is put out his action, asks for nothing in return, tracks everything honestly and transparently, and wins. Wine Time, thank you, man. And I'm pumped up. I'm pumped up about all this action, but I got to get in fast because we got to make moves here. Wine Time, thank you for your time and energy, my friend. Any last words for the Cappers supporting the show?
Appreciate you as always, Jim. Love breaking this card down with you. We just got to get paid now at this point. Shout out to everyone that's been rocking with us all year on the tailgate for college football. We're going to be back there tomorrow discussing conference championship games. There's also a lot of good college basketball out there on the card tomorrow, guys, that we're going to be breaking down. I've already started capping the card for tomorrow. It's a juggernaut tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be a big day of sports, guys. So be on the lookout for that. We'll be live 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time right here on Pub Sports Radio. You guys got all my action shared. You guys know I gave out my first NHL play. It's only a half unit on the Anaheim Ducks +130. And then we're on college. We're on all of our stuff. So Jimmy already gave you guys all my plays. Make sure to follow me on Twitter. I'm going to tweet out all the stuff we added right now. Appreciate you guys, Jim. I will see you over the weekend. Hopefully I can shoot me a text tomorrow about Sunday Pub Hub. I'm going to try to make it with you guys on Sunday as well, if that's possible.
Dope. Yeah, absolutely. By the way, line's moving towards the Ducks.
What are we at right now? Let's see.
Well, at 365, I just looked to move quickly because that's a +120. I know that was +125 when I got the 128 offshore.
Let's go. Love to see that 87% cash still in Washington. Get on the Anaheim Ducks today, guys. At the pond. No, it's not the pond. The Honda Center now. But what was it? Was it called the pond or the Anaheim Pond?
Yeah, it was the pond.
Pond. Yeah. My dad would always I remember we went to have you ever heard of a group called the Ice Dogs in hockey? It's like a minor league hockey team. We went there. I remember my dad's like, "Oh, we're gonna go watch at the pond," and I was like, "Oh, is it like legit on a?" I was a kid and I thought it was legit on a pond, and obviously it wasn't. But it's a cool little name. But now it's the Honda Center.
Well, Paul Kariya getting knocked out cold and coming back, which would never ever happen. It's heavily affected him. Supposedly he's got real issues from that injury from Scott Stevens. Comes back 45 minutes later, snipes top corner. What a beast. And what a history you guys have with Solani and Pronger. And man, shout out to the Ducks. Let's get paid tonight, Wine Time. Right. Thank you for everything, my man. I'll be in touch throughout the evening.
Appreciate you, Jim. Have a good night. Good luck, everyone.
There he is. Wine Time Sports. Let's race camels. Let's get Jose back here and race camels. Before Jose gets back here, though, as soon as he does jump on with us, we will race. We will race. Just give you a little taste. There it is right there. Oh, we're ready to race. But I'll wait for Jose to jump back with us. Let's review all action. We got to move quickly here because I've got bets to make. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you guys, this is great for all of you that stuck around. So I gave you guys 2 bets on the look ahead line. beat one by 5 points. It looks like I'm only beating the other by a half point. That'll happen. I have made a hefty bet. Well, it's just 1.5 units. But I've made a bet here on a look ahead for tomorrow. So here's a gift to all the people that stuck around with us. I'm on the under 39.5 in Cleveland Browns, Chicago Bears next week. Under 39.5 in Cleveland Browns, Chicago Bears. Pop that here in the chat for those of you that are stuck with us, man. Thank you. I know it's been a long show. There it is. Cleveland, Chicago, under 39.5 for next week. So let's review all action and then race. Stacks play today. Number 1, Gonzaga, Kentucky, over 159.5. Number 2, Cincinnati, Xavier, over 145.5. For basketball, we have the play of the day, Zervania, Zvezda Borg, money line at plus 115. That's either about to start or in the middle of action here. As well. Then we have the flank stake play today. Spurs money line, Bucks money line, Pacers money line. These are the Spurs play is the play of the day. Lakers on the spread, Gonzaga on the spread, Notre Dame on the spread, and San Diego on the spread. I almost moved on San Diego too. Johnny Blaze, my man. AM is on East Texas AM, East Texas AM and Connecticut over 139.5. Jose Bouquet ready to camel race. He's also on Northwestern, McNeese over 141, Samford, VCU over 150. Kent Davies is on ETSU first half minus 2.5. Tone Miggins, fresh off cashing. Gibbs 3 touchdowns plus 950 is on Drake minus 3.5. The taint play of the day is Xavier. Xavier is the taint play of the day. Shout out to our guy, Matty Ice. Taint. Young Bull Dirks in the house. 10-star play today. San Jose State minus 7 for Rod Zawacki. We have Irish King on Bruins money line and Geeky to score. He's also this is last night. Okay, great job. Excellent work, my friend. Kong's smash play of the week. Terrence McKinney money line plus 134. Then in the National Hockey League, I've made 3 bets and I'm making 2 more. But I'll have to see what's going on with the odds, obviously. But I made 3 bets. Jets minus 130, Sharks first period plus a half minus 132, and the Ducks plus 128. The additions will be, I expect, the under 6.5 in Winnipeg, Buffalo. There's some vividness involved in that one. And then Utah money line, but I need to know if it's Vejmelka or Vanacek. Does anybody know if it's Vejmelka or Vanacek? If you could let me know now, just to help me move quickly here. Because then Spooner. Our guy Spooner's NCAA action, UAB plus 2.5, Mercyhurst plus 1.5, Fairfield money line, South Alabama plus 5.5, and Iona. Shout out to Morgan Spooner, fresh off a vacation with the fam. There's his action right there. Then wine time on the Celtics minus 6.5. Justin on Jaylen Brown 30 plus points. Wine time on the Magic minus 5.5. I'm very interested in the Heat. Justin is on the Heat plus 6. Wine time on the Hawks plus 6 and the Hawks money line plus 170. Justin on the over 238 in Denver, Atlanta. We also have AM's NHL action for tomorrow. If you're in the Discord, you will have already known this. But for those of you that stuck with us for so long, yes, thank you, Justin. I'm going to put this one, because it's such a low total, I'll put the over-under for CLV at 2 points. And we'll get more than that. I'd like to put it at 2.5. You know what? Let's just do 2. 2 is the right line for that. Vejmelka projected. Thank you, Coin. So there is AM's action for tomorrow. The silver and gold members of the channel can rock with us in our Discord, and you'll already have that. And you would have got the Penguins at plus 190 if you were yesterday. 4th and 1 entertainment is on Duran double Towns double Giddy double Cunningham 14.5 assists and rebounds. Khalil Ware double Avdia double. I have moved on 5 bets in the NBA, and I'll be adding to it. Spurs plus 4. Pistons minus 7.5. Pistons double. Clippers money line, which was my birthday pick. And I got to add that birthday parlay. Phoenix Houston under 221. The additions, I'm very interested in the Raptors. I want to study that Jazz Knicks game a little bit longer. I'm interested in the Bulls if Kobe White is in. And I'm going to bet the Bucks. And I might bet the Thunder. I've got lots more action to drop in. The Tom Foolery birthday special. Pistons money line, Clippers money line, Celtics money line together parlayed.
I wonder how Tom's doing.
Oh, I'm sure he's knee deep, and I'm sure he's having a great day. And then we just talked, college basketball. I moved on Sanford first half, plus 11.5. You can get a better line now. I moved on Niagara plus 13. And you can get a better line on both of those now. But look, they're ugly dogs. Maybe I should have waited. There you go. Pig milk play today. Troy, JMU over 46.5. Bruce, Honcho, BJ's best bet. James Madison. Jose, my friend. It's time to put a bow on the proceedings. It's time to race camels. Let's race camels. Merch on the line here. Merch on the line.
Yes, it is. And we are off and racing in the beautiful desert here. We have a loaded race here. 84 members all in the mix here. Shout out to the gold and silver members here. Stand on Biz, K Wolf, and Joey Marinaccio all in the mix here. K Reed, Rashawn in the mix. Fernando Mendoza, aka the next Jets quarterback, in the mix here as well. And here comes Chase J firing, Jimmy. Who's going to win? Look, there you are at the bottom of the screen, Jimmy.
Oh, and I'm moving forwardly. And that's all we ask for. Forward motion. Not flush on, but here comes Jimmy. K-Wolf out there. There's King Ooh making a big move. Top set. Trying to get that gorgeous elongated neck to the finish line. Here comes Lil Domo. Lil Domo powering on down the middle. Does Lil Domo have enough? Does Lil Domo have enough? 2 more steps and he is ganked. Ganked. He's ganked at the wire. That is a new capper there.
Yeah, shout out to Skew Irvin.
Big Skew. Oh man. Yes, Nasty Nate. And Kelly McInnes, couple camels just not delivering the goods here for you. Skew Irvin, our merch winner. We're gonna have this list on our website if you've been a winner of our race and you have a merch package coming to you. You will know Skew Irvin merch race winner. That is our show for today. Thank you all so much for rocking with us. Coin, Big Zo, Oldie, Nasty Nate, Kelly McInnes, Timmy, Two Shoes, Old E, Young Bold Dirks. Justin McKelvey, you were great today as always. Mr. Rod Zawacki, thank you for sharing all of that important edges and angles here. We also have Spooner. Thank you guys. Jose Perez, Troy Torrance in the house, delivering the goods nonstop. Kyle Fields, Steve Miller. Thank you guys so much. It is time to get that money. It's time to get that cash right now, Jose. Oof, I'm pumped up. I'm going to have so much action tonight. But I got to get some more in right now. I'm going to go do that. Jose, thank you for all your hard work behind the scenes, my friend. I will be in touch. I will see you again on Sunday morning, but I'll be in touch throughout the weekend. Let's go get this money. Let's get this money for Bobby Schmurda. Take us home, my friend.
Yeah, shout out to Bobby Schmurda. It was about a week ago that song came out. So shout out to him. Nasty Nate. I think these are wise words to end today's program, Jimmy. And I'll perform it in a very tired and drunk Jimmy the Bag here. Quote, Nasty Nate. And I love camel toes.